Chapter 1323. Then, the group flew towards Star Point Peak like a meteor. At this moment, Star Point Peak was very quiet. The ninth elder and the others had returned. Wang Li and the rest were also cultivating in the college, so there was no one on the mountain. However, Lin Xian didn't mind at all. With a flash of his body, he brought everyone down and walked into his cave abode. Qingqing, why are you here? Is there anything urgent? Lin Xian asked. Can I see you if there's nothing urgent? No, because I have to go out soon. I'm afraid I won't be back for a while. Go out? Where are you going? Murong Qingqing asked. Tianan region, my hometown. I have something urgent to do. Lin Xian said. Is she going too? Murong Qingqing glanced at Luo Bingshan. Yes, she's going with me. Lin Xian did not hide it. Then I'll go too. Hearing that Luo Bingshan was going, Murong Qingqing glared at Lin Xian and said quickly, Don't mess around. Lin Xian walked to Murong Qingqing and comforted her. I really have something urgent this time. I'm afraid I'll have a conflict with the king. It's too dangerous for you to go. Why don't you stay here and wait for me to come back? Conflict with a king? Is there a king in Tianan region? This time, Murong Qingqing was really stunned. From what she knew, Tianan region's martial arts were not developed. It was impossible for a king to exist. It's hard to explain it in a short time. Anyway, a king has appeared there. Lin Xian shook his head. Then I have to go even more. How can I let you take the risk by yourself? Murong Qingqing said, Moreover, I'm not a burden. In terms of strength, I'm stronger than him. Murong Qingqing glanced at Luo Bingshan again. Indeed, Murong Qingqing's strength was not weaker than Luo Bingshan's. Moreover, as the little princess of a king clan, she had countless life-saving methods in her hands. In addition, Lin Xian also had a king's killing formation. So, as long as he didn't face the Black Dragon sect's leader, there shouldn't be much of a problem. All right. In the end, Lin Xian nodded in agreement. On Luo Bingshan's side, other than herself, there were also 3 5-star assassins. These 3 5-star assassins were extremely loyal, and they were definitely reliable. Moreover, their cultivation levels were already at the 9th heaven, and they were even capable of assassinating 9th heaven peak stage cultivators. It could be said that he was incomparably powerful. As the head venerate, Luo Bingshan had the strength to assassinate a half-step king. Therefore, although Lin Xian didn't bring many people with him, every one of them was a peerless expert. The next question was how to get to the southern heaven region. He couldn't possibly fly there on foot. That would be too tiring and would take too much time. Lin Xian turned his gaze to the dark red dragon and chuckled. Ruffian dragon, why don't you carry us over? Don't even think about it. Kid, I won't become your mount. The dark red dragon shook his head and bared his fangs. Forget it. I'll go to the academy and ask. Lin Xian shrugged and prepared to go to the Immortal Martial Academy to ask. He remembered that the True Spirit Palace seemed to sell spirit boats. With a sway of his body, he flew towards the True Spirit Palace. Soon, Lin Xian arrived above the True Spirit Palace and quickly descended. When the surrounding Immortal Martial Academy disciples saw Lin Xian, they immediately screamed. Lin Xian, it's Lin Xian. It's really him. I heard that he killed young Master Ling Feng. He's definitely my idol. So handsome. The surrounding disciples screamed. Lin Xian was also surprised. He didn't expect that he would be so famous among these disciples. Even the disciplinary elder in the True Spirit Palace quickly walked out and welcomed Lin Xian in. This caused an even greater commotion among the surrounding disciples. One must know that it was always these disciples who respectfully entered the True Spirit Palace. There had never been an elder who came out to welcome someone. Lin Xian was definitely the first person in the history of the Immortal Martial Academy. Elder, I want to buy a spirit boat. I want the highest grade one. Lin Xian didn't beat around the bush and directly stated his purpose. The best spirit boat here is a half-Earth tier treasure, but it contains the remains of an Earth tier treasure. Soon, the elder of the True Spirit Hall found the information about the spirit boat and handed it to Lin Xian. Lin Xian glanced at it and discovered that it was very good in all aspects, especially its speed. Moreover, It contained a fragment of an Earth-tier treasure, which could be said to be incomparably powerful. It was currently the highest grade one. All right, I'll take it. Lin Xian used a new Earth-tier cultivation technique to exchange for this spirit boat. This spirit boat was completely green with exquisite inscriptions that covered the entire body of the boat. When not in use, it was only the size of a palm, but once spirit energy was injected, it would become a huge spirit boat that was 500 meters long. Lin Xian took the spirit boat with satisfaction and returned to Stellar Point Peak. Next, he and the Dark Red Dragon began to modify the spirit boat, mainly adding some powerful defensive formations to strengthen the body of the boat. This process was carried out while flying. Because of the urgency of the matter, Lin Xian directly left with everyone after receiving the spirit boat. In the process of flying, he and the Dark Red Dragon began to work on the defensive formations. Murong Qingqing, Luo Bingshan, and the rest were also cultivating to prepare for the upcoming battle. This spirit boat was very strange. It could reach up to 500 meters, but there weren't many people now, so it couldn't be so long. Therefore, it was only a few dozen meters long. Its speed was as fast as lightning, extremely fast. This speed was definitely at the peak of the 9th level. Moreover, it was different from martial artists as this spirit boat could maintain a high speed. This saved Lin Xian a lot of trouble. Even so, the road ahead was still very long because this was basically 2 different continents. Because everyone was cultivating, the journey wasn't boring. Lin Xian was even more so. At the same time, he cultivated many martial arts and cultivation techniques to increase his cultivation strength to the maximum. This was because he knew that what awaited him next was a fierce battle, because the Black Dragon sect was more powerful than young Master Ling Feng. Half a year. This time, it took them a full half a year to return to the Tianan region. This was under the condition that they had a supreme-grade spirit boat. If they flew by themselves, in addition to the consumption of energy, the time would probably be twice as long. In half a year, everyone's cultivation had increased by a lot. Among them, Murong Qingqing and Luo Bingshan's auras were even more profound. Lin Xian's improvement was even greater. First of all, he could already condense 4 void-shattering fingers. He could also use the first 5 of the 9 transformations of the firmament and fuse them with himself. What made him even more happy was that he could already complete the 5th sky spill visualization diagram. This meant that his soul power had increased greatly. It would be difficult for anyone below the King realm to be his opponent. The increase in his soul power, coupled with the improvement in his cultivation, allowed the recovery of the Great Dragon Sword Soul to be strengthened further. Now, it had reached the middle stage of the 9th level. Chapter 1324. Kid, that should be the Tianan region you were talking about. The Dark Red Dragon looked ahead and said in a deep voice. As expected, it's not a boundless sea but a vast land. Murong Qingqing also looked ahead and frowned slightly. He could clearly feel that the spiritual veins and spiritual qi in this land were far inferior to those in the Tianwu continent. This was also why the warriors in the Tianan region were not as strong as those in the Tianwu continent. The environment here was not good. However, a king had appeared here. This was too unbelievable. One had to know that there had not been a new king in the Tianwu continent for 1,000 years. One could imagine how difficult it was to break through to the king realm. However, a king had appeared in this remote Tianan region. It had to be said that this was simply too inconceivable. The blood qi below is very thick. It seems that many people have died in this land, Luo Bingshan said coldly. Indeed, Lin Xian and the others had just entered the Tianan region when they felt the blood qi below. It should be formed by the blood of the dead warriors. Because it contained resentment, it did not dissipate for a long time. Let's go back to the Xia country first. Lin Xian's expression was serious as he quickly changed the direction of the spirit boat. He wanted to go back and save the Lin family before thinking about how to deal with the Black Dragon sect. The Tianwu Kingdom was once a big country in the Tianan region. The elixirs here were very developed. There were many forces like the Medicine King Valley, the Elixir Garden, and the Alchemy Guild. However, the entire Tianwu Kingdom was lifeless at this moment. Even the air was filled with a thick aura of despair. It turned out that the biggest force in the Tianwu Kingdom, the Alchemy Guild, had been overthrown. Now, There was a large black flag on top of the original building. There was a black dragon waving its fangs and claws in the wind. The people living in this building were not the alchemists. Instead, they were warriors in black robes. Each of them had a thick blood chi. It seemed that they had killed many people. That was why they had such a thick, murderous aura. One of them, a bald man, sat boldly at the top of the table. His physique was strong and his blood was vigorous. His entire body exuded a strong aura. The surrounding warriors looked at the bald man with envy in their eyes. This was because the bald man was a venerable, and a fourth heaven venerable at that. Although such a person was nothing in the Tianwu continent, in the Tianan region, he was an extremely powerful existence. When Lin Xian left the Tianan region, the strongest faction in the entire Tianan region, the Martial Ming Alliance, only had 13 supremacies. Including some hidden powerhouses, there were only a few dozen venerables in the entire Tianan region. The others were all martial artists of the 3 spirit realms. Back then, the strongest person in Tianshan country was only in the spirit detecting realm. Compared to venerable ones, they were worlds apart. Therefore, they could not contend against them at all. Therefore, it didn't take long for the entire heavenly mountain kingdom to fall. At this moment, the bald man said with a ferocious expression, "This group of damned old men, are they itching for a beating recently? Why is the speed of refining pills so slow? Go, teach them a lesson for me. Let them know about the Black Dragon sect. We can't waste a single second. Boss, it's not that we don't want to use our methods. It's just that those old men are too stubborn. Especially that old man called D. Quebec. He's like a stubborn donkey. He won't cooperate with us at all. I think that we should just kill him. We can use him to intimidate the entire Tianshan country." "Old man DK? You mean that person from the Medicine King Valley?" The bald man sneered. "I remember him. Last time, he didn't even give me face. If not for the fact that he's good at refining pills, I would have killed him with my blade. But now, it seems that we can't let him live. How about this? We'll execute him in front of everyone tomorrow. It'll intimidate the entire Tianshan country. I don't believe that those alchemists will dare to resist our Black Dragon sect." Yes. In the main hall, the warriors under him moved quickly. There were venerables among them, but most of them were only in the spirit detecting realm. However, with the venerables around, dealing with the alchemists of Tianshan country was a piece of cake. On the other side of Tianshan country, countless alchemists were trapped in a valley, refining pills day and night. In the depths of this valley, there were more than 10 white-haired old men. These people were the most elite alchemists in Tianshan country. Among them, the president of the Alchemy Guild, the pavilion master of the Pill King Garden, Old Man DK from the Medicine King Valley, and some elders were all here. In the past, the Medicine King Valley and the Pill King Garden were fighting to the death. But now, there was no hatred between them, because they were all prisoners. These people all had injuries on their bodies, but they weren't fatal. They must have been left behind when they resisted the Black Dragon sect. Damn the Black Dragon sect, they're too despicable. They're actually keeping me as a slave to refine pills for them. One of the old men clenched his fists, trembling with anger. So what if they're angry? There are many venerables among them, and the strongest among us is only in the spirit-detecting realm. We can't resist it all. Many people were in despair because the difference in strength between the two sides was too great. It was like the difference between heaven and earth. Damn it, I don't believe it. How did they get so many venerables overnight? This is impossible. Yeah, although the Black Dragon sect was strong in the past, they could only fight against the Martial Alliance. They couldn't be so strong. Otherwise, the Tianan region would have fallen a few hundred years ago. Everyone gritted their teeth, very confused. The president of the Alchemy Guild also sighed. "I've received news that a type of crystal was found in Xia country. It can greatly increase a warrior's cultivation in an instant. I think those people from the Black Dragon sect must have used this kind of crystal to have such a cultivation." Hearing this, everyone sighed. The rise of the Black Dragon sect had only been less than a year. Although the Black Dragon sect had recovered, they had the Martial Alliance on their side. In addition to other large and small forces, both sides had been in a stalemate. But in less than a year, the Black Dragon sect's strength suddenly increased rapidly, and a large number of venerables appeared. Not to mention them, even the Martial Alliance couldn't resist. So, in just half a year, the entire Tianan region was instantly controlled by the Black Dragon sect. And these people were also reduced to prisoners, refining pills for the Black Dragon sect's disciples all day long. Xia country? An old man sighed. This reminds me of someone. I wonder how he's doing. Old man DK, why are you still lamenting at a time like this? Someone sighed. With his talent, he should be able to survive this battle. Old man DK whispered again. Chapter 1325. With his talent, he should be able to survive this battle, DK whispered again. Old man DK, who are you talking about? Who is it that you can't forget at this time? Everyone asked. Do you remember that a few years ago, there was a young man from the Great Xia who won first place in our Tianshan Kingdom's Elixir King competition? Now that you mention it, I do remember him. Many elders nodded. The president of the Alchemy Guild was even more surprised. Are you talking about that young man called Lin Xin? With the president of the Alchemy Guild's reminder, the elders around him all remembered. There was indeed a young man who had won first place in the Elixir King competition back then, but in the end, everyone sighed. So what if he was first place back then? In this world, it's not certain if he can survive. Everyone shook their heads, and DK sighed as well. He was once the Valley Master of the Medicine King Valley and had received help from Lin Xin. His leg was cured by Lin Xin. Now, he only hoped that Lin Xin could survive. Just as they were talking, there was a commotion in front of them. Several lights flashed in the void like lightning and instantly arrived above the valley. What? It's the people from the Black Dragon sect. They're here again. All the alchemists in the valley looked up. When they saw the warriors in black robes, they trembled in fear. The president of the Alchemy Guild also frowned. That's not right. It's not the day to hand over the elixir yet. Why are these people here early? Is there something else? 3 people floated in the void. One of them was a man with triangular eyes. He shouted coldly, "Old man DK, get over here." Hearing this roar, the other alchemists trembled, and the president of the Alchemy Guild looked even more gloomy. Among them, the president of the Alchemy Guild stood out and said in a deep voice, "Why are you looking for old man DK? Who are you to speak here? Get lost." The man with triangular eyes roared ferociously. He stretched out a huge palm and slapped the president of the Alchemy Guild away. Boom, boom. The president of the Alchemy Guild flew backward and crashed into the mountain wall behind him, making a violent trembling sound. Then, he fell to the ground and vomited blood. The triangular-eyed man sneered, "Do you think you're some kind of president? How dare you show off in front of me? Remember, you are now slaves, a bunch of dogs. You can only wag your tail at me. DK, you old geezer, did you come here on your own? Or do you want me to take you back?" The triangular-eyed man had a ferocious look on his face as his cold gaze locked onto the ground below. The triangular-eyed man's aura was dense. He had already reached the first heaven of the venerable realm. The strongest alchemists in the valley were only at the spirit detecting realm, and most of them were only at the spirit transformation realm, so they couldn't resist this aura at all. DK sighed as well. "Don't attack my companions anymore. I'll go with you." Seeing that he had intimidated these alchemists, the triangular-eyed man revealed a satisfied smile. Then, he waved his hand, and the 2 men behind him immediately stepped forward. They took out 2 iron chains and quickly threw them out. The chain was like a venomous snake. It instantly wrapped around DK's body and dropped him into the sky. Seeing this, the surrounding people felt despair, and the disciples of the Medicine King Valley were even more furious. DK was their valley master, and he was being humiliated like this. However, they didn't dare to voice their anger because they didn't have the strength to fight against the Black Dragon sect. If they rashly went up, they would only be courting death. On the other hand, the triangular-eyed man had a look of resentment. He hung DK in the air, and then his cold voice resounded in all directions. DK has gone against the Black Dragon sect many times, and he still doesn't repent. So now, the Black Dragon sect will punish him. At this point, The triangular-eyed man's smile became even more ferocious. Tomorrow at noon, we will execute him in the Pilking Square. Whoever dares to go against the Black Dragon sect will end up like this. What? Execution? Hearing this, the entire valley was shocked, especially the disciples of the Medicine King Valley, who let out cries of despair. Alchemists were different from ordinary warriors. Once they were captured, they were basically enslaved to refined pills. It was rare for them to be executed. This was especially so for alchemists like de Quebec. Due to their high level, they were rarely executed. But now, the other party wanted to execute him. It had to be said that this was beyond everyone's expectations. Haha, what's there to be surprised about? He's just a spirit-detecting alchemist. At most, he can refine some pills for ordinary sect members. Do you really think that the higher-ups of the Black Dragon sect need your pills? Seeing the commotion, the triangular-eyed man sneered disdainfully. Hearing this, everyone felt a sense of despair. Indeed, the pills they refined were for the disciples of the Black Dragon sect. The pills above supremacy were all provided by the Divine Pill Hall, one of the 8 halls of the Black Dragon sect. Therefore, in the eyes of the Black Dragon sect, DK was not important at all. Take him away. Tomorrow, I'll cut him up piece by piece. With that, the 2 burly men carried DK and quickly left the valley. Damn it! Damn it! The Alchemy Guild master got up from the ground. Ignoring his injuries, he hammered the ground. The others also had looks of despair. Soon, the news that DK was going to be executed spread throughout the entire Tianshan country, causing an uproar in Tianshan country. Before this, DK was a famous alchemist master in Tianshan country, but now he was going to be executed. The next day, the Elixir King Square was packed with people, and DK was nailed to the void by 5 chains. When the time was up, the Black Dragon sect members would attack him. At this moment, a huge spirit boat flew over quickly in the sky. It was Lin Xian's spirit boat. Ever since he arrived in the Tianan region, he had been unable to calm down. Especially the places he had passed through in the past few days, they were all places he had stayed in before. Tianshan country should be below, Lin Xian muttered as he looked at the ground below. Why are there so many people gathered below? Is something going on? The dark red dragon looked down with a puzzled expression. Lin Xian also looked down. Soon, he frowned, and even a hint of anger appeared on his face. Murong Qingsheng and the falling ice mountain also noticed what was going on below. Seeing Lin Xian's terrible expression, Murong Qingsheng asked with concern, "What's wrong?" Lin Xian did not say anything. He controlled the spirit boat and let it float in the sky. Then, he said in a deep voice, "Wait here first. I'll go down and take care of something." Chapter 1326. Lin Xian's body swayed, and like a peerless divine sword, he quickly flew down. Let's go and watch the show. Seeing Lin Xian go down, the dark red divine dragon waved its dragon claws and controlled the spirit boat to fly down. It had set up many formations on the spirit boat. Apart from defense, there were also formations to hide auras. Therefore, at this moment, he controlled the spirit boat to quickly shrink and float in the air. As long as he wanted to, the people below would definitely not notice them. This was perfect for them to watch from a close distance. Below, countless people had gathered in the Elixir King Square. These people were all martial artists from the Tianshan Kingdom. At this moment, they were looking ahead angrily. At the front, Old Man DK was hung in midair. His body was covered in wounds. It seemed that he had been severely tortured last night. Next to him stood the triangular-eyed man with a shiny long saber in his hand. It seemed that he was the executioner today. The triangular-eyed man looked at the time and felt that it was about time. He immediately tightened his grip on the long saber in his hand. The other party's ferocious voice rang out, "Don't worry, I won't kill you all at once. I'll skin you alive with my saber. I want everyone to know the consequences of resisting the Black Dragon sect." As soon as he finished speaking, a saber light flashed and the long saber ruthlessly slashed Old Man DK's body. Immediately, blood spurted out and dyed the sky red. The triangular-eyed man was a first heaven supremacy after all. He had very precise control of his strength. Therefore, when the saber slashed Old Man DK's body, it was extremely painful, but it did not threaten his life at all. In the square, when everyone saw this scene, they immediately clenched their fists. Countless people were furious and wanted to rush up, but they were firmly stopped by the people from the Black Dragon sect. The Black Dragon sect was extremely powerful now, so the martial artists in the square could not resist at all. They could only watch Old Man DK being executed. The triangular-eyed man slashed with his saber and laughed sinisterly. In the next moment, the long saber in his hand slashed down again. However, at this moment, the sky suddenly darkened as if dark clouds had covered the sun. At this moment, everyone subconsciously looked up at the sky. Then, their expressions changed drastically as if they had seen the most terrifying thing. Even the martial artists from the Black Dragon sect were terrified and trembling all over. The triangular-eyed man's face was even paler. The long saber in his hand stopped in midair, because in the sky above, a huge palm was rapidly pressing down. The palm blotted out the sky like a huge black mountain, causing the entire void to collapse. This palm was too terrifying. It was like the hand of a demon god, causing everyone to suffocate. The triangular-eyed man was even more terrified because he realized that the palm seemed to be coming for him. Scram! Gritting his teeth, the triangular-eyed man roared and slashed out with the long saber in his hand. In an instant, it turned into a bolt of lightning and slashed toward the void. As a first-rank venerable, he had always been high and mighty in the heavenly mountain kingdom. No one could stop him. But now, he realized that he was wrong. This was because the saber light he had slashed out had not caused any damage to the black palm at all. Not only that, but it was also easily torn apart. Soon, the palm arrived before him. Boom! His palm landed on the ground and instantly enveloped the area where the triangular-eyed man was. The ground sank, and countless cracks appeared in the square, spreading in all directions. The triangular-eyed man was turned into a pile of rotten meat and couldn't be more dead. A pitch-black crater appeared on the ground, and the pungent smell of blood gradually spread in all directions. What? Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. They did not expect that the triangular-eyed man would die just like that. He was killed by a palm strike. It was too unbelievable. One had to know that in their eyes, a first-rank venerable was a godlike existence that could not be resisted. However, such a person had been killed so easily. Who exactly did it? So powerful. The Black Dragon cult warriors were both shocked and furious as they looked at the sky. Who is it? Get out here. How dare you attack a member of the Black Dragon cult? You're dead meat. An old man roared crazily. He was also a member of the Black Dragon cult, and his strength was on par with the triangular-eyed man. However, at this moment, he was extremely terrified because he did not see who it was. However, in the next moment, everyone was shocked because a figure quickly descended from the sky. It was a young man with a handsome face. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and his entire body emitted a powerful aura. His gaze was like a sword light, causing everyone to tremble. It's you. You were the one who attacked just now. The old man from the Black Dragon cult gritted his teeth and asked. Although he was also afraid of the other party's strength, he could not embarrass the Black Dragon cult in front of so many people. Men, attack. Kill him. Immediately, countless warriors rushed into the sky. Many of them were first-rank venerables, and there were also countless fifth-rank spirit-detecting realm cultivators. There were hundreds of them densely packed together. There were so many experts in the square. One could imagine that the Black Dragon cult strength was above the entire Tianan region. However, these people were nothing in Lin Xian's eyes. Lin Xian stood in the air and did not attack at all. He only snorted coldly. However, this voice contained an endless murderous aura and pressure. Immediately, the hundreds of cultivators who flew over from all directions exploded and died. Bang, 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 bang. A series of explosions sounded. One by one, the warriors exploded into a bloody mist. The pungent smell of blood instantly filled the square. What? They're dead. The entire square was dumbfounded. There was not a single sound. What kind of method was that? Just a voice alone caused hundreds of warriors to explode and die. There was no resistance at all? One had to know that there were many venerables. This method was too heaven-defying. It was simply a divine skill. The black-robed elder's scalp went numb. He screamed as if he had gone crazy. "Who are you? Who are you?" He was scared. He was really scared. This was because even their hall master did not have such a method. However, the other party, a young man who was only about 20 years old, had such a heaven-defying method. He did not dare to resist at all. Lin Xian did not say anything. With a flick of his finger, a sword chi surged out and pierced through the elder like lightning. Poof! The black-robed elder's glabella was pierced, and he fell to the ground dead. Until his death, he was filled with doubts. He did not know who this mysterious young man in front of him was. Run! The surviving disciples of the Black Dragon cult were terrified. Many of them even went crazy. In the face of such combat strength, they could not resist at all. They could only turn around and run. However, Lin Xian did not plan to let them go at all. These people were too evil. He did not know how many people they had killed. Therefore, he stretched out his 5 fingers and shot out hundreds of sword rays. Each ray turned into a long rainbow and accurately killed the remaining warriors of the Black Dragon cult. In an instant, hundreds of people were cut in half, and their corpses fell to the ground. Chapter 1327. None of the warriors in the square were frightened. Instead, they clenched their fists and looked extremely excited. They looked at Lin Xian as if they were looking at a god. Their eyes were filled with endless admiration and gratitude. Lin Xian was their savior. The dead Black Dragon sect disciples were demons and deserved to be killed. Many of them could not control their anger. They took out their swords and slashed at the corpses on the ground. More than one person did that. One could imagine how many sins the Black Dragon sect had committed in Tianshan country and even the entire Tianan region. Meanwhile, in the void, DK, who was hanging by countless chains, was completely stunned. He had thought that today was his doomsday and did not plan to live anymore. He would rather die than live a hellish life. However, what he didn't expect was that at the moment before his death, a shocking change occurred. A handsome young man with fluttering black hair killed the triangular-eyed man with one punch. He also killed hundreds of Black Dragon sect disciples in an instant. It was like a legend to him. However, when he saw the young man's face, he was even more shocked. He was completely stunned. Although almost 5 years had passed and the young man had grown up, he could still vaguely see the young man's face. "Lin Xian, you're Lin Xian." DK trembled with excitement. 2 streams of tears flowed from his old eyes. He did not expect that the godlike person who had descended on the square to save him was Lin Xian. Yesterday, he was still lamenting how he missed Lin Xian. He did not expect Lin Xian to really appear today. Was he really sent by the heavens to save the entire Tianshan country? Lin Xian looked at the old figure in the sky and felt extremely emotional. A few years ago, he had treated the old man's leg. Not only that, but he was also very familiar with the Elixir King Square. This was where he had won first place in the Elixir King tournament and obtained the White Dragon Ascension Elixir. It was because of that elixir that he obtained the Great Dragon Sword Soul. It could be said that this was a very important turning point for him. His gaze condensed into 2 rays of sword light that shot into the sky, instantly shattering the chains. Following this, Lin Xian waved his hand and DK landed beside him. "Lin Xian, it's really you." DK trembled with excitement as he watched the miraculous scene unfold before him. "It's me." Lin Xian nodded and took out a pill from his storage ring. "Don't say anything. Take this pill." After receiving the pill, DK was even more shocked. Just from the fragrance alone, he knew that this was definitely a divine medicine. Perhaps even the Divine Pill Hall, one of the 8 great halls of the Black Dragon cult, would not be able to refine such a pill. However, looking at Lin Xian's appearance, he seemed very casual and normal. Could it be that he had so many precious medicinal pills in his hands? DK was very confused, but he still swallowed it quickly. In the next moment, His entire body began to tremble because he could clearly feel that all the injuries on his body had healed. Not only that, but his damaged body had also instantly recovered to its peak. What kind of pill is this? It's too miraculous. Looking at the excited DK, Lin Xin sighed inside. This was just an ordinary Tier 7 medicinal pill, but in these people's eyes, it was a divine medicine. It seemed that they really hadn't had a good time these past few years. Although DK was excited, he didn't forget about the important matter at hand. He hastily grabbed Lin Xin and said, "Lin Xin, hurry and save the Heavenly Mountain Empire." Originally, he had already despaired, feeling that there was no hope for him and his empire. But now, Lin Xin's appearance gave him hope once more. "Where is the main force of your Heavenly Mountain Empire locked up?" asked Lin Xin. Since he's already here, he will naturally help these people. However, his time was limited, and he couldn't save all the Heavenly Mountain Empire's martial artists. So he had his own idea. That was to save the Heavenly Mountain Empire's peak martial artists and then have them save themselves. Seeing Lin Xin agree, DK was also excited. He quickly said, "They're all in Pill Valley." Yes, the Heavenly Mountain Empire's medicinal pills were flourishing, so those alchemy grandmasters were the strongest martial artists in the city. As for those people, they were currently locked up in Pill Valley and had to refine medicinal pills for the Black Dragon cult to use. "All right, then let's go to Pill Valley. Point me in the right direction." After saying that, Lin Xin's body glowed with a dazzling light that enveloped Quebec. Then, he turned into a ray of sword radiance and charged into the distance. As for the Heavenly Mountain Empire's martial artists in the plaza, they were constantly kowtowing in the direction Lin Xin had left. Old man DK was shocked. Lin Xin's speed was too fast. He had never seen anything like this before. If it wasn't for the light protecting Lin Xin's speed would have been enough to tear his body apart. He didn't dare to imagine just what realm Lin Xin had reached. He was definitely at the Venerable Realm. As for what heaven stage he was at, he didn't know. The two of them quickly arrived near Pill Valley. DK pointed to a mountain valley in front of them. That is Pill Valley. All of the Heavenly Mountain Empire's medicinal pills are imprisoned there. However, the Black Dragon cult is heavily guarding it. There's no way to charge in. There are quite a few venerables among them. There are even third heaven stage venerables. Before DK could finish speaking, he saw Lin Xin walk over. "Young Master Lin, be careful. There are third heaven stage venerables ahead," warned Quebec. In his view, third heaven stage venerables were already incredible existences, far surpassing the triangular-eyed man from before. So he had to be careful. He had even thought of a plan to sneak in. But now it seemed Lin Xin wasn't planning on being careful at all. He was like a war god, rapidly walking through the air. His terrifying voice shook the surroundings like thunder. As expected, Lin Xin's actions drew the attention of the Black Dragon cult's people near Pill Valley. Two small squads quickly flew over. These two squads each had 30 people. The captains were first heaven stage venerables, and there were quite a few half-step venerables and peak spirit detecting experts. "Who are you? How dare you cause trouble here? Hurry up and kneel, or you'll die without a corpse," shouted the two first heaven stage venerables. However, Lin Xin's expression was ice cold. He raised his hands and clenched them. Those two first heaven stage venerables were involuntarily sucked toward him. What? The distant Black Dragon cult's disciples were shocked. The two first heaven stage venerables were horrified. They did their best to struggle, but it was useless. In the next moment, they were sucked into Lin Xin's hands. As for Lin Xin, he tightened his grip around their necks. Crack. Chapter 1328. "Take their storage rings," Lin Xin said to the people behind him. DK was completely stunned. Although he had seen Lin Xin's power before, he was still shocked to see it again. Only when Lin Xin reminded him did he come back to his senses. He quickly took the two venerable storage rings. As for the Black Dragon cult disciples in the distance, although they didn't know who Lin Xin was, they felt their scalps go numb when they saw how easily he killed their captains. They knew that this was an expert, so they quickly retreated to report it. However, in the next moment, two sword lights flew out of Lin Xian's hands and enveloped the two groups of cultivators. Bloody mist exploded, and those cultivators were all cut to pieces. Only their storage rings remained floating in the air. During this entire process, Lin Xian didn't stop at all. He continued to walk through the air. In an instant, the two groups were completely wiped out. DK, who was behind Lin Xian, was extremely excited. He followed Lin Xian and searched through the storage rings in the air. Lin Xian had no intention of hiding himself at all, so it didn't take long for another Black Dragon cult martial practitioner to discover him. However, those people's fates were the same as before. They were killed by Lin Xian with a single blow. Not good. The enemy is too strong. Retreat. The other Black Dragon cult disciples all fled. As for Lin Xian, a ball of black flames flew out of his eyes, forming a black sea of flames. Those fleeing cultivators were all burned to ashes. Shock. Absolute shock. In an instant, over 100 Black Dragon cult disciples were killed. As for the alchemists in Pill Valley, they also noticed the battle in the sky and let out startled cries. What's going on? Someone is attacking the Black Dragon cult. Who is it? They killed hundreds of Black Dragon cult disciples in an instant. Is it someone from the Martial Alliance? The alchemists below were shocked. As for the Pill Alliance's head and the other elders, they were also shocked because they saw DK in the air. It's Old Man DK, shouted the Pill Alliance's head. What? DK, that old bastard. Wasn't he killed? How is he still alive? The surrounding people also had mixed feelings. However, when they saw Old Man DK flying over with a young man, they were all excited. Old Monster DK, are you all right? That's great. Those old men were extremely excited, and the surrounding alchemist also cheered. This is? The president of the Pill Alliance and the others looked at Lin Xian because they clearly saw that the young man in front of them had killed all the warriors of the Black Dragon cult. Lin Xian, he's Lin Xian, the young man who won the Pill King tournament back then. Old Man DK quickly said. Lin Xian. Hearing this, everyone was shocked and stood rooted to the ground. Because just yesterday, they were still talking about that young man, and many people were still sighing. However, he had not expected that the other party would appear today. Furthermore, he had appeared in such a powerful manner. With a raise of his hand, he had killed several hundred Black Dragon cult cultivators. This method was simply too heaven-defying. Lin Xian, it's really Lin Xian. Oh my God, am I dreaming? Young Master Lin, are you from the Martial Alliance? Everyone was excited. However, Lin Xian shook his head slightly. I'm not from the Martial Alliance, but I came back this time to take care of the Black Dragon cult. Hearing Lin Xian's words, everyone was excited. At that moment, a cold snort came from behind. Take care of the Black Dragon cult? How arrogant! Young man, you're the one who killed my subordinates. How dare you kill the people of the Black Dragon cult? I advise you to kneel down and accept your death. Otherwise, I'll make you regret it. A cruel voice was heard, and the expressions of everyone in the valley changed. This was because they were extremely familiar with the voice. It was the Honorable Master who was watching over them. The Honorable Master was a deacon of the Ravengale Hall. His cultivation was at the third heaven of the Honorable Master, and he could be said to be extremely powerful. At that moment, seeing the Honorable Master rushing over aggressively, all the alchemists trembled. Lin Xian also turned around and coldly raised his head. As expected, there was a large man in the sky behind him. His muscles bulged, and his aura was extremely powerful. He was at the third heaven of the Honorable Realm. Behind him stood 8 other martial artists, all of whom were at the second sky of the Honorable Realm. It was no wonder these alchemists were so afraid. With this person's power, killing all the alchemists here would be as easy as flipping a hand. However, now that Lin Xian had arrived, the situation had changed. Lin Xian looked at the sky and said coldly, "All of you, kneel by the side and wait for my orders." What? The Pill Valley's alchemists were all dumbfounded. They didn't dare to imagine that a youth would dare to say such words to a third heaven honorable. Was he not afraid of death? It had to be known that this was a third heaven honorable. He wasn't one of those first heaven honorables from before. Even the Pill Alliance's head and the other seniors' expressions changed. There were even quite a few people who hastily sent messages to Lin Xian to flee. Of those people, only DK's expression didn't change. He was already numb. As for the Black Dragon Cult's venerables, they began to crazily laugh upon hearing Lin Xian's words. What did you say? You want us to kneel to the side? Wait for your orders? Brat, it goes without saying that you're the first person I've seen in all these years who dares to say such words. Don't worry, I'll give you some special treatment in a bit. You actually dare to say such words to us? You really don't know life from death. Brat, kneel on the ground and break your own arms. Cripple your own martial arts, and I'll leave you an intact corpse. Otherwise, I'll make sure you die without a burial ground. The group of people roared furiously, and the ferocious man at the front had a sinister expression. However, Lin Xian just stood there with his hands clasped behind his back, a disdainful smile on his face. Although he didn't say anything, that disdainful smile caused the Black Dragon Cult's people to go crazy. In the past year, they had seen all kinds of fearful gazes. When had they ever been mocked like this? Therefore, those people couldn't stand it at all. In the next moment, the burly man at the front roared furiously and charged toward Lin Xian. Although he was huge, he arrived in front of Lin Xian in an instant. Boom! With a single punch, even the void exploded. The terrifying power was like a ferocious beast that quickly rushed toward Lin Xian. Oh no! Retreat! The Alchemy Guild's president and the surrounding elders all had a drastic change in expression as they frantically retreated. The alchemists around them even closed their eyes, unable to bear to watch any longer. Even DK's scalp went numb. That was because his opponent's power was too terrifying. He couldn't withstand it at all. Although he had seen Lin Xian's power, he didn't think that Lin Xian could withstand that punch. Chapter 1329. Bam! In the next moment, the terrifying fist landed on Lin Xian's body with an earth-shattering sound. The entire valley trembled as countless boulders fell from the mountain. What? That's impossible. However, just as everyone was in despair, the ferocious man in front of them suddenly screamed as if he had encountered something terrifying. Everyone's heart skipped a beat as they opened their eyes and looked ahead. Then, they were all stunned. He was fine. He was actually fine. That ferocious punch landed on Lin Xian's body, but nothing happened to him. Even Lin Xian's clothes did not change. What was going on? Everyone was dumbfounded. Even the 8 second-level supremacies behind him were dumbfounded. You. The ferocious man was even more shocked. He was very confident in his punch, as even a martial artist of the same level would not be able to withstand it. However, nothing happened to Lin Xian. Even a 4th or 5th heavenly layer venerable would not be able to do this. Who exactly was Lin Xian? How could he have such means? The ferocious man could not understand. However, in the next moment, he screamed in agony. That was because Lin Xian had stretched out his palm and grabbed his fist before pulling it forcefully. Crack! Crack! The arm that had landed on Lin Xian's body was immediately torn off. Blood flowed out as white bones and flesh were exposed. The ferocious man did not expect that at all. He was in so much pain that his entire body was twisted. Kid, I'll kill you. He had never suffered such a serious injury before. Hence, he was like a mad beast as he punched Lin Xian with his other fist. However, Lin Xian's expression was cold as he raised his palm and gently pressed it against the ferocious man's head. Boom! The ferocious man's head turned into a bloody mist in an instant. It was a real bloody mist as not even a bit of flesh was left behind. Plop! The headless body fell to the ground as blood flowed out and dyed the entire ground red. On the other hand, Lin Xian's body was spotless, as if he was an immortal that had descended to the mortal world. What? He's dead. Everyone widened their eyes in disbelief. That was a 3rd heaven honorable realm expert, a supreme expert in their eyes. However, he had been killed so easily that he did not even have the chance to fight back. For a moment, everyone looked at Lin Xian, their minds blank. They couldn't imagine what kind of strength was needed to accomplish such a feat. The elders of the Alchemy Guild were even more shocked. It was no wonder that the other party did not run away, and even had a look of disdain on his face. It turned out that a third heavenly layer venerable realm expert could not even withstand a single blow from him. The 8-second sky venerables felt their scalps go numb. They knew that the young man in front of them was definitely a super expert. He wasn't someone they could contend against. Retreat. Retreat quickly. Quickly report to the Hall Master that a super expert has appeared in the Heavenly Mountain Empire. In the next moment, the 8 of them looked at each other and quickly soared into the sky, flying in 8 different directions. Oh no, we can't let them escape. The Alchemy Guild's Hall Master and the others' expressions changed. If they let them escape, they would definitely bring even more cultivators. At that time, the Heavenly Mountain Empire would be finished. However, as Lin Xian looked at the fleeing figures, the disdain on his face grew. He raised his arm and shot a sword light into the sky. Immediately, the sword light turned into 8 shooting stars that shot toward the 8 fleeing people. In the next moment, the 8 sword lights pierced through the 8 second heaven honorables and nailed their corpses to the ground. In an instant, 8 second heaven honorables had been killed. In Pill Valley, the alchemist gulped. This was too heaven-defying. Killing venerables with a raise of his hand was something they did not even dare to dream of. Many of them were shocked because many of them had seen Lin Xian before. At that time, he was still a youth who was inferior to them. However, in just 4 or 5 years, he had already grown to such a terrifying level. Sir Lin, let's leave quickly. This big man is a deacon of the Ravengale Hall. There are many experts around. If we don't leave quickly, it will be very troublesome if we are surrounded. The Alchemy Guild's Hall Master said quickly. The others nodded in agreement. This was the best opportunity for them to escape. However, Lin Xian shook his head slightly. No rush. Let's wait here. When everyone arrives, we will deal with them all together. It will save us from wasting time searching everywhere. What? Sir Lin, do you want to kill everyone? Hearing this, the alchemists' hearts pounded wildly. To be honest, they did not believe it. However, what had happened earlier deeply stimulated them. Perhaps Lin Xian could really fight against the Black Dragon sect. Lin Xian took out a few recovery pills and gave them to the Alchemy Guild's Hall Master and the others. Old Man DK, on the other hand, led some alchemists to quickly collect the storage rings of the corpses. After taking the pills, the Alchemy Guild's Hall Master and the others felt the changes in their bodies and immediately screamed. Heavens! What miraculous pills! What grade is this? Could it be the legendary divine pill? The group of alchemists was very excited. Lin Xian asked in a deep voice, "Tell me about the situation here." Hearing this, the Alchemy Guild's Ravengale Hall Master sighed. The ones bullying us are mainly the Ravengale Hall of the Black Dragon sect. They have many venerables, but we don't have any venerables here. So even if we want to fight back, we don't have the strength to do so. What about the other countries? Are they the same? Lin Xian asked again. They are about the same. The Black Dragon sect has 8 halls, and they basically occupy the entire Tianan region. Only the Martial Alliance, some hidden families, and the young geniuses can fight against the Black Dragon sect. The others have basically all fallen. Hearing this, Lin Xian nodded and said again, "When those people come later, I will kill them. The rest will be up to you. After all, I can't stay here for too long." Seeing the alchemist's disappointed faces, Lin Xian said, "Don't worry, I will help you improve your strength to the Venerable Realm." What? To the Venerable Realm? Do you also have that magical crystal? This time, everyone around was excited. Crystal? What crystal? You mean the crystal that can greatly improve a martial artist's cultivation? They were too excited. If the contestants really had that kind of stone, they could instantly become venerables. However, to their disappointment, Lin Xian shook his head. "I don't have that kind of stone you're talking about. I have other ways to help you break through to the Venerable Realm. By the way, what's the crystal you mentioned? Can you tell us in detail?" "We don't know the details. We only know that this kind of stone suddenly appeared more than half a year ago, and it allowed the people of the Black Dragon sect to greatly improve in a short period of time. By the way, that stone seems to have come from the Xia, the Alchemy Guild's Hall Master said. Chapter 1330. This time, Lin Xian's expression changed. This wasn't good news for him. If that thing really had come from the Great Xia, then the Great Xia's situation would be even worse than the Tianshan Empire. It seems I can't stay here. I have to return to the Great Xia. Lin Xian didn't hesitate and took out medicinal pills. Here are 8 medicinal pills. They should be enough for you to break through to the Exalted Realm. I'll go kill all the Black Dragon cult's disciples and then leave the Tianshan Empire. Without waiting for them to react, Lin Xian soared into the sky. Countless Black Dragon cult's disciples had gathered in a city very close to Pill Valley. They had long since received news that some experts had come to help Pill Valley and oppose the Black Dragon cult. At this moment, a bald man with a powerful aura was gathering the surrounding disciples to prepare a counterattack against Pill Valley. This bald man was one of the Ravengale Hall's important generals. His cultivation base had reached the 4th heaven stage of the Venerate realm. He could be said to have the highest cultivation base within the Tianshan Empire. Beside him was a white-robed youth with an evil charm. Although he was young, his aura didn't seem to be any weaker than the bald man. I didn't expect to encounter such a situation as soon as I arrived. It seems the Tianshan Empire hasn't been completely tamed yet, said the evil youth. How about it? Do you need my Divine Pill Hall to take action? This white-robed youth was from the Divine Wind Hall. The Divine Pill Hall was the same as the Ravengale Hall. They were also one of the Black Dragon cult's 8 great halls. The bald man smiled. Don't worry, my Ravengale Hall can handle this matter. I'd like to see who has the guts to cause trouble in my territory. Boom. However, he had only just finished speaking when a huge palm descended from the sky, smashing into the plaza. Countless Black Dragon cult's disciples were blown to bits. For a moment, flesh and blood splattered everywhere, and blood sprayed everywhere. The entire square turned into a living hell. What? Seeing this scene, the pupils of the bald man and the evil-looking youth beside him, as well as the surrounding experts, suddenly shrank. This was because they had not felt any danger at all. As for how that huge palm had appeared, they had no idea. Damn it, who is it? Get out here. Seeing so many of his subordinates die at once, the bald man roared madly. At the side, the young man with the wicked eyebrows did not look good either. Their muscles tensed as they quickly scanned their surroundings, trying to find the enemy. The next moment, a figure descended in front of them. Who is it? Could it be that you did it just now? The bald man and the evil-looking youth looked at the figure in front of them with bewilderment, because this was not what they had expected. In their opinion, only those from the Martial Alliance could go against the Black Dragon River. Moreover, the person who could do such a thing must be a super elder in the Martial Alliance. However, the figure in front of him was a young man. In fact, he was even a few years younger than the evil youth. Such a young person, no matter how talented he was, should only be at the spirit transformation realm or the spirit detecting realm. How could he have such power? This figure was naturally Lin Xian. He glanced at the front and then said in a deep voice, "It seems that you are the so-called remnants of the Ravengale Hall." Remnants? Kid, you're courting death. The supremacies were enraged when they heard that. It really is you. Since that's the case, you can all die. Lin Xian's eyes flickered like the god of death. How dare you? How dare you? You're courting death. Lin Xian's words enraged them. When had they ever been looked down upon like this? The bald man roared furiously. He pulled out the saber on his back and quickly slashed it forward. Kid, go to hell. He did not care who the young man in front of him was. Only death awaited him for daring to say such things. The saber gleam flashed ferociously like a ferocious tiger descending the mountain. The surrounding martial artists cheered when the saber was slashed out. In their opinion, as long as their boss slashed out with the saber, the arrogant kid in front of them would definitely be split in half. However, they were stunned in the next moment. Even the smiles on their faces froze. That was because that ferocious saber was actually caught by the other party. Moreover, it was caught by the other party with 2 fingers. Their eyes almost popped out when they saw that. 2 fingers actually caught their boss's full-powered attack? How is that possible? Too weak. Lin Xian shook his head slightly. Then, he exerted some force with his fingers. Immediately, the huge saber broke into 2 with a crack. What? It broke? The bald man was stunned. He could not believe it. Not only did the other party catch his attack, but he also broke his saber. That was something that he did not dare to imagine. However, Lin Xian was not willing to talk nonsense with him. He simply threw out a punch and directly hit the bald man's chest. Immediately, the bald man's ribs broke and a transparent round hole appeared in his chest. Plop. The bald man's corpse knelt on the ground. His pupils suddenly dilated. Even until his death, he could not believe that someone could kill him with a single punch. That scene deeply stunned everyone in the hall. One had to know that their boss was a 4th Heaven Martial Honor Realm patriarch who would soon break through to the 5th Heaven Martial Honor Realm. He was extremely powerful. However, at that moment, he was killed with a single punch. Demon, you're a demon. The remaining supremacies felt their scalps go numb. Their expressions changed drastically as they retreated, wanting to escape. However, Lin Xian's body swayed. Like a ghost, he appeared in front of everyone in an instant. He quickly attacked. Every time, it was a simple punch. The seemingly simple punch became a fatal punch in the eyes of these people. Every one of them was like a piece of paper, unable to withstand the power of that punch. Boom, 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 boom. The bodies of those supremacies split open one by one and were blasted into pieces. In an instant, all 18 supremacies in the hall were dead. Only the evil-looking young man in white was left. The evil-looking young man looked at Lin Xian's back. His entire body trembled and his pants were wet. He was so scared that he peed his pants. He could not believe that there was such a terrifying person in the world who could kill 18 supremacies in an instant. Every single one of them was killed with a single punch. The only person who could do this was probably their hall master. Who are you? The evil-looking young man was so scared that his voice trembled. Lin Xian turned around and asked coldly, "Are you also from the Ravengale Hall?" No, I'm not from the Ravengale Hall. I'm from the Divine Pill Hall," the evil-looking young man quickly said. He thought that Lin Xian was only targeting the Ravengale Hall. However, Lin Xian frowned. His eyes flashed with cold killing intent. "Divine Pill Hall? So you're also from the Black Dragon sect? In that case, go to hell." Chapter 1331. Lin Xian frowned, and a cold killing intent flashed in his eyes. "Divine Pill Hall? So you're also a member of the Black Dragon sect? If that's the case, then die." As he spoke, he clawed at the young man. The evil young man's expression changed drastically. He did not expect Lin Xian to attack the entire Black Dragon sect. He found it ridiculous because the Black Dragon sect was the overlord of the entire Tianan region. However, he did not have time to laugh at Lin Xian because the terrifying palm had already reached for him. "Damn it, get lost." The evil-looking young man shouted angrily. He quickly shot out a flame and rushed forward. Boom. The flame was terrifying and burned fiercely. It was going to burn Lin Xian to ashes. It was alchemy fire, the flame that the evil young man was proud of. His cultivation was also at the 4th heaven of the venerable realm. He was not weaker than the bald man from before. Not only that, but he also had a strange alchemy fire, so his overall strength was stronger. Now that he was forced into a corner, he could only use all his strength to escape. "Die!" the evil young man roared. However, the flame that he was proud of had no effect on Lin Xian. In an instant, Lin Xian grabbed the young man's neck and twisted it forcefully. "No, you can't kill me." The evil young man shouted crazily and wanted to beg for mercy. However, his neck was broken halfway through his sentence. Plop. Lin Xian threw the young man's body aside. At that moment, DK, the president of the Alchemy Guild, and the others had just arrived. They were shocked when they saw the countless venerable corpses in the hall. "They're all dead?" Their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Those people who ruled Tianshan country were the true powerhouses. Each of them could wipe out Tianshan country, but they were all killed at that moment. Lin Xian turned around and said to DK and the others, "That's all I can do. The rest is up to you. You're all venerables now, and the strongest person in Tianshan country has been killed by me. You can distribute the resources as you wish. Try your best to survive. Don't fight the Black Dragon sect head-on. When I'm done with the Xia, I'll launch an attack on the Black Dragon sect." With that, Lin Xian flew into the sky and quickly disappeared into the horizon. Only a group of people looked at the sky and could not help but exclaim, "Whoosh!" In the next moment, Lin Xian returned to the spirit boat and quickly steered the spirit boat towards the Xia country. "How is it? Do you know those people down there?" Murong Qingcheng and the others asked. "Some old friends, but they were captured by the Black Dragon sect, so I'm dealing with them. Now, let's go to the Xia country immediately. There seems to be a mutation there," Lin Xian said. "What? What mutation?" Murong Qingcheng and the others were confused. It's said that there's a kind of crystal that can increase a warrior's strength instantly. That's how the venerables of the Black Dragon sect appeared. There's such a magical thing in the world? Murong Qingcheng was surprised. Luo Bingshan was also moved. The dark red divine dragon held his chin and thought carefully. It's not that there aren't things that can instantly increase a warrior's cultivation, but they're all extremely precious. But according to what you said, countless warriors of the Black Dragon sect have benefited. That's impossible. If there are so many things that can increase a warrior's cultivation, then why are we still cultivating? The dark red divine dragon was very confused. He thought for a long time but still couldn't figure it out. Lin Xian also took a deep breath. "Don't think about it. You'll know when we reach the Xia." The incident in Tianshan country happened so quickly that the Black Dragon sect didn't notice it at all. Moreover, Tianshan country was just an ordinary country. There were thousands of countries like it in the Tianan region, so it wasn't worth paying attention to. In other words, they didn't know about the arrival of Lin Xian and the others. The Xia wasn't too far away from the Tianshan country. With Lin Xian and the others' speed, they could reach it in a day. As they got closer and closer to the Xia, Lin Xian also became nervous. He was afraid that something would happen to his family, so he was extremely nervous. Murong Qingcheng comforted him from the side. The dark red divine dragon was excited and couldn't wait to run to the Xia immediately. He really wanted to know what could be so magical that it could instantly increase a warrior's cultivation. The Xia was located in a very remote location in the Tianan region. It was originally just an ordinary small country that wouldn't attract anyone's attention. However, half a year ago, a mysterious crystal appeared here. The crystal was very magical. It contained a mysterious energy that could increase a warrior's cultivation by a large margin. At first, the crystal wasn't discovered by humans, but was swallowed by a demon beast. Suddenly, that ordinary demon beast turned into a powerful demon general in an instant. As this happened more and more, it finally attracted the attention of the warriors. However, the Black Dragon sect had fully recovered and was wantonly invading the Tianan region. At that time, the Xia was controlled by the Nether Hall. Therefore, this matter was quickly discovered by the Nether Hall, and the entire Black Dragon sect was shocked. Later on, the Xia was controlled by the upper echelons of the Black Dragon sect. Most of the mysterious crystals fell into the hands of the Black Dragon sect. Of course, not all of them. There were also experts and geniuses from the Martial Alliance, as well as those who were lucky enough to obtain some. However, compared to the Black Dragon sect, the number was pitifully small. From then on, the Xia became a place that the Black Dragon sect paid great attention to. This was because this was the production area of the mysterious crystal. However, other than the mysterious crystal, there was another place that was listed as a forbidden area. That was the Swordpool Mansion. The Swordpool Mansion was too strange. The entire mansion was completely wrapped in ice and outsiders couldn't enter at all. Even the supremacies of the Black Dragon sect couldn't break through the ice. Later on, it was said that the Black Dragon sect's guardians were alarmed and came to investigate. In the end, they didn't break through, but they gave an order. The entire Swordpool Mansion was sealed off and no outsiders were allowed to approach. On the other side, The moment Lin Xian entered the territory of the Xia, he unleashed his powerful soul force to investigate the sword pool mansion. When he sensed the dense cold air, he heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the sword pool mansion is still the same. It's wrapped in ice and hasn't been broken. It seems that those people from the Black Dragon sect didn't succeed. However, this also made him very puzzled because the sword pool mansion would definitely attract the attention of the Black Dragon sect, and those supremacies would also make a move. Now that the sword pool mansion was still wrapped in ice, it meant that the other party had failed. What kind of ice was it that even the supremacies couldn't break through? This made Lin Xian very puzzled. Chapter 1332. In the sky, the spirit boat flew quickly like a bolt of lightning, streaking across the sky above the state of Great Xia. Soon, Lin Xian and the others arrived above the sword pool mansion. Just as they had expected, the situation in the state of Great Xia was worse than that in the Tianshan country. The strongest Black Dragon sect warrior in the Tianshan country was only at the fourth heaven of the Venerable Realm. In the state of Great Xia, fourth heaven venerables could be seen everywhere. In addition, there were fifth heaven, sixth heaven, and even seventh heaven venerables. It seemed that the rumors were true. The mysterious crystal that could increase a warrior's cultivation came from the state of Great Xia. Otherwise, the Black Dragon sect would not have sent so many experts to this remote country. None of these venerables noticed that there was a spirit boat above them. Not to mention these people, the spirit boat had a formation that concealed its aura. Even 8th or 9th heaven supremacy experts might not be able to sense it. Lin Xian stood on the spirit boat and quickly probed below with his soul power. Below, there was an azure ice city that was releasing traces of cold air. It was like the legendary Ice Kingdom. There was a defensive array around it that blocked the cold air and prevented it from spreading. In addition, there were many pavilions and palaces near the sword pool mansion. Each of them had the flag of the Black Dragon sect. Obviously, they were responsible for guarding the place. One of the pavilions was very majestic. It had a total of 32 floors and was 100 feet tall. It was magnificent and looked like a heavenly pillar standing on the ground. Countless warriors were entering and exiting the huge pavilion. These people were all elites of the Black Dragon sect. If Lin Xian wanted to know about the sword pool mansion, he naturally looked at the majestic pavilion. With his outstanding soul power, he could clearly hear the conversation in the building. On the 23rd floor of the pavilion, a hunchbacked old man's eyes were like lightning. He had the aura of a sixth heaven venerable. He asked his subordinate in a deep voice, "How are the preparations going?" "We're almost done. This time, we've recruited many array masters and even invited the 3rd Division Master of the Divine Pill Hall. I think with his Fire Cloud Earth Fire, he should be able to break the ice outside the sword pool mansion." A middle-aged man in black light armor quickly reported. After the hunchbacked old man heard this, he nodded in satisfaction. "Since you're ready, let's do it tomorrow. This sword pool manor actually has such strange ice. I think there must be some kind of rare treasure inside. Therefore, no matter what, we have to break it open. I'd rather miss it than miss it. I won't let the treasure escape in front of me." The hunchbacked old man revealed an evil smile. Then, he said in a deep voice, "All of you can leave now. Go and prepare. Also, we must tighten our defenses tonight. We must not let anything happen at the most critical moment." The warriors under him nodded, then turned around and prepared to leave. However, when they pushed open the door to the conference hall, they found an unfamiliar young man standing outside. "Which branch are you from? Why was he here? Don't you know the rules?" Seeing this young man blocking their way, an elder snorted in displeasure. However, the mysterious young man in front of him had an ice-cold expression. His body stood there like a boulder and did not move at all. In the main hall, the Black Dragon sect members were even more displeased. Suddenly, their pupils constricted as if they had discovered something. Then, they shrieked, "You're not a disciple of the Black Dragon sect? Who are you? Why are you here?" They had indeed discovered something strange because the young man's clothes did not have the symbol of the Black Dragon sect. No matter what clothes the Black Dragon sect wore, there would be a black dragon as a symbol. However, The young man did not have such a symbol. This meant that the young man was definitely not a member of the Black Dragon sect. The mysterious young man in front of them was indeed not a member of the Black Dragon sect because he was Lin Xian. Previously, he had used his soul power on the spirit boat to gather information. Soon, he heard the conversation in the conference room. When he found out that these people wanted to attack the Sword Pool Mansion tomorrow, an uncontrollable killing intent rose from his body. No one could attack his people. That was his bottom line. Now, someone actually dared to touch his bottom line. Therefore, he arrived outside the conference hall in an instant. Since these people wanted to attack the Sword Pool Mansion tomorrow, he could only destroy them today. However, the elders in the hall were extremely displeased that the young man dared to ignore their words. Men, where's the enforcers? Take him down. Interrogate him. We must find out who he is. How did he get in? The hunchbacked old man shouted coldly. His voice was filled with endless majesty. The others also frowned. Yes, their place could be said to be very confidential. There were groups of guards outside, so outsiders could not enter at all. However, the young man in front of them appeared here, which made them very puzzled. No need to shout. Are the guards you mentioned them? Lin Xian waved his hand, and more than 10 heads fell to the ground. Every head was covered in blood, and those people even had terrified expressions on their faces. What? Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded because the heads on the ground belonged to the law enforcement team outside. However, at this moment, they were all killed. Moreover, they did not know when the young man attacked. Thinking of this, they broke out in cold sweat. This was because such a situation would only happen when the difference between the two sides was too great. Otherwise, if the two sides attacked, they would definitely know. In other words, the mysterious young man's strength was beyond their expectations. He could kill their people silently. But how was that possible? Those law enforcement team members were all venerable ones. Who could kill so many venerable ones silently? In the hall, these people did not dare to believe it. However, these people would not sit still and wait for death. Many of them started to send voice transmissions to mobilize people from their floors. The middle-aged man in black armor from before strode out and asked coldly, "Who are you? What's your purpose here?" Lin Xian did not answer his question. Instead, he asked in return, "Are you going to attack the Sword Pool Mansion tomorrow?" Hearing this, everyone frowned, and the burly man in black armor's pupils constricted. He said in a sharp voice, "Are you from the Sword Pool Mansion?" "That's right. I'm from the Sword Pool Mansion," Lin Xian said coldly. "Since you want to attack my clansmen, then don't blame me for annihilating all of you." Hearing that he was from the Sword Pool Mansion, everyone was shocked, and the middle-aged man in black armor even laughed wildly. "Good, that's really great. We were worried that we didn't know the secrets of the Sword Pool Mansion. I didn't expect you to deliver yourself to us. Kid, kneel down obediently and tell me all the secrets of the Sword Pool Mansion. I can leave your corpse intact. Otherwise, you and your clansmen will be torn into pieces." Chapter 1333. Great. That's great. We were worried that we didn't know the secrets of the Sword Pool Mansion. I didn't expect you to deliver yourself to us. Boy, kneel down obediently and tell me all the secrets of the Sword Pool Mansion. If you do, I'll leave your corpse intact. Otherwise, you and your clansmen will be torn into pieces. The burly man in black armor had a cruel smile on his face. Everyone else in the room laughed maniacally. Great. They could finally unravel the secrets of the Sword Pool Mansion. Moreover, Lin Xian's face darkened. Endless killing intent emerged from his body. These people still dared to have designs on the Sword Pool Mansion. They really deserve to die. How dare you have designs on the Lin family? You deserve to die. Lin Xian's voice was cold. He stretched out his hand, and a huge suction force came from his palm. Instantly, the middle-aged man in black armor was sucked into his hand. Then, terrifying lightning surged out and enveloped the burly man in black armor. Crackle. The charred body fell to the ground. The burly man in black armor had turned into a dried corpse. His entire body was charred black and the lightning on his body kept trembling. He couldn't be more dead. Who else dares to have designs on the Lin family? Lin Xian's eyes were cold as he swept his gaze across the room. Everyone in the hall was dumbstruck. It was dead silent. In the hall, the people from the Black Dragon sect were completely stunned. They didn't expect the burly man in black armor to be killed so easily without any resistance. This was beyond their expectations. The burly man in black armor wasn't weak. He was at the fifth heaven of the honorable realm and was considered an expert among them. However, such an expert couldn't even withstand one move from the young man in front of them. Moreover, what frightened them even more was that the young man said he was from the Swordpool Mansion. However, since when did the Swordpool Mansion have such an expert? Could he be from the Martial Alliance? The hearts of the elders from the Nether Hall beat wildly. However, they quickly shook their heads. The Martial Alliance was the sworn enemy of the Black Dragon sect. They had detailed information about the young experts in the Martial Alliance, but they didn't know who the young man in front of them was. In that case, there were only two possibilities. The first was that the young man wasn't from the Martial Alliance. The second was that the young man was an expert who had appeared recently. However, no matter which one it wasn't good news to them because they were now enemies. Who are you? What are you trying to do? The hunchbacked elder in the hall asked coldly. I've already said that I'm from the Lin family. As for my purpose, of course, it's to destroy the Black Dragon sect. Exterminate the Black Dragon sect? When they heard this, the elders of the Nether Hall sneered with disdain. Kid, I admit that you're very powerful to be able to kill a fifth heavenly layer venerable. I'm afraid none of us here is a match for you. But don't be too arrogant. You don't know the strength of our Black Dragon sect. Not to mention the sect's guardian elders, even if our hall master were here, he would be able to kill you easily. Exactly. Our Black Dragon is the overlord of the South Horizon region. An ignorant brat like you still dares to clamor here? You're courting death. Don't think that just because your Lin family is frozen, we can't touch you. With the Fire Cloud Earth Fire, we can also break through the ice. When the time comes, everyone from the Swordpool Manor's Lin family will die. Another red-robed elder shouted coldly. His voice was ferocious and his eyes were filled with viciousness. However, just as he finished speaking, he saw Lin Xian slash out a sword light and directly split his body in half. Blood and intestines immediately flowed out of his body. The pungent smell of blood made everyone in the hall want to vomit. I've said it before. If you dare to threaten me with the Swordpool Manor, there's only one outcome. Lin Xian's voice was cold like a god of death. Since you dare to challenge my bottom line, then die. At the end of his sentence, a terrifying killing intent soared from his body. However, at this moment, a low voice suddenly came from the corridor. Countless Black Dragon sect cultivators rushed over and surrounded the entire 23rd floor. Ha 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 ha. Kid, so what if you're strong? Could it be that you can go against the entire Nether Hall? Seeing the surrounding cultivators rushing over, the elders in the hall all laughed wildly. They did not attack earlier not because they were afraid of Lin Xian, but because they were waiting for reinforcements to arrive. Now that everyone in the pavilion had been called over, this was an extremely terrifying force that could definitely kill this kid in front of them. Of course, they would not let Lin Xian die so easily. At the very least, they would let him suffer endless pain. Kid, you're arrogant. How dare you kill someone from the Nether Hall? Today is the day you die. I won't let you die. I'll break all the bones in your body and let you watch as the Swordpool Manor is destroyed. Humph! Your Lin family will become the slaves of the Nether Hall. Slaves for life. You'll never be able to rise again. Those people were very arrogant. They looked at Lin Xian as if they were looking at a dead man. Lin Xian's expression was cold. He did not show any fear because these people were no different from ants in front of him. If it were not for the fact that the Nether Hall was too widespread and spread across several countries, he would even want to wipe out the entire Nether Hall. Since he could not get rid of the Nether Hall in a short period of time, he would not let the people in this pavilion go. How ignorant. Do you think that you can save your lives with more people? Lin Xian's lips curled into a disdainful smile. You're courting death. Kid, you're still so stubborn even when you're about to die. Seeing the disdainful smile, The elders of the Nether Hall were furious. The hunchbacked elder's face was even gloomier. He waved his hand and said to the warriors around him, "Go! Kill him!" As soon as the order was given, the 8 men in black who were walking at the front immediately attacked. 8 fists were thrown from different directions. They were like ferocious beasts as they charged towards Lin Xian at high speed. These 8 people were all experts. They were not inferior to the black-clothed man who had died earlier. If the 8 of them attacked, no one in the pavilion could stop them. Bang, 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 bang. However, such terrifying fists stopped when they were 3 feet away from Lin Xian. They could not move at all. What? How is this possible? Everyone was shocked. The 8 men were even more terrified. They felt an incomparably terrifying power on their bodies, causing them to completely lose the ability to resist. Crack, 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 crack. In the next moment, the 8 of them screamed because their arms were all chopped off, revealing eerie white bones. Not only that, but there was also terrifying lightning surging out. It was like a lightning beast that swallowed them instantly. Boom. 8 charred corpses fell to the ground. Impossible. Seeing this scene, the surrounding people were all stunned. They cried out in horror. In the blink of an eye, the expert from the Black Dragon cult was killed without being able to resist at all. Chapter 1334. In the blink of an eye, the 8 Black Dragon sect experts were killed without being able to resist at all. This was too shocking. They could not believe it. Judging from the way Lin Xian killed the burly man in black armor, he should have surpassed the 5th heaven of the Venerable Realm. However, looking at his age, he was only in his 20s. At most, he was at the 6th heaven of the Venerable Realm. It was impossible for him to be any stronger. However, even a 6th heaven of the Venerable Realm could not kill 8 5th heaven venerables in an instant. It was simply impossible. However, Lin Xian had done it so easily. Are you a 7th heaven of the Venerable Realm? These people looked at Lin Xian with fear. A 7th heaven of the Venerable Realm was a top-notch expert even in the Black Dragon sect. Although they were venerables, they were only a branch of the Nether Hall, so there was no 7th heaven of the Venerable Realm among them. Go and get the Divine Pill Hall's 3rd Division Master. The hunchbacked old man shouted crazily with a terrified expression. They had to hold him back. They still had hope because the Divine Pill Hall's 3rd Division Master was a 7th heaven venerable. Moreover, he had the fire cloud earthly fire in his hands. It could be said that he was extremely terrifying. As long as he could arrive in time, he would definitely be able to kill this little thief in front of him. In the next moment, the hunchbacked old man gave orders crazily again. Go, kill him. Even if he's a 7th heaven venerable, he can't stop so many of us. As far as they knew, a 7th heaven venerable could not fight against so many people. However, this was only their understanding. Seeing the countless Black Dragon sect martial artists, Lin Xian's lips curled into a cold killing intent. In the next moment, his eyes turned red, and his body was surrounded by a terrifying killing intent. A boundless sea of blood quickly appeared and surged behind him. Blood Sword Massacre. A low voice came from his mouth. Lin Xian's killing intent soared into the sky. The sea of blood behind him surged, and boundless killing intent instantly enveloped the entire hall. At this moment, the space was dyed red. Looking at the martial artists who were charging at him quickly, Lin Xian threw a punch. Immediately, the sea of blood behind him surged and turned into a blood dragon that charged forward. Ah! No! In the next moment, a blood-curdling scream rang out. The Black Dragon cult martial artist's body immediately split apart and turned into a bloody mist. In the blink of an eye, the crowded hall was emptied. Looking at this scene, everyone felt their scalps go numb, and their expressions were filled with fear. One punch, just one punch, had killed at least 100 martial artists. Half of them were venerables. What kind of technique is this? How could it be so terrifying? Even a 7th heavenly layer venerable wouldn't be able to do that, right? The eyes of the Black Dragon Society members were filled with despair as they fled madly. However, the entire pavilion was sealed off by Lin Xian's blood sea. No one could escape. Since the moment these people had set their sights on the Sword Pool Mansion, their fates had been sealed. Lin Xian clenched his fist. The sea of blood around him surged, and a blood-red killing sword quickly appeared. Then, he brandished his long sword and streaks of sword chi swept out in all directions. Wherever the sword chi passed, the cultivators were all killed. Massacre. This was simply a massacre, because the two sides were not on the same level at all. One had to know that Lin Xian was an existence that could even kill a half-step king. Most of these people were 4th or 5th heaven venerables. The better ones were at 5th or 6th heaven. The two sides were not on the same level at all. It was like a dragon trampling ants to death. Soon, the martial artists who rushed over from the other floors were all killed by Lin Xian. Only the Nether Hall elders were left in the hall. Blood gathered into a small river and flowed under everyone's feet. The pungent smell of blood made these damned elders have the urge to die. Lin Xian turned around again and stared at those people. Immediately, the elders in the hall trembled and screamed in fear. "What are you trying to do? I'm telling you, don't mess around. We're from the Nether Hall." "No, don't kill me. We'll tell you whatever you want to know. Please let us go." Many people roared, but even more people begged for mercy. A few elders even knelt on the ground and kept kowtowing to Lin Xian. They wanted to exchange for their lives. Lin Xian's expression was cold and even filled with disdain. These people seemed to be powerful and had reached the venerable realm, but deep down, they were even inferior to those in the spirit-detecting realm. They lacked sharpness, bravery, and bloodshed. This was because they did not cultivate their strength at all. They had only reached the venerable realm with the help of external forces. Such people could not unleash the strength that a venerable should have. Once they encountered true danger, they would not dare to risk their lives. Pitiful ants, you're insulting the venerable realm. Lin Xian stretched out his hand. The sea of blood behind him immediately turned into countless blood swords and stabbed forward. "Don't kill me. Save me." Up ahead, the elders of the Black Dragon cult in the Great Hall screamed and quickly fled. However, they could not escape at all. The blood swords in the sky were like blood bolts of lightning. They instantly pierced through those elders and nailed them to death in the air. In the blink of an eye, everyone from the Nether Hall and the pavilion was killed. Lin Xian also recalled the sea of blood. The surrounding blood was all absorbed by him and turned into the power of the sea of blood. It strengthened his blood sword inheritance again. The blood sword inheritance was very strange. The more he killed, the stronger he became. However, Lin Xian was not willing to use it normally. He would only activate the Blood Clan's slaughter inheritance when he met someone who deserved to die. He spread out his soul power and quickly scanned the entire 32nd floor of the pavilion. He did not find anyone who had escaped. Then, he turned around and walked out. The corpses in the corridor were piled up like a mountain and blocked the exit. Lin Xian frowned slightly and wanted to blast the way out. However, a powerful force came from the opposite side and instantly blasted the corpses in the corridor. Not only that, but the corpses were quickly burned and disappeared as if they had never existed. None of this was caused by Lin Xian. Therefore, he stopped and squinted his eyes to look ahead. As expected, two figures appeared in front of him. The one in front was a handsome young man. He was wearing a luxurious robe and had flames gathered to form a fire dragon. Beside the young man with flames stood an old man. He was expressionless and his eyes were dark. He was like a goshawk and emitted an extremely dangerous aura. At this moment, the old man slowly retracted his hand and the flames on his body quickly disappeared. It seemed that the previous attack was from this old man in black. The young man looked around and saw that no one was alive. He did not look angry. Instead, he smiled. "Not bad, not bad. To be able to destroy a branch of the Nether Hall in such a short time, your strength is not bad. You look so young. You should be a young genius. However, I don't have your information." Chapter 1335. You look so young. You should be a young genius, but I don't have any information about you. "I'm curious. Who are you?" asked the flaming youth. "You don't need to know who I am." Lin Xian's expression was cold, and his voice was cold. The young man who was bathed in flames didn't get angry. Instead, he stared at Lin Xian with a smile. You have a personality. I like it. You're definitely not weak. You should be at the seventh sky of the venerable realm. How about it? Are you interested in joining my divine pill hall and being my subordinate? Don't worry. I won't mistreat you. As long as you follow me, I promise to be your subordinate for the rest of your life. I'll make you rich, said the flaming youth. Follow you? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. It was the first time he had heard such words. No one had ever dared to say such words to him. The flaming youth did not know what Lin Xian was thinking. He continued speaking arrogantly. Don't worry. You won't be at a disadvantage if you follow me. Although you're at the seventh sky of the venerable realm and are considered a genius, I'm stronger. I, Fang Yan, am the third leader of the Divine Pill Hall. Once I break the ice in the Sword Pool Mansion, I'll have made a great contribution and will soon become the second leader. Following me is definitely the wisest choice. Our Divine Pill Hall is not like the Nether Hall. We're the number one hall. Fang Yan was very confident. He was indeed confident because the Divine Pill Hall was ranked first in the Black Dragon Church, while the Nether Hall was ranked second from the bottom. Although they were both halls, the gap between them was huge. Fang Yan was young. Not only had his cultivation reached the seventh sky of the venerable realm, but his alchemy skills were also impressive. Not only that, but he was also the third leader of the Divine Pill Hall. His status was as high as Qing Yun. He had countless geniuses working for him. Therefore, in his opinion, as long as he revealed his identity, all the geniuses in the world would submit to him. The young man in front of him was no exception. However, Lin Xian only laughed, and it was a disdainful sneer. Seeing Lin Xian's disdainful smile, the flaming youth opposite him laughed. It seems that you don't believe me, but it doesn't matter. I've met many geniuses before, and none of them believed what I said. But in the end, they still became my subordinates. You are no exception. The flaming youth seemed to have boundless confidence. I'll capture you first, and then bring you back for training. Don't worry, you will recognize me as your master in less than 3 days. He turned his head slightly and said to the black-clothed old man beside him, Catch him? Yes, branch master. The black-robed old man nodded coldly. Then, like a ghost, he rushed forward quickly. He didn't say much, but his attacks were swift and fierce. The claw was like a goshawk. It was very sturdy and was surrounded by countless red flames. With a blazing aura, it quickly tore through the void and grabbed at Lin Xian. Lin Xian stood in place without moving. When the other party attacked, his eyes suddenly became sharp. Not only that, but countless azure auras bloomed around him as if they were going to freeze the entire space. A blue ice fist formed in front of him and quickly blasted forward. Boom! The fist hit the black-robed old man's palm hard and immediately sent him flying. What? The black-robed old man's pupils constricted. He exploded with all his strength and quickly retreated. When he landed, half of his body was already frozen by ice. Ice spiritual power. You are an ice martial artist. The black-robed old man's face was gloomy. He found that the flames in his body were suppressed. This wasn't good news for him because ice and fire were elements that restrained each other. However, who could restrain who depended on the cultivation of both parties? Now, it seemed that the other party was obviously stronger than him. But how could this be? The black-robed old man cursed in disbelief. The other party was only a 20-year-old young man. How could his cultivation be higher than his? This scene made the flaming youth stop smiling. Ice martial soul, I see. No wonder you were so confident and refused to submit to me. It turns out to be the ice martial soul, which is the opposite of the flame martial soul. However, I love to subdue people like you. The flaming youth smiled evilly again, but soon, his smile froze, because the black-robed old man behind him screamed. What? What's going on? The flaming youth suddenly turned around. Then, his pupils constricted and he was stunned. It turned out that the black-robed old man behind him was suddenly pierced by countless icicles. Not only that, the icicles were stained with blood. They froze the black-robed old man's body and formed a human-shaped ice sculpture. Dead? How could this be? The flaming youth couldn't believe it. The old man he brought along was very powerful. His cultivation was at the 7th rank honorable realm. Also, he was a fire-type martial artist like him. Even if the black-robed old man was Lin Xian, he couldn't have been killed instantly. Could it be that the other party's ice power was so terrifying? The flaming youth couldn't figure it out. He could only turn around and stare at Lin Xian. The flames on his body flickered. What method did you use to kill him? Lin Xian sneered disdainfully. You didn't even see how I attacked. You want to subdue me with such strength? Lin Xian's words made the flaming youth's face turn ugly. However, he then snorted coldly. Don't be so smug. The black-robed old man must have been careless. Plus, you sneaked an attack. That's why you succeeded. Brat, you've got guts. You actually dared to kill my people. Today, I'll make you wish you were dead. Not only that, I'll capture you and refine you into my most loyal servant. The flaming youth roared. He waved his hand and formed a red palm. Then, he slammed it in front of him. Everywhere it passed, the air melted and space distorted. Everything around it burned rapidly. Lin Xian sneered disdainfully. Playing with fire in front of me? You're courting death. Then, he looked around. Suddenly, a ball of black flames flew out and landed on the flaming palm. In the next moment, the flaming palm made a sizzling sound and disappeared quickly like ice melting. What? It melted? Flames? How can you have flames? Seeing this, the flaming youth's face finally changed. He couldn't understand how a person could have both the ice power and the fire power at the same time. Looking at the flaming youth's shocked expression, Lin Xian sneered disdainfully. Surprised? Can't believe it? I really don't understand. How can a person like you be so arrogant? Do you really think that you're invincible by relying on external forces to raise your cultivation? Let me tell you, a person like you isn't even an ant in my eyes. Because you don't know how vast the world is, I reckon that with your character and methods, you won't even survive a day in the Tianwu continent. Chapter 1336. This time, the flaming youth was shocked and he screamed. He did not expect that Su Mo was from the Tianwu continent. No wonder he was so powerful. No wonder he could kill so many people in an instant. No wonder he could possess both the ice and fire attributes. Su Mo was a genius martial artist from the Tianwu continent. No, I have to send this news back. Kid, you surprised me. I did not expect you to be from the Tianwu continent. But you are too arrogant. Do you really think you can kill me? Just you wait. When you send the news back, the Black Dragon sect will send real experts to kill you. After saying that, the flaming youth turned to leave. You want to leave? Do you think that is possible? Lin Xian's body flashed and he appeared in front of the flaming youth, blocking his way. You are courting death. How dare you look down on me? The flaming youth was furious. The reason why he did not attack was because Su Mo was too mysterious and possessed both the ice and fire attributes. However, this did not mean that he could tolerate being looked down on. He was the 3rd branch leader of the Divine Pill Hall and a genius of the Tiannan region. Kid, so what if you are from the Tianwu continent? I will let you know how powerful I am. The flaming youth's voice was ferocious. In the next moment, a ball of orange flames appeared in his palm. It was like a cloud floating in his palm. Fire, cloud, earth, fire. Kid, go to hell. When the cloud-like red flames appeared, they emitted a blazing heat. The aura was twice as strong as the previous flames. I have just obtained the fire, cloud, earth, fire, and did not want to use it. I did not expect to meet you. Kid, you should be proud to die under my fire, cloud, earth, fire. The flaming youth's voice was cold, and there was a trace of madness in his eyes. After that, the cloud-like flames quickly merged with his right palm, and his aura suddenly increased by 3 times. Ha 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 ha. So what if you are from the Tianwu continent? I have merged with the fire, cloud, earth, fire. Even an 8th-level honored martial artist is no match for me. Go to hell. Fire, cloud, palm. The flaming youth shouted angrily and struck out with his palm. A red palm left countless afterimages in the air and struck towards Lin Xian. This was the flaming youth's trump card and his greatest trump card. Lin Xian shook his head in disdain. Too weak? The next moment, he also slowly raised his palm, and countless black flames appeared in his palm. Then, he gently pressed forward. Boom! The void collapsed, and a pitch-black black hole appeared. It was as if a giant abyss beast was going to swallow everything around it. In the next moment, something strange happened. Everything around him began to burn rapidly and silently, disappearing into thin air. There was not even a sound. However, this silent burning was too terrifying. Nothing could stop it. The flaming youth revealed a look of horror once again because he found that the fire cloud chapter he had shot out had disappeared without a trace in an instant. What flames? Is terrifying. How? This was because the terrifying black flames had enveloped him in an instant. In the next moment, his palm quickly turned into ashes and disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not only the palm, but the entire body of the flaming youth was engulfed by the black flames in an instant and burned to a crisp. In the end, nothing was left. Lin Xian was expressionless, as if he had done something insignificant. He waved his hand and recalled the black flames. Then, he turned around and left. The pavilion was still the same, but there was no one inside. Not only that, but all of the Black Dragon Sect's forces around the Swordpool Mansion had been uprooted by Lin Xian. No one survived, no one escaped, and no one was able to spread the news. Therefore, the surroundings of the Swordpool Mansion had become dead silent. Perhaps the Black Dragon Sect did not expect their forces to be wiped out in an instant. Lin Xian arrived in front of the Swordpool Mansion now that there was no trouble around. He was not the only one. This time, the Dark Red Dragon, Murong Qingqing, and Luo Bingshan had all come. The four of them looked at the ice mountain in front of them with furrowed brows. Ruffian Dragon, set up a formation. I don't want to be disturbed when I'm breaking the ice, Lin Xian said. That's easy. The Dark Red Divine Dragon casually set up a set of array formation, enveloping the entire Swordpool Mansion. Even if they turned the place upside down, no one outside would notice anything unusual. Lin Xian stretched out his palm, and the black flames danced quickly. Then, he pressed forward. Bang! When his palm touched the ice in front of him, there was a tremor. Even the air buzzed as if it could not withstand it. What a terrifying power of ice! Lin Xian was shocked. He realized that the power of ice could resist his black flames. It was unbelievable. One had to know that his black flames were no ordinary flames. They came from the body of the heavenly Netherbird. It could be said to be extremely terrifying. However, the ice in front of him could resist it. It was amazing. No wonder the Swordpool Mansion was still safe and sound after such a long time. It was because no one could break through the power of ice. Even if Lin Xian did not make a move, the Nether Hall and the Flaming Youth would not be able to break through the ice. Thinking of this, Lin Xian's eyes narrowed. The black flames around his body burned, forming a terrifying flame aura that quickly poured into his palm. Finally, the ice mountain in front of him melted. However, this speed was extremely slow. If he wanted to dissolve the entire Swordpool Mansion, it would take at least 1 or 2 months. No, it's too slow. Lin Xian retracted his palm and shook his head. Although he could hide it for a while, he could not hide it forever. He believed that it would not take long for the Black Dragon cult to react. At that time, they would definitely send a large number of experts. Ordinary supremacies would be easy to deal with, but if a half-step king or the Black Dragon cult's leader personally came, things would be troublesome. He did not want to fight against the Black Dragon cult's leader. Therefore, he had to think of another way to save the Swordpool Mansion. Why don't we do it together? I'll help you break through it, Murong Qingqing said from the side. Luo Bingshan also gripped her treasured blade tightly. As long as Lin Xian gave the order, she would immediately make a move. The dark red dragon touched his chin and carefully observed the ice mountain in front of him. He even used a secret technique. Why does this thing sound so familiar? Where have I heard of it? The dark red dragon was suspicious. Then, he exclaimed, What? Could it be that kind of thing? But how was this possible? Why would that thing appear here? Even the Sky Martial continent did not have the qualifications to appear here. Chapter 1337. What? Could it be that kind of thing? But how was that possible? How could that thing appear here? Even the Sky Martial continent did not have the qualifications to appear here. The dark red divine dragon was shocked. What is it? Lin Xian asked. He rarely saw the dark red divine dragon with such a surprised expression. Sea god ice, an extremely terrifying type of ice, the dark red divine dragon said. Then it quickly walked to the front, wanting to verify it. It quickly waved its dragon claws, and a dark red light pierced forward. The ice in front of it moved, and the surface was like water ripples, quickly rippling. That's right, it's the sea god ice. The aura was terrifying, dark blue, and when it was attacked, it would produce ripples like the sea. These were the characteristics of the sea god ice. Brat, I'm getting more and more curious about your family. They actually have the sea god ice. The dark red divine dragon was right. He was indeed curious. First, Lin Xian's father was so terrifying. Not only did he become a king, he even controlled a dragon vein. Now, Lin Xian's family had a miraculous item like the sea god's ice. Sea god ice? What is that? This time, not only Lin Xian, even Morong Qingqing and Luo Bingshan were puzzled because they had never heard of this name. Of course you don't know, because even in the Sky Martial continent, there is no such thing. The dark red divine dragon explained, this is a type of ice called the sea god ice. It's very strange. Even a king would be moved by it. In the past, there was a legend that there was a continent, but it was later broken up and formed many continents. And in between those broken continents, there was an endless sea. It is said that there was once a god who descended and used the power of ice to freeze the endless sea. Although it was destroyed later on, the remaining pieces of ice gathered together and formed the unique sea god's ice. Hearing the dark red divine dragon's explanation, Lin Xian and the others opened their mouths wide. Freezing the endless sea? This sea god's ice was too terrifying. One must know that although the Sky Martial continent was huge, the surrounding endless sea was even bigger than the Sky Martial continent. To be able to freeze the sea, one could imagine how terrifying it was. Perhaps even a king would not be able to do such a thing. Are you sure this is the sea god's ice? Lin Xian was shocked. He didn't expect his family to have such an item. I'm also suspicious. How could such a magical thing appear in such a remote place? But from the looks of it now, it's true. It's just that there aren't many of them, said the dark red dragon. Even though it covers the entire mountain manor, it's probably the size of the sea god ice. It's only the size of a fingernail. Brat, this is a great opportunity. If you can absorb this sea god's ice, your ice martial soul will definitely improve greatly. I don't dare to say anything else, but at least it won't be weaker than the black flame martial spirit. Really? Lin Xian was excited. He didn't expect to have such a fortuitous encounter. Indeed, the great dragon sword soul was the strongest martial soul. The second was the black flame martial spirit, and the third was the thunder martial spirit. The ice martial spirit that he had condensed the earliest was currently the weakest. Other than the great dragon sword soul, it was an offensive saint art. The black flame martial spirit came from the heavenly netherbird, and the thunder martial spirit was formed from the 6,000-year-old purple thunder divine bamboo. Only the ice martial spirit was considered his most ordinary one. But now, he had found a piece of sea god's ice. It was even more terrifying than the heavenly nether black flame. If he could absorb the sea god's ice, his ice martial soul would definitely improve greatly. Since he knew the benefits of the sea god's ice, Lin Xian naturally wouldn't let it go. In the next moment, he sat down cross-legged and used his ice martial soul to quickly absorb the frost energy in front of him. This time, it could be said that Lin Xian was going all out. However, the sea god's ice was a magical item. Its power was even above the heavenly nether black flame. Therefore, even though Lin Xian was extremely powerful, his absorption speed was not fast. At this rate, it would take a long time. On the side, Morong Qingqing also frowned. No, Lin Xian, don't be too impulsive. This kind of frost energy is very dangerous. If you absorb too much, it will definitely be a huge burden on your body. She was right. This kind of frost energy was too terrifying. No one below the king realm dared to absorb too much. Otherwise, their bodies would not be able to withstand it. However, Lin Xian was different. This was because he cultivated the Furious Dragon incantation. This was an earth-tier cultivation technique. Moreover, it was an earth-tier cultivation technique that increased the strength of one's body and blood. At this point, Lin Xian's Furious Dragon incantation was at the 3rd level. The blood in his body was exuberant like a furnace, burning fiercely. Therefore, his body could withstand more cold ice chi than ordinary martial artists. Streams of frost energy rushed out from the ice mountain in front of him and quickly entered Lin Xian's body. During this process, the overflowing frost made Murong Qingqing, Luo Bingshan, and the others feel uncomfortable. One could imagine just how much power of frost Lin Xian was enduring right now. Gradually, a layer of blue ice appeared on his body. It was as if he had turned into an iceman. Although Murong Qingqing and the others were worried, they did not act rashly. This was because they could clearly sense that although Lin Xian's body was covered in blue ice, the blood in his body was very exuberant. It was roaring like an angry dragon. At this moment, the power of the longevity incantation was also revealed. Lin Xian had not changed his cultivation technique from the beginning. Although the longevity incantation had no grade, it was incomparably mysterious. Even now, he felt that he could not see through it. Now, Lin Xian was madly absorbing the frost energy. The longevity incantation displayed its great power and quickly circulated in his body. Its speed had even surpassed that of an earth-tier cultivation technique. Lin Xian was like a bottomless pit, madly absorbing the frost energy in front of him. The frost on his body became thicker and thicker until it completely enveloped him. Lin Xian, stop. You can't absorb anymore. This is already the limit. Murong Qingqing was anxious. Don't worry, I'm fine. I have the indestructible golden pellet. Even if I'm heavily injured, I can recover in an instant. Lin Xian's voice was firm. There was no fear. Everything was within his calculations. The dark red dragon watched from the side and nodded continuously. It had to be said that Lin Xian's physique was really too powerful. It even surpassed some half-step kings. It was very clear about the power of the Neptune hilt. No one under the king level dared to touch it. Even if they did, they would carefully absorb it. How could they be like Lin Xian, madly swallowing without thinking about the consequences? Lin Xian's physique was indeed powerful. Apart from the Furious Dragon incantation, he also frequently consumed old-time tea and various other treasures. It could be said that his life force had reached a terrifying level. Don't worry, don't worry. This kid will definitely not seek his own death. The dark red dragon said to Murong Qingqing and Luo Bingshan. Chapter 1338. While Lin Xian was absorbing the sea god's ice, the Black Dragon sect had also discovered something strange. The headquarters of the Nether Hall was located in a mountain range in the cloud region of the Xia country. At this moment, a disciple of the Nether Hall was flying towards the headquarters in a hurry. He looked extremely flustered, reporting, "Something bad has happened. There has been no news from the Swordpool Mansion for a day." Soon, the news reached the headquarters of the Nether Hall. No news for a day? Are you sure? The headquarters of the Nether Hall hurriedly checked and found that there had been no news from the 4th Division for a day. This made the hearts of everyone in the headquarters heavy. According to the rules, every division had to report the situation to the headquarters every day. No accidents were allowed to happen. However, there had been no news from the 4th Division for a day. There was only one possibility for this, and that was that something had happened to the 4th Division. Gather the 5th and 3rd Divisions. Hurry and check on the 4th Division. Soon, the 3rd and 5th Divisions received orders and moved quickly. They did not dare to delay the orders from the headquarters. Hence, they rushed to the 4th Division as fast as they could. There were more than 600 people in the 2 divisions. They were all elites. There were 2 7th-rank supremacies in the lead. One of them was a woman in black, while the other was a red-robed old man. The two of them led the branch's martial practitioners to look at the 32-story pavilion in front of them and frowned. The surrounding array is not damaged. There are no signs of fighting either. Did no one come? Although there are no signs of fighting, the scene is very strange. There is not a single disciple here. The two of them quickly conversed. Their expressions became even gloomier. Go in and take a look. The leader of the 3rd Division, the woman in black, said coldly as she pointed at a burly man beside her. Immediately, a set of spiritual power armor formed on the burly man's body. Then, he quickly walked forward. He took a deep breath. He held a long saber in one hand and pushed open the door in front of him with the other. Creak. The heavy metal door was pushed open, revealing the situation inside. It was still quiet inside. There was no one inside. Reporting there is no one. The burly man quickly ran back. The woman in black nodded. However, her expression changed drastically in the next moment. She smelled a faint smell of blood coming from the front. Not good. The black-robed woman's heart skipped a beat. She quickly led the warriors behind her and rushed forward. By the side, the red-robed old man also moved and followed. The two parties quickly scouted and finally arrived at the 23rd floor. When they saw the ground full of corpses and minced meat, they were all stunned. Some of them couldn't even stand it and started vomiting. How was this the 4th Division? This was hell on earth. What shocked them even more was that all the tables, chairs, and furnishings around them were all neat and tidy. There wasn't even a trace of a knife mark. This time, there was no fierce battle at all. It was a one-sided massacre. Only an instant kill could produce such a result. A peerless expert had appeared and destroyed the 4th Division. The black-clothed woman and the red-robed old man looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. This time around, they were here to patrol under orders. But now that a peerless powerhouse had appeared, it was not a good thing for them. That was because the other party was too powerful. They were actually able to slaughter the 4th Division. If they were to fight against them, they would most likely be doomed. However, if they couldn't complete the mission given to them by their superiors, it would be worse than death. In the next moment, the black-clothed woman took a deep breath and said coldly, "Everyone, listen to my orders. With the pavilion as the center, search in all directions. Don't miss any place. If you find anything suspicious, report it immediately. Focus on the sword pool mansion." The red-robed old man also gave the order to search. Then, close to 600 Black Dragon sect disciples quickly spread out to search. I hope that the peerless powerhouse has already left. The red-robed old man's face was very ugly. He was only from the 5th Division, and his strength was slightly weaker than the 4th Division. He didn't want to meet that mysterious peerless powerhouse. However, things didn't go as he wished. Just as the red-robed old man and the black-clothed woman were waiting anxiously, a warrior quickly came to report. "Sir, we found something strange near the sword pool mansion. Let's go." The two of them didn't dare to delay and quickly moved out. Soon, they arrived near the sword pool mansion. What's wrong? The two of them looked ahead and quickly sensed, but they didn't find anything. "Sir, it's useless to just sense this time. This was discovered by our people by accident." With that, he slashed forward with his saber. In the next moment, a light screen appeared in the void in front of them and blocked the saber light. What? There's a defensive formation. Seeing this, the black-clothed woman and the red-robed old man were shocked. They knew that there was a formation set up around them, but the formation that appeared in the sky was definitely not set up by the Black Dragon sect. They couldn't be wrong about that. In other words, someone had set up a formation near the sword pool mansion without them knowing. Thinking about the destruction of the 4th Division, the two of them quickly realized that the other party was definitely targeting the sword pool mansion. What should we do? 3rd Division Master, should we report to the Hall Master immediately? The red-robed old man asked quickly. Report to the Hall Master? Have you found out what it is? Is there anyone inside? What kind of formation is this? What does it do? The black-clothed woman snorted coldly. 5th Division Master, I know you're afraid of death, but if you can't complete the mission, I'm afraid your outcome will be worse than death. Hearing this, the red-robed old man's body trembled, and then he said dejectedly, All right, I understand. I'll gather people to investigate the formation in front. This formation was naturally set up by the dark red divine dragon. At this moment, the dark red divine dragon, Murong Qingsheng, and the rest also saw the situation outside from the formation. They didn't expect that in just a day, the other party would find them. This black dragon sect's speed was quite fast. Murong Qingsheng was also surprised, because from the other party's fighting strength and battle experience, it was indeed a complete mess. Compared to their sky martial continent, it was much worse. However, just from the efficiency of their work, it was not inferior to their king family. In just a day, they had quickly gathered a large number of warriors and found their location. So what if they found it? If they're not strong enough, it's useless. Murong Qingsheng snorted coldly. Indeed, although there were many people outside, 500 to 600 people, they were too weak. In their eyes, there was no difference between them and ants. Murong Qingsheng didn't even need to take action. The 3 5-star assassins that Luo Bingshan brought with him, with the permission of the dark red divine dragon, began to take action. The 3 assassins' cultivation had reached the 9th heaven supremacy, and with the secret assassination technique, they were able to assassinate a 9th heaven peak existence. Chapter 1339. The 3 assassins were all 9th heaven venerables. With their secret assassination techniques, they could even assassinate peak 9th heaven existences. They could be said to be incomparably powerful. At this moment, dealing with the people outside was simply a piece of cake. However, these 3 assassins were probably used to assassination all year round. Even when facing the ants outside, they did not reveal themselves. Instead, they hid in the void and assassinated. Outside, the black-clothed woman and the red-robed old man quickly ordered their subordinates to gather again and prepare to study the formation ahead. Listen, the formation ahead is very mysterious. It might be where the enemy is hiding. So, later, you must, the black-clothed woman quickly ordered. However, she had only finished speaking when her neck was suddenly pierced. Terrifying blood sprayed all over the ground, and her head fell to the ground. Buzz. This scene stunned everyone. They did not expect the 3rd Division Master to die just like that. They did not even see who had attacked clearly. The red-robed old man at the side was so frightened that he wet his pants. He was originally very timid and very afraid. The scene just now had scared him out of his wits. The 3rd Division Master's head suddenly flew and fell to the ground. The blood that spurted out sprayed all over his face. Screams, horror, shock, all kinds of emotions filled the red-robed old man's mind. He could not imagine who could kill the 3rd Division Master in an instant. After all, the 3rd Division Master was an extremely powerful 7th Heaven Venerables. He was also very famous in the Nether Hall. At this moment, he had died inexplicably just like that. He did not even know who the killer was. Where was it? How did it happen? He did not know at all. However, the red-robed old man did not need to know because in the next moment, his head also flew. Blood sprayed into the sky. Soon, he lost consciousness. The 600 Black Dragon School's disciples at the front were all stunned. They didn't even dare to imagine this scene. Their 2 leaders had actually died suddenly during the assignment of tasks. Moreover, they had been killed in one move. Even the 2 division masters did not know how they had died, let alone these people. However, these people were not stupid. Someone who could silently kill a 7th Heaven Venerables was definitely an extremely terrifying killer. There's a peerless killer nearby. Hurry up and run. In an instant, the 600 Black Dragon sect disciples ran in all directions. Like locusts in autumn, they covered the sky. Up in the sky, down on the ground, in all directions, there were people fleeing. In their opinion, since the other party was trying to assassinate them, there shouldn't be too many people. If they ran in different directions, they would definitely be able to escape. As long as one of them managed to escape, they would be able to relay the news to the headquarters. They had a good idea, but they had underestimated the enemy. If it was an ordinary assassin, this method would really allow them to escape, but this time, it wouldn't work. Because the one who had attacked this time was a 9th Heaven Venerable. The terror of a ninth heaven venerable was unimaginable to these people. The three ninth heaven venerables were hidden in the void, and they were like life reapers as they attacked mercilessly. That speed was extremely fast, completely toppling the understanding of these people, because in the next moment, over 100 heads flew up and blood splattered in all directions. From an outsider's point of view, these hundreds of heads flew up at the same time, as if 100 people had attacked at the same time. However, there was only one person who did it. This was the speed of a ninth-level venerable. Thus, in practically the blink of an eye, those 600 Black Dragon School's disciples were all killed. The ground was littered with corpses, and the pungent smell of blood permeated the surroundings. The figures of the three five-star assassins also appeared, and one of them, a middle-aged man, waved his hand, and a boundless sea of flames instantly burned these corpses. As assassins, not only did they have to be skilled at assassination, but they also had to know how to clean up the scene. Only then would they be able to conceal the truth and not be discovered by others. Meanwhile, these three five-star assassins had also reached the pinnacle. In an instant, all the corpses on the ground disappeared, and so did the blood. In fact, even the smell of blood had disappeared from the air. It was as if everything that had just happened had been an illusion, and it had never happened. In the next instant, the three of them flashed and returned behind Luo Bingshan. Although the Black Dragon School's disciples outside had been dealt with, Murong Qingxing and the others still didn't feel relaxed. This was because, according to Lin Xian, there were king tiers in this place. If they caused too much of a commotion and really attracted the attention of a king tier, then it would be troublesome. After all, no matter how weak a king tier was, they were still a king tier. They were existences that had formed a domain, and they were fundamentally different from venerables. Even the weakest king tier could easily kill a peak ninth heaven venerable, so one could imagine the gap between them. Ruffian Dragon, how long will it take for this guy to finish absorbing? Murong Qingxing asked. The dark red dragon said in a deep voice, it's hard to say. Based on yesterday's speed, it should be a month. However, from the looks of it today, it should be able to finish in 10 days. 10 days? That's too long. At that time, I'm afraid it really will attract a king tier. The three of them were worried, but at this moment, Lin Xian suddenly said, don't worry, it won't take that long. You can hear? Murong Qingcheng was surprised. Normally, when cultivators cultivated, they would be completely immersed in their cultivation, and they wouldn't be aware of what was happening outside. However, looking at Lin Xian's appearance, it seemed as if he could hear everything they said clearly. How could she know that Lin Xian was cultivating the Heaven's Evolution visualization art? His soul power had been greatly enhanced, and it was difficult for him to find a match below the king tier. With such a powerful soul power, it was very easy for him to multitask. Therefore, Lin Xian could focus on absorbing the frost energy while paying attention to what was happening outside. It won't take 10 days. I just need to open a hole in the ice wall ahead and rescue my clansmen. Then, we can leave. That's right. The dark red dragon slapped his head. This is indeed a good method. Hearing this, Murong Qingcheng and Luo Bingshan also let out a sigh of relief. Indeed, it would be much easier to open a hole in the ice wall. In fact, Lin Xian had done the same. From the beginning, he had chosen a place to absorb the frost energy. By now, a fist-sized hole had been created, and the hole was still expanding. A day passed, and the Nether Hall discovered that not only had they lost contact with the 4th Division, but they had also lost contact with the 3rd and 5th Divisions. This caused them to be extremely astonished. They couldn't understand what had happened. It should be known that the strength of a division was extremely great. Not to mention other things, just the number of people they had was incomparably large. If they really encountered a battle, 1 or 2 of them would be able to escape. However, until now, they hadn't received any information at all. It was as if everyone had evaporated into thin air. Chapter 1340. Could it be the Martial Alliance? The headquarters of the Nether Hall was puzzled. Only the Martial Alliance could go against the Black Dragon sect. However, they did not dare to believe it. This was because even the Martial Alliance did not have the power to silently destroy 3 of the Nether Hall's branches. unless it was the top expert in the martial alliance. However, such an expert would be under the watch of the Black Dragon Sect's guardians and would not have the time to do anything. Therefore, they really did not know what had happened to the three branches. However, they could not let this matter go. After all, this had happened in their territory. Therefore, they quickly sent the second branch. The second branch was powerful. Its strength was even more terrifying than the third and fourth branches combined. Not only that, the leader this time was an 8th level honorable and 5 7th level honorables. In addition to the 500 Black Dragon Sect disciples, they were extremely powerful. Even if they were attacked by the Martial Alliance, they would not be afraid. Soon, these people flew towards the Swordpool Mansion. At the same time, Lin Xian finally broke a 1-meter tall hole in the Swordpool Mansion. Although it was a little small, it was enough. In addition, the situation was urgent, so he did not continue to expand. In the next moment, he stood up and stopped absorbing. His figure flashed, and he entered the Swordpool Mansion. Behind him, the dark red divine dragon, Morong Qingqing, and Luo Bingshan quickly followed. The 3 5-star assassins stayed outside and were in charge of monitoring the situation. After entering the Swordpool Mansion, Lin Xian was filled with emotions as he looked at the familiar surroundings. 5 years. He had left the Swordpool Mansion for 5 years. Now, he was finally back. Grandfather, second uncle, my people, I'm back to save you. Lin Xian clenched his fists. Luo Bingshan followed Lin Xian respectfully while Morong Qingqing looked around curiously. As this was Lin Xian's home, where he used to live, Morong Qingqing was especially concerned. The dark red divine dragon also had an arrogant look on its face. Of course, it was not curious about the surrounding scenery, but the sea god's ice. As expected of the legendary ice. Although those people have been frozen, their life force has not been extinguished. As long as the ice is removed, these people will immediately come back to life. The dark red divine dragon kept nodding its head in amazement. In front of him, there were hundreds of figures, all of them covered in blue frost. Lin Xian looked at an old man and a middle-aged man, and his expression was abnormally excited because they were his grandfather and second uncle. The others were also his clansmen. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian did not hesitate and once again absorbed the frost energy from those people. Compared to before, the absorption this time was much easier. Although there were hundreds of people frozen, each of them had very little ice power. In addition, Lin Xian had already absorbed it once, so he was more experienced. This time around, Lin Xian's speed was even faster. Soon, the frost energy on the hundreds of people in front of him quickly dissolved, and the blue frost disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the end, all the frost energy disappeared, and the hundreds of warriors came back to life. Crack, crack, crack. Because they had not moved for 5 years, when these people moved again, their bones made crackling sounds. However, the first sentence that came out of their mouths was, "Xianer, run?" Hearing this, Lin Xian's eyes immediately moistened. He did not expect that even though they were frozen, his grandfather, second uncle, and clansmen were still worried about his safety. This made him extremely touched. In front, the people from Sword Leaving Mansion were also stunned after shouting this sentence. Could it be that the frost energy has been removed? They felt the condition of their bodies and were extremely surprised. This was because they clearly remembered that they were all frozen in the end, but now they could move again. It's not a dream. It's really not a dream. The frost energy is gone. Everyone shouted wildly. Then, they looked around and were all stunned. Because the enemies from before had disappeared, the surroundings were quiet, and the surrounding buildings were still sealed by the frost energy. Only they could move. However, in the next moment, all of them looked at Lin Xian. Among them, a tall old man and a square-faced middle-aged man were even more excited, and their bodies were trembling. "Xianer, you're Xianer." They were too excited. They did not expect that not only would the frost in their bodies disappear, but they would also see Lin Xian the moment they came out. "You're fine? That's great." The Lin family members cheered. No, you've grown taller. And you look different too." Old Master Lin and second Uncle Lin were very surprised. Could it be that a long time has passed? Looking at the strange yet familiar surroundings, they were very puzzled. Grandfather, second uncle, masters, this is not the place to talk. Follow me out first. When we reach a safe place, I'll tell you in detail. Lin Xian said. Good, good, good. As long as you're fine, this old man is relieved. Old Master Lin was very excited, and he grabbed Lin Xian's hand and did not let go. Second Uncle Lin grinned at the side, and the others cheered excitedly. Soon, they saw Morong Qingqing, Luo Bingshan, and the dark red divine dragon. This is... Second Uncle Lin asked curiously. Second Uncle, they're my friends? Lin Xian gave a simple introduction, and then the group of them walked out. Although Old Master Lin and the others had a lot of questions, it was not the right time to ask. They could only wait until they had settled down. Soon, the group of people left Swordpool Manor and came outside. Xian, where are we going? Second Uncle Lin asked. Should we build a new manor nearby? No, I'll take you out of Xia country. Lin Xian said. Out of Xia country? Why? Old Master Lin and the others were puzzled. Isn't it good to live here? Second Uncle Lin also asked. That's right. Our Lin family's foundation is in Xia country. Where can we go if we leave? Lin Xian laughed bitterly. He knew that these people had been frozen for 5 years and did not know what was going on outside. Therefore, he could only explain simply, Grandpa, second uncle, Xia country is not safe now. Let's talk about it after we get on the spiritual boat. Then, Lin Xian turned and said to the dark red divine dragon, Ruffian dragon, remove the array. Let's leave. Simple. Hearing that, the dark red divine dragon waved its dragon claws and removed the array. Grandpa, second uncle, stand back. I'll take over Swordpool Manor first. What? Take over Swordpool Manor? Old Master Lin and the others were puzzled. They did not understand what Lin Xian meant. Lin Xian smiled and was about to take over Swordpool Manor. Chapter 1341. In the distance, the void trembled. It was as if dark clouds were gathering. A huge pressure came from the sky. It was like the palm of a demon god. It was terrifying as it slammed towards Lin Xian and the rest. Feeling the aura, the expressions of Old Master Lin and the rest of the Lin family changed. Fear. Endless fear. They had never seen such a terrifying aura in their lives. They didn't even know what realm this aura was at. Many of the ordinary members of the Lin family turned pale and collapsed to the ground. Old Master Lin and second Uncle Lin roared and quickly stood in front of Lin Xian to shield him. Xiao Xian, run. Lin Xian's face also darkened. He looked at the sky and a cold killing intent appeared in his eyes. In the next moment, he waved his hand and formed an invisible force that instantly destroyed the pressure coming from the sky. Rays of sword light danced and formed a huge defensive barrier that protected all of the Lin family members. Not only that, he also injected pure energy into the bodies of the Lin family members, instantly healing their bodies. Grandfather, second uncle, don't worry. It's fine, Lin Xian comforted. The Lin family members were shocked. Old Master Lin and second Uncle Lin were even more shocked. They didn't expect Lin Xian to have such a method to block that terrifying aura. Only now did they realize that not only did Lin Xian grow older, but his cultivation had also become unfathomable. Although they didn't know what was happening outside, they still had experience. From the aura just now, it had definitely surpassed the spirit-detecting realm. It had even reached a legendary realm. To put it bluntly, that aura just now was enough to kill all of them. They probably couldn't find anyone in the entire Xia country who could fight against it. However, such a terrifying aura was completely destroyed by Lin Xian with a wave of his hand. This meant that Lin Xian's strength was above that of the mysterious enemy. In the next moment, countless experts stepped through the air. They were like a dark cloud or a demonic mountain that quickly flew over. Seeing these people, Old Master Lin and the rest were even more shocked. This was because they discovered that there were a total of 500 enemies. Every single one of them had an abnormally powerful aura, so much so that one would feel despair just by looking at them. Even the weakest of them had reached the spirit-detecting realm. As for the few middle-aged men in the lead, their auras were like that of gods. They could only be looked up to. Who? Who are these people? Old Master Lin and the rest were terrified. They couldn't believe that so many experts had appeared in China. No wonder Lin Xian said he wanted to leave Xia country. Could it be because of these people? Suddenly, a Lin clan disciple cried out, "Look at their clothes! They're from the Nether Hall." What? Nether Hall? This time, the Lin family was all shocked. How could the Nether Hall be so powerful? They were very familiar with the Nether Hall. Previously, they had been frozen because the Nether Hall had attacked their Swordpool mansion. However, at that time, the Nether Hall was only slightly more powerful than them. But now, these people were standing in front of them like gods. They couldn't believe it. Impossible. How could the Nether Hall have such a terrifying expert? If this is true, then the other party could have instantly annihilated the entire Swordpool mansion. Second Uncle Lin's expression was very ugly. They are indeed from the Nether Hall. Not only Xia country, but the entire Tianan region has also undergone some special changes. That's why their strength has increased greatly. But don't worry. With me around, they won't be able to cause any trouble. Lin Xian comforted. Won't be able to cause any trouble? Old Master Lin and the rest widened their eyes in disbelief as they looked at Lin Xian. There were so many experts in the sky. Any one of them could wipe out Xia country. However, Lin Xian didn't care about them at all. Could it be that he was even stronger? Although everyone was bewildered, they could tell from Lin Xian's earlier display that he was indeed incomparably powerful and had exceeded their understanding. Thinking of this, they all calmed down. Xiaoxian, tell me honestly, how strong have you become? Old Master Lin asked in a deep voice. He didn't want Lin Xian to risk his life for them. Don't worry, grandfather. I'm a little stronger than all of them combined. Lin Xian said with a smile. Hearing this, the corners of everyone's mouths twitched. A little stronger than all of them combined? This wasn't a dream, right? At this moment, the group of terrifying warriors in the sky had also arrived above the Swordpool mansion. They were the second division sent by the Nether Hall. After receiving the orders from the headquarters, the second division didn't hesitate and flew at full speed. Finally, at the last moment, they arrived at the Swordpool mansion. However, what shocked them was that a hole had been opened in the Swordpool mansion, and the people who were sealed in ice had actually come out. This caused the people of the second division to be extremely shocked, especially the second division leader, who was even more shocked. One had to know that back then, their Nether Hall had used countless methods, but in the end, they were unable to break through the ice. Even the protectors of the Black Dragon sect were unable to do anything. But now, the ice had actually been broken. Not only that, the people inside weren't dead. Instead, they were all alive. No, this matter was too strange. They had to capture all of them and study them carefully. Because as far as the Nether Hall was concerned, the Swordpool mansion was definitely hiding a huge secret. They had to unearth this secret so that they could obtain battle merits and be valued by the Black Dragon sect. Thinking of this, the second division leader of the Nether Hall took a step forward, looked down, and shouted coldly, I didn't expect you people of the Swordpool Mansion's Lin family to be able to come back to life. But this is good too. It saves the Nether Hall from taking action. Kneel obediently on the ground and become the slaves of the Nether Hall, and I can spare your lives. The second division leader clearly wanted to intimidate everyone, so his voice was filled with boundless energy, causing the entire space to tremble. The surrounding mountains collapsed as they couldn't withstand this energy at all. Looking at everything around them, the Lin family members were extremely shocked. What puzzled them was that ever since Lin Xian formed a protective barrier and enveloped them, they didn't feel any energy threat. So now, they could only see the terrifying energy outside, but they couldn't feel it at all. The Lin family members were shocked, but the second division leader in the sky was even more shocked. He was clearly trying to intimidate everyone, so his voice was filled with boundless pressure. Not to mention the cultivators of the Lin family. Even ordinary venerables would tremble and kneel in front of his voice. They wouldn't be able to resist at all. However, although the group of people below looked terrified, their bodies didn't change at all. They didn't even tremble. Chapter 1342. Lin Xian's face darkened when he saw this. Killing intent surfaced in his eyes. Since he had rescued the Lin family, the next step was naturally to eliminate the Nether Hall. He asked coldly, "Which division do you belong to?" Lin Xian's voice was not loud, but it spread clearly in all directions. Hearing Lin Xian's words, the second division leader was stunned. Then, he laughed arrogantly. "Kid, it seems like you know quite a lot. You even know about our division. Listen up, I'm the second division leader of the Nether Hall. Today, I've brought my brothers from the second division here to capture you." As soon as he finished speaking, the warriors behind him also laughed sinisterly. In their opinion, the people below were too weak. There was not even a single supremacy. Of course, they only saw the cultivation of Old Master Lin and the others. As for Lin Xian and the others' cultivation, they could not see through it at all. However, looking at how young the other party was, he did not look like a supremacy, so they did not take it to heart at all. However, Lin Xian sneered, "The second division? Very well. I've already destroyed the third, fourth, and fifth division. I was still thinking of where to find you, but I didn't expect you to deliver yourself to me." Hearing Lin Xian's words, the arrogant laughter above disappeared as if someone was choking them. "What did you say? You destroyed the third, fourth, and fifth division? Kid, do you know the consequences of saying that? Believe it or not, I'll kill all of you below with one palm." The second division leader stopped smiling. His expression was extremely ferocious. He naturally knew about the disappearance of the third, fourth, and fifth division. According to their guess, it should be the doing of the Martial Alliance's super elders. However, now, a 20-year-old young man actually said that he was the one who destroyed it? This was simply too unbelievable. Lin Xian shook his head. He could not be bothered to talk to the other party. Then, he said to Luo Bingshan, "Do it. Go ahead. Remember, leave the second division leader behind. I want him alive." Lin Xian's words made Old Master Lin and the others widen their eyes in disbelief. As for the people in the sky, they started to sneer. They looked down below as if they were looking at idiots. They simply did not believe that the people below could contend against them. What an ignorant brat. He actually wants to challenge our second division? The second division master sneered disdainfully. The martial artists behind him were even more rampant. It seemed that the group of people below were all idiots. "All right, let me make a move later and let them know how powerful Grandpa is. I'm going to break all their bones and enslave all the men. As for the women, haha, ignorant worm. It seems like you've been frozen for too long, so you don't know how powerful we are." The cultivators of the second branch sneered and prepared to attack. They wanted to teach these people a lesson and show them how powerful they were. However, Luo Bingshan bowed respectfully. "Yes, master." Then, she moved her body and quickly rose into the air. Old Master Lin and the others were very worried. "Xiao Xian, can a little girl like her do it? Don't harm him. Don't worry, the trouble will be solved soon, and we can leave this place." Lin Xian smiled. Above them, the cultivators of the second division of the Nether Hall laughed wildly when they saw Luo Bingshan flying towards them. "Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. Do you think you can kill us by sending a little girl up? How naive. This little girl has a good figure, but she's wearing a mask on her face. I wonder what she looks like." However, I've decided that I must catch her later and let her know how powerful I am. Those people laughed sinisterly and did not take it to heart. The second division master crossed his arms and looked like he was watching a show. In his opinion, the other party was just a weak little girl. He did not need to do anything at all. Just one of his subordinates would be enough to subdue her. Luo Bingshan wore a golden mask and looked like a killing god. Her cold gaze swept across the crowd. Then, she said coldly, "You dare to go against my master? Only death awaits you." As soon as she finished speaking, Luo Bingshan disappeared. In the next moment, she reappeared behind the crowd. Her slender hand withdrew her long saber and slowly inserted it into the scabbard. Clang! Poof! Poof! In the sky, 500 heads flew up, and blood instantly dyed the sky red. The scene was spectacular. In just an instant, The arrogant second division had been killed. 500 heads flew up, each of their faces filled with horror. They did not believe that someone could kill all of them in an instant. What was even more tragic was that they did not even know how the other party had done it. Among these 500 people, the 5 7th-level supremacies were naturally included. Other than that, only the second division master was still alive. However, his face no longer had the arrogance from before. Instead, it was replaced with deep horror. Shocking, it was too shocking. He did not dare to believe the scene before him. One had to know that those were 500 of his subordinates. Among them, there were 5 7th-level supremacies and dozens of 6th-level supremacies. Any one of these people could wipe out the entire Xia country. However, they had all been killed at this moment. Below, Old Master Lin and the rest were even more shocked. They all widened their eyes in disbelief. The people in the sky had shocked them greatly. They had even thought that the other party was a god. This was because the aura of those people had exceeded their understanding. However, such powerful people had all been killed in an instant. Moreover, the one who had done it was a weak little girl. The Lin family members' minds went blank. They did not dare to believe it. Lin Xian nodded slightly and said in a deep voice, "Bring him back." Immediately, Luo Bingshan turned around and stared coldly at the second division master. The second division master trembled. It was as if he was being stared at by the Grim Reaper. A deep sense of fear rose from his body. This gaze was too terrifying. Perhaps even their hall master could not release such a terrifying killing intent. He knew that things were not good. The woman in front of him was definitely a peerless assassin. She was not someone he could fight against. Even the entire Nether Hall might not be able to fight against her. At this moment, the second division master only had one thought, and that was to run. Run as far as possible. In the next moment, he roared angrily and quickly burned the spiritual energy in his body. His entire body turned into a ray of light and fled into the distance. However, Luo Bingshan's expression was cold. With a slash of her finger, a resplendent saber light quickly slashed out and cut the second division master's body into pieces. The second division master's body below the waist fell to the ground. Blood dyed the ground red, but the body above the waist was still alive. However, the pain caused his face to become extremely distorted. Luo Bingshan snorted coldly. Her 5 fingers formed a claw and instantly grabbed the second division master's upper body. Then, she brought him to Lin Xian. Chapter 1343. Luo Bingshan snorted coldly. His 5 fingers formed a claw and instantly grabbed the upper half of the second division leader's body before bringing him to Lin Xian. "Master!" Luo Bingshan shouted respectfully at Lin Xian. "No, don't kill me. Please let me go. I'll tell you everything you want to know." Hearing Luo Bingshan call the young man master, the second division leader panicked. He had never thought that the person he had regarded as an ant would be such a terrifying existence. Therefore, he quickly begged for mercy. Although he had been cut in half, he was not dead. As long as he was alive, he would have a chance to recover. However, Lin Xian would not let the people from the Nether Hall go. Previously, these people had even clamored to kill the Lin family. How could he be merciful? In the next moment, he stretched out his hand and grabbed the second division leader's head. Then, he used his soul power to search for information. Although the second division leader was an 8th heaven honorable, his strength had been raised through external means. His true strength could not withstand a single blow. Moreover, Lin Xian's soul power was too strong. Therefore, the second division leader had no chance of resisting. In an instant, Lin Xian obtained the information he wanted. This guy has killed many innocent people. His hands are stained with the blood of countless people. He deserves to die. With a flick of his finger, the nether black flame covered the upper half of the second division leader's body and burned him to ashes. Morong Qingsheng, Luo Bingshan, and the rest were used to it and did not react at all. However, Old Master Lin and the rest of the Lin family were shocked. They did not expect Lin Xian to have such terrifying means. He could kill a divine immortal with a raise of his hand. Lin Xian did not explain. After all, it was more troublesome to explain. It was better to wait until they were on the spiritual boat. In the next moment, he waved his hand and summoned the spiritual boat in the sky. Then, he turned to old Master Lin and the rest and said, "Grandfather, second uncle, family members, let's go." Looking at the huge spiritual boat, old Master Lin and the rest took a deep breath and quickly boarded the spiritual boat. Lin Xian did not go up immediately. Instead, he stared at the sword pool mansion behind him. Then, he stretched out his hand and grabbed at the sword pool mansion. The gigantic palm grew bigger and bigger, like a dark cloud, enveloping the entire sword pool manor. At this moment, the spirit boat had already taken off. Grandpa Lin and the others stood on the spiritual state and exclaimed as they watched this scene. The sword pool mansion was extremely majestic and huge. Even if the top warriors of China fought, they would not be able to completely destroy it. But now, Lin Xian had actually grasped the entire sword pool manor with a single hand. This was too shocking. However, this wasn't the end of it, because Lin Xian's next move was even more shocking. He raised his hand and uprooted the entire sword pool mansion. The huge mansion was like a city, but it was actually lifted up by Lin Xian. Immediately, a bottomless pit appeared on the ground, and the earth cracked. Countless cracks appeared and spread in all directions. With a wave of his hand, Lin Xian kept the sword pool manor into the world within his body. Because the surface of the sword pool manor was made of sea god ice, ordinary storage rings could not withstand the cold air at all. Therefore, he could only keep it in the world within his body to be safe. In the next moment, Lin Xian's body swayed, and he came to the spirit boat. Then, he controlled the spirit boat and flew into the distance. Next, after settling Grandpa Lin and the others down, Lin Xian began to tell them about what had happened in the past few years and the changes in the Xia country. After hearing this, Grandpa Lin and the others were extremely emotional. They did not expect the Xia country to have undergone such earth-shattering changes in just 5 years. The changes were beyond their wildest dreams. Not only that, Lin Xian's experience was even more amazing. Step by step, he rose from the Xia country to the Tianan region. Finally, his name shook the entire Tianwu continent, and he became the top genius of the Tianwu continent. There was another piece of news that made Grandpa Lin and second Uncle Lin very excited. It was news about Lin Zhan. "You mean, Xiao Zhan is still alive?" Grandpa Lin was very excited. "Father is still alive, and he is in the Tianwu continent. After this matter in the Tianan region is over, I will bring you guys over," Lin Xian said with a smile. Good, good, good. Grandpa Lin was very happy. He did not expect that not only would the entire Lin clan be revived today, but they would also meet Lin Xian and even receive news about Lin Zhan. This was great news for them. Next, Lin Xian let them rest. There was no need for them to participate in the rest of the matters. This spirit boat was very big and it was very comfortable. There were all kinds of cultivation resources, so there was no problem for the Lin clan to stay on it. "Lin Xian, where are we going now?" Murong Qingqing accompanied Grandpa Lin and chatted for a while before leaving. Lin Xian looked at the peerless beauty in front of him and said with a smile, "It seems that my grandfather likes you very much." "Oh right. Did he give you any family heirloom?" "Family heirloom? What family heirloom?" Murong Qingqing asked. "Of course it's a family heirloom for my granddaughter-in-law." Lin Xian smiled. "Go to hell." Murong Qingqing's face turned red as she lightly punched Lin Xian. Lin Xian smiled and narrowed his eyes. He began to talk about serious matters. "Next, we'll go and eliminate the Nether Hall. I can't watch them harm Xia country." Murong Qingqing nodded. She would always support Lin Xian's decision. Furthermore, she had seen the Nether Hall's methods. It was definitely the actions of the demonic sect. It should not exist in this world. From the second division leader's memories, Lin Xian learned about the Nether Hall. However, what surprised him was that the Nether Hall's headquarters was in Cloud State. Furthermore, it was in the Black Heaven sect. The Black Heaven sect was Lin Xian's first sect. His martial path had started there. However, he did not expect that his original sect would be occupied by the Nether Hall. Thinking of this, Lin Xian's heart sank. He waved his hand and increased the speed of the spirit boat. Cloud State, Nether Hall's headquarters. The Nether Hall's Hall Master was very powerful. His cultivation had reached the 9th heaven of the honorable realm. Not only that, he controlled 8 or 9 countries around Xia country. It could be said that he was the true overlord here. However, he had been in a bad mood for the past 2 days. This was because there was no news from the people he sent out. It was as if they had disappeared into thin air. First, it was the 4th division, then the 3rd and 5th divisions. Now, there was no news from the 2nd division. Trash, a bunch of trash. The Nether Ancestor roared angrily. Until now, he had not even figured out who the enemy was. How could he not be angry? Hall Master, please calm down. His subordinates were so frightened that they trembled. The 2nd division is very strong, so there shouldn't be any accidents. I think it won't be long before news comes back. The Nether Ancestor gradually calmed down. Indeed, the 2nd division was very powerful. The division leader was an 8th heaven honorable realm expert. No one in Xia country could match him. Even those people from the Martial Alliance might not be able to defeat him. Chapter 1344. Let's wait for one more day. If there's no news after one day, let the 1st division take action. The Netherworld Patriarch said, "Don't worry, Hall Master. I'll definitely capture the enemy." A young man in his 30s said in a deep voice. He was wearing a black armor that made him look like a god of war. He was the leader of the 1st division, and his cultivation was at the peak of the 8th level honorable realm. The Netherworld Patriarch nodded in satisfaction. He was very satisfied with the 1st division. However, at this moment, the entire hall suddenly trembled as if an earthquake had occurred. Everyone's expression changed when they felt the impact. This was because it was impossible. Their hall was protected by countless formations. Even a 9th level honorable realm expert would not be able to shake it. However, such an incomparably sturdy great hall actually shook? How could they not be shocked? Netherworld Ancestor jumped to his feet and looked around in bewilderment. 2 rays of light burst out from his green eyes and swept across the area like a long blade. In the next moment, he seemed to have sensed something. His expression changed drastically, and he quickly flew outside like a ghost. When the other people in the hall saw this, they followed one after another. When they walked out of the main hall and looked into the distance, everyone was stunned. They saw a young man descending from the sky. The Netherworld Hall's headquarters had trembled under his feet. This young man was naturally Lin Xian. After he learned that it was the Black Heaven sect, he quickly rushed over. However, when he arrived at the Black Heaven sect, he realized that the situation was worse than he had imagined. This was because the Netherworld Hall had completely turned into their headquarters. The people from the Black Heaven sect were nowhere to be seen. Lin Xian looked at his surroundings and sighed inwardly. The Black Heaven sect was only a 2-star sect. It was impossible for them to fight against the Netherworld Hall. Moreover, it was not just the Black Heaven sect. All the sects and forces in the Xia country had been destroyed. Not many people were still alive. The Swordpool Mansion was able to survive because of the sea god's ice. No one could break through that kind of ice, which was why it was intact. No one was injured, and no one died. However, the other sects were not so lucky. The Netherworld Hall was a demonic sect. Their methods were extremely cruel. One could imagine the fate of those people. The old sect was no more. The only thing Lin Xian could do was to kill the people of the Nether Hall and avenge the Black Heaven sect. Just as Xiao Chun was thinking, 2 Nether Hall cultivators flew over and shouted coldly, "Who are you? How dare you trespass into the Nether Hall? Quickly kneel down and accept your death." In the next moment, 2 black spears shot towards Lin Xian like venomous snakes. As expected of the Nether Hall's headquarters, just the guards at the entrance were at the 1st heaven of the exalted realm. The 2 spears whistled through the air, turning into black afterimages as they quickly pierced towards Lin Xian. But in the next moment, it stopped 10 meters away from Lin Xian. There seemed to be an invisible force. He grabbed 2 spears. In the next moment, the 2 spears quickly shattered, turning into molten iron and dissipating in the air. Countless cracks appeared on the bodies of the 2 Black Dragon Church's disciples that were guarding the entrance. Like shattered porcelain, they exploded with a loud bang. Throughout the entire process, Lin Xian did not even make a move. He only glanced at the two of them, and this happened. This scene stunned the surrounding cultivators who wanted to rush over. However, it angered the netherworld ancestor who was in the main hall. He did not expect that someone would dare to cause trouble in his territory. This was a slap to his face. If news of this spread and the other halls heard about it, how was he going to survive in the future? In fact, the netherworld ancestor did not need to say anything. His subordinates had already begun to gather people to counterattack. After all, this was the headquarters of the Nether Hall. There were many powerhouses here. In the blink of an eye, dozens of figures rushed towards Lin Xian. These people were all powerhouses. Most of them were at the 7th heaven of the Exalted Realm. The weakest among them was at the 6th heaven of the Exalted Realm. It was indeed shocking to see them attacking together. This was because they would only send out such a lineup to deal with the super elders of the Martial Alliance. But now, the Nether Hall was using them to deal with a 20-year-old young man. However, this outcome was not something that anyone could have imagined. Bang, 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 bang. Dozens of figures rushed over at lightning speed. However, when they were about 10 feet away from Lin Xian, they seemed to have crashed into an iron wall. There was a violent tremor. Was this a defensive wall? It was formless and intangible. Was he a wind-based cultivator? The netherworld ancestor narrowed his eyes. He had to admit that this young man's strength had exceeded his expectations to be able to block dozens of 7th heaven venerables in an instant. No wonder he was so bold to attack the headquarters of the Nether Hall. However, in the next moment, he revealed a cruel smile. This was because he knew that the strength of his subordinates was not limited to this. On the side, the black-armored young man from the 1st Division nodded slightly. Looking at this guy's strength, he should be at the 8th heaven of the Venerable Realm. Moreover, his use of the wind-based technique is extremely exquisite. Not bad. This is interesting. A bald old man said indifferently. He was the law enforcement elder of the Nether Hall. However, it's impossible for him to block my law enforcement team with such strength. I think that person can only block one attack. He definitely won't be able to block the second attack. The upper echelons of the Nether Hall looked at the situation below and discussed among themselves. However, none of them had the intention to attack. This was because, in their opinion, Lin Xian was not worthy of them attacking. When the dozens of 7th heaven venerables saw this, they frowned. However, in the next moment, they quickly drew their weapons. Sabers, swords, spears. All the weapons shone with a cold light and were imbued with powerful spiritual energy. They stabbed forward fiercely. That kid is finished. Seeing this, the law enforcement elder revealed a ferocious expression. However, in the next moment, his smile froze. This was because Lin Xian in front of him had moved. He looked at the martial artists who were charging at him from all directions and immediately snorted. As if countless thunderbolts had exploded, the bodies of the dozens of 7th heaven venerables suddenly exploded and turned into piles of blood mist that drifted in the air. Then, a strong wind swept past and blew away all the blood mist. What? How is this possible? Seeing this, the upper echelons of the Nether Hall were all stunned. Dead? Dozens of 7th heaven venerables died in an instant? What the hell is going on? They did not see the other party attack at all. They only heard the other party snort coldly, and the dozens of Nether Hall experts around them exploded and died. What kind of technique was this? They had never heard of it before. At this moment, even the Nether ancestor's face darkened. His green eyes shone with a cold light. He knew that he had underestimated the mysterious young man in front of him. After killing dozens of 7th heaven venerables, Lin Xian was expressionless as he strode forward. Chapter 1345. Lin Xian was expressionless after killing more than a dozen 7th heaven venerables with a wave of his hand. He strode forward. His pitch-black eyes were incomparably cold, and they were filled with dense killing intent as he scanned the 4 houses. In the next moment, a sharp aura spread out in all directions with Lin Xian as the center. Immediately, the surrounding Black Dragon sect disciples were horrified, and they all trembled. Even the expressions of the Nether Hall's higher-ups changed. This killing intent was too terrifying, and they had never felt it before. The Nether Hall ancestor's face was terrifyingly gloomy, and his eyes emitted a green light. With a cold snort, a powerful force erupted from his body and swept through the heavens and earth. This was the power of a ninth heaven venerables, and it was incomparably terrifying. At this moment, it was like a demon god was above everyone, quickly blocking the killing intent released by Lin Xian. He had to take action because the other party's killing intent was too terrifying, and it made him shudder. If he did not take action now, his subordinates would not be able to resist at all. In the face of the Nether Hall ancestor's counterattack, Lin Xian did not care at all. He was like a god of death as he walked on the mountain path. This was his former sect, but at this moment, all his old friends were gone, and only the demonic sect members were here. Thinking of all this, Lin Xian could not control the killing intent in his heart. All of you must die. In the next moment, Lin Xian's killing intent became even more intense. Not only that, but there was also a blue aura surrounding him, releasing a terrifying chill. As soon as the aura was released, endless frost formed around him, and it spread rapidly. Everywhere it passed, it seemed to become a world of ice and snow. Previously, Lin Xian had absorbed a lot of the sea god's ice's chill, and now its power was finally revealed. Those Nether Hall martial artists who were close to him did not even have time to escape before they were covered by the blue frost, and then turned into ice men. It was not just on the surface. Their internal organs and blood were all frozen, and they died in an instant. Wherever Lin Xian passed, he left behind frozen corpses. Go, go, we must stop him. Seeing this bizarre scene, the law enforcement elder's heart began to pound. He hurriedly ordered his subordinates to kill this person at all costs. Otherwise, the entire Nether Hall would have been sealed in ice by him. In the next moment, the first, second, and third enforcement teams were dispatched. These people were dressed in black, and their expressions were cold. They were like killing machines without any emotions at all. They were originally born to kill, and their hands were stained with endless blood. At this moment, they were summoned by the enforcement elder to attack Lin Xian with all their might. Lin Xian's expression was cold as he punched out. Boom! The bodies of the 10 people at the front suddenly exploded, turning into a bloody mist. Following this, under the effects of the ice energy, they turned into countless pieces of ice and fell to the ground. Boom! Another 10 people exploded and turned into a bloody mist. Then, they were frozen again and fell to the ground. In next to no time, the first enforcement team, second enforcement team, and third enforcement team were all annihilated, and they turned into a pile of ice crystals and rotten flesh that fell to the ground. The surroundings were silent. Only the whistling of the cold wind could be heard, carrying with it a cold killing intent. In the blink of an eye, the members of the third enforcement team were all killed, turning into countless pieces of ice that fell to the ground. The people of the Nether Hall were completely stunned. As members of the demonic sect, they had killed many people in the past. Each of them had hundreds or thousands of lives on their bodies. However, at this moment, seeing this scene, their scalps went numb. That was because they had never seen such a way of killing people. No matter who it was, whether it was a 7th level venerable or a spirit-detecting realm martial artist, they were all killed with a single punch. There was no difference. It was as if in the eyes of the other party, they were all ants that could not resist at all. Therefore, even though these people had experienced countless killings, their hearts turned cold, and their bodies trembled at this moment. Even the high-ranking elders in the main hall were extremely shocked. They had never heard of such a killing method before. If Lin Xian's previous actions had shocked them, the current situation had terrified them. Each of the 3 enforcement teams had 50 people, and they were all 7th level venerables. In total, there were 150 people. It could be said that it was an extremely terrifying force. However, such a powerful team had been killed in an instant. They could not fight back at all. This made them unable to believe it. Impossible. This was impossible. Even an 8th level venerable could not do that. Who exactly was he? The enforcement elder shook his head frantically, his eyes filled with fear. That was because he knew the strength of his subordinates the best. Even an 8th level venerable could not fight against the 3 teams he had sent out earlier. However, the other party had done it. This made him unable to believe it. Could it be that the other party was a 9th level venerable? But how was that possible? How old was he? He was only 20 years old. There were not many 9th level venerables at such a young age in the Black Dragon sect. Moreover, the Black Dragon sect had used external forces to increase their strength. The other party was not a member of the Black Dragon sect, so how could he have such a cultivation level? Who was he? Who exactly was he? Was he from the Martial Alliance? Or was he a powerhouse that they did not know about? For a moment, those people were all stunned. However, just as these people were in shock, Lin Xian moved again. His figure flashed, and like a bolt of blue lightning, he charged towards the main hall in front of him. In the next moment, he arrived in front of these people. With a wave of his palm, a terrifying blue palm like a dragon grabbed the enforcement elder's head. Boom! In the next moment, the enforcement elder's head exploded like a watermelon, and the pungent smell of blood instantly filled the air. Even the blood splattered on the faces of the surrounding elders. What? Impossible! These people screamed. They could not believe that the enforcement elder had died in front of them just like that. That was the enforcement elder. He was extremely powerful and could definitely be ranked in the top 5 in the Netherworld Hall. However, at this moment, he could not fight back at all and had been killed so easily. Demon, you're a demon. Who are you? Who exactly are you? Impossible. How can you be so strong? At this moment, the experts of the Netherworld Hall were terrified and kept screaming. They were usually high and mighty, slaughtering the people of the Xia country and looking down on everyone else. However, they did not expect that one day, they would become lambs waiting to be slaughtered in the eyes of others. At this moment, they finally experienced the fear of the weak. This fear was like a demon that suppressed the pain in their throats and pulled them into the abyss of hell. Who am I? I'm a disciple of the Black Heaven sect, and I'm here to seek revenge. Lin Xian's voice was cold and filled with endless chill. What? You're a disciple of the Black Heaven sect? That's impossible. How is this possible? Chapter 1346. They had personally destroyed the Black Heaven sect. A 2-star sect had been destroyed without much effort at that time. However, a mysterious young man had appeared and claimed to be a disciple of the Black Heaven sect. He wanted to take revenge on them. How could they believe this? If the Black Heaven sect really had such a terrifying disciple, they would not have been able to kill him so easily back then. That's impossible. You can't figure it out, right? Then go to hell and figure it out for me. Lin Xian's expression was cold, and his eyes were overflowing with killing intent. His 5 fingers formed a claw and quickly grabbed at another person. This time, his target was the young man in black armor. It was the first branch master of the Nether Hall. You're courting death. Get out of my way. The first branch master roared angrily and erupted with a tyrannical aura. In the next moment, he shot up into the sky like a bolt of black lightning. In the face of Lin Xian's strength, he did not dare to resist at all, so he could only escape. However, in the next moment, he despaired. That was because the palm still forcibly grabbed his head and dragged him to the ground. Boom! His huge body was pulled down from the sky and slammed into the ground. A vigorous and powerful palm firmly grabbed his head, and a terrifying killing intent and cold aura poured into his body through the palm. Feeling the terrifying killing intent and cold aura, the first branch master was terrified. He knew that he had no way out. He could only fight to the death to seize a chance of survival. Therefore, in the next moment, he roared angrily and quickly burned all the spiritual power in his body. He punched out with both fists like a ferocious beast, fiercely smashing toward Lin Xian. As long as he injured the other party, he would have a chance to escape. At that time, the Netherworld Patriarch would make a move, and they would be saved. Boom! The first branch master's fists fiercely collided with a low sound, but it did not hit Lin Xian. Instead, it hit the blue ice wall in front of Lin Xian. Although the power was terrifying, it could not shake the ice wall in the slightest. Not only that, the terrifying rebounding force directly broke the first branch master's fists. Moreover, the blue ice wall emitted a terrifying chill. Endless cold aura spread along the first branch master's fists, and soon his arms turned into ice crystals. Lin Xian flicked his finger, and the two arms turned into countless fragments that scattered on the ground. Ah! With his arms crippled, the first division leader let out a blood-curdling scream. His handsome face was incomparably pale, and his eyes were filled with terror. His body was trembling. "Go to hell and repent," Lin Xian said coldly, his voice filled with endless killing intent. Boom! The head of the first division leader exploded, and the headless corpse was instantly sealed in ice, turning into an ice sculpture. What? This was impossible. The first branch leader is also dead? When they witnessed this scene, all the surviving elders of the Nether Hall turned pale with fright. It was different from the law enforcers who had died before. This time, it was the first branch master. That was in existence at the peak of the 8th heaven venerable realm. He was ranked 3rd in the entire Nether Hall, and he was very young. His future was limitless. There were even rumors that he could become the next hall master of the Nether Hall. However, such a young genius was killed by a single palm strike. Perhaps even the Netherworld ancestor couldn't do it. What was the cultivation level of this young man? 9th heaven venerable? Or even higher? Could he really be a disciple of the Black Heaven sect? At this moment, the eyes of the Nether Hall elders were filled with despair. If they had known that the Black Heaven sect had such a powerful disciple, they wouldn't have dared to provoke him even if they were beaten to death. Ah, kill him. Only by killing him can we live. Immediately, 2 angry roars were heard. 2 elders quickly burned their spiritual power to obtain great power and quickly charged toward Lin Xian. These elders of the Nether Hall knew that if they didn't kill Lin Xian, they wouldn't be able to escape. Therefore, in an instant, they charged toward Lin Xian with the determination to die. The 2 elders who attacked first even burned all the spiritual power in their bodies and exploded with unparalleled power. The elder in green robes on the left held a long saber that was as thin as a cicada's wing. He quickly slashed toward Lin Xian. The saber light was as cold as moonlight. Wherever it passed, the entire void was cut in half. The elder in white robes on the right held a long spear in his hand. He looked like a god of war as his entire body emitted a dazzling golden light. The long spear in his hand turned into an angry dragon that roared as it charged forward. These 2 elders were both at the peak of 8th heaven honorable realm. Now that they were burning their spiritual power, they exploded with power comparable to a 9th heaven honorable realm cultivator. Even a 9th heaven honorable realm cultivator might not be able to withstand the full power of these 2 elders. At this moment, 2 fierce attacks instantly pierced toward Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian sneered and reached out his left hand to grab the long green saber. There were black patterns on his palm that looked like demonic patterns. They emitted a scorching aura that filled the sky. It was the 9 underworld black flames. Meanwhile, his right hand clenched into a fist and punched out. His fist was covered in a thick blue icy aura as it quickly blasted to the right. "You're courting death." Seeing that Lin Xian was actually grabbing their treasured weapons with his bare hands, the 2 elders sneered. Cold light bloomed in their eyes as their strength became even more terrifying. In their opinion, Lin Xian was simply too arrogant for daring to fight against the 2 of them at the same time. Moreover, he was doing it with his bare hands. They had to use this rare opportunity to kill Lin Xian. The saber light flashed and soon collided with the palm that was covered in black patterns. However, it did not cut off Lin Xian's palm as expected. Instead, the long green saber quickly melted under the palm and turned into a pool of molten iron. "What? This is impossible!" The green-robed elder screamed. His eyes were filled with fear. He could not believe that his strongest attack had been so easily neutralized by Lin Xian. Not only that, even his green saber had been melted by Lin Xian. What kind of move was this? It was actually so terrifying. With fear in his eyes, the green-robed elder turned around and fled. He now understood that the mysterious youth in front of him had a cultivation that was definitely beyond his understanding. Perhaps even their hall master might not be able to fight against Lin Xian, let alone him. The only thing he could do now was to run. He had to run for his life. However, just as he turned around, Lin Xian's black palm grabbed him. Immediately, countless black flames jumped and burned the green-robed elder to ashes. With a scream, the green-robed elder completely disappeared. At the same time, Lin Xian's right fist blasted out. With an unparalleled icy aura, it fiercely collided with the long spear. Bang! Icy aura gushed out and emitted a terrifying chill. Immediately, the white-robed elder was frozen into an ice sculpture. The terrifying fist hit the ice and shattered it into countless pieces. In an instant, the two elders who had burned their spiritual energy and attacked with all their might were killed. The entire process seemed to take a long time, but it actually happened in an instant. Therefore, before the people around them could react, the two elders were already dead. Chapter 1347. From the very beginning, he did not take the other party seriously. Later on, he was shocked and surprised. Now, he was filled with fear. This was because his subordinates, the second and third strongest of the Nether Hall, as well as all the elders, had been easily killed by the other party. Now, he was the only one left. The reason he was able to survive until now was not because he was powerful, but because the other party did not attack him. If the other party had attacked him, even if he was a ninth heaven honorable, he would not have been able to resist. It's over. It's really over this time. The Nether Ancestor's face was filled with despair. The other party was too powerful. Moreover, the other party would not let them go because the other party was from the Black Heaven sect. The Nether Hall had once destroyed the Black Heaven sect. Now that the other party had come to seek revenge, how could they let him go? It was laughable that he had been so confident that the other party was courting death by coming to their base camp. Now, it seemed like they were the ones courting death. If they had run away when the other party attacked, they might have been able to survive. However, it was too late now. Lin Xian's expression was cold as he looked at the Nether Ancestor. The Nether Hall has done many evil things. How dare you attack the Black Heaven sect? Since you've touched my bottom line, you can die now. At the end of his sentence, Lin Xian's expression suddenly became ferocious, and his eyes shone brightly. Soul-searching skill. Then, his soul power gushed out and turned into a sharp awl that pierced the Nether Ancestor's head. Ah! In the next moment, the Nether Ancestor held his head and screamed. His eyes rolled back and his body twitched as if he was in great pain. He was indeed in pain because his soul power had been severely damaged. This kind of pain was 10 times more painful than physical injuries. Lin Xian had no intention of letting him go. Therefore, he forcefully searched the Nether Ancestor's soul to obtain information. Soon, Lin Xian stopped. The Nether Ancestor's soul power had been completely destroyed. He fell to the ground and twitched. Lin Xian waved his hand, and an icy long sword appeared at his fingertips. He immediately pierced the Nether Ancestor on the ground and stared at the ground. From then on, all the martial artists in the Nether Hall's base camp were killed. Lin Xian, on the other hand, looked at the sky and sighed. My fellow disciples of the Black Heaven sect, rest in peace. Then, the 9 underworld's black flames gushed out and burned all the blood from the corpses. Soon, the entire mountain was restored to its original state. After doing all this, an endless amount of icy chi erupted from his body and quickly spread in all directions. Instantly, the entire Xintian sect was frozen, forming an ice palace. Under the sun, the newly formed ice palace shone with blue light. Although the people of the Black Sky sect were no longer around, Lin Xian wanted the Black Sky sect to continue existing, so he sealed it in ice. No one below the King realm could break through it. This could be considered as allowing the Xintian sect to continue existing as an alternative. After doing all this, Lin Xian's figure flashed and turned into a sword light, disappearing on the spot. He had just used the soul-searching technique and obtained a lot of important information. This netherworld old ancestor was worthy of being one of the 8 great hall masters. He knew a lot more than the previous second division master. Even some of the core secrets were known to Lin Xian. For example, the second division master did not know the origin of the mysterious crystal, but the netherworld old ancestor knew. However, this result surprised Lin Xian because he did not expect the place where the mysterious crystal first appeared to be related to him. It was the demon pit that he had been to before. In the past, there was a mysterious area near the Xintian sect that was called a forbidden area. That was the demon pit. He remembered that the demon pit had spat out a mysterious stone that contained a strange energy. At that time, as a disciple of the Black Sky sect, he had fought for it once. He had even entered the demon pit and found countless stone tablets and the afterimages of powerhouses fighting. Fortunately, he had Wine Lord with him, so he could leave safely. At that time, he felt that the demon pit was extremely mysterious. However, he was weak and did not have the ability to explore it. Later on, he did not care about it and gradually forgot about it. Half a year ago, a mysterious crystal appeared in the demon pit that could greatly increase a martial artist's cultivation. It was also from then on that disaster began. As the Black Sky sect was the closest to the demon pit, it was directly destroyed by the Nether Society. Not only that, but the entire mountain was also occupied by the Nether Society. However, from the information obtained from the Netherworld Old Ancestor's soul, the demon pit seemed to have changed and became a forbidden area. Even a ninth heaven venerable would not survive if they entered, let alone ordinary people. Moreover, it was said that the Black Dragon sect's leader personally found the source of the mysterious crystal and took it away, placing it in another place. Since then, the Black Dragon sect had become the most powerful sect. Lin Xian was very curious about the demon pit, so he discussed it with the dark red divine dragon, Murong Qingqing, and the others and decided to take a look. Soon, the spirit boat glided through the air and arrived near the demon pit. Lin Xian and the others did not move forward rashly because they felt a sense of danger. That aura made even the dark red divine dragon turn solemn. Ruffian dragon, what did you find? Lin Xian asked. The dark red divine dragon muttered in disbelief. After a long time, it slowly said, "This seems to be the power of a domain." Domain? Are you talking about a king's domain? Lin Xian was shocked. On the side, Murong Qingqing's expression was also solemn. No, it's indeed like the power of a domain. I've seen this power on the forefather before. The ancestor that Murong Qingqing mentioned was naturally the king of the Murong clan. Since both of them said so, it seemed that the invisible power in front of them was a king's domain. How is this possible? How can there be a king's domain in front of us? Lin Xian could not understand. Could there be a king in the demon pit? After thinking about it, it seemed that this was the only possibility. It is indeed a king, and not an ordinary one. The aura of this domain is too terrifying. The dark red divine dragon said with a serious expression. However, Lin Xian was even more confused. He said in a deep voice, "According to what you said, this is a king's domain. Those below the king level cannot enter at all. But that shouldn't be the case. 5 years ago, I went in once." What? You went in? The dark red divine dragon and Murong Qingqing were shocked. Lin Xian nodded and told them about his experience. After that, the dark red divine dragon and Murong Qingqing pondered and thought about the possibilities. According to what you said, 5 years ago, this place was not so terrifying. And the reason why such a terrifying change happened was only half a year ago. Murong Qingqing was very confused. She could not understand the reason. Although she had seen a king's domain, she was still a young girl and did not know the true secrets of a king. On the other hand, the dark red dragon clearly knew more because he had once been a king. Chapter 1348. The dark red divine dragon obviously knows more because he used to be a king. The dark red divine dragon shook his head and said, "According to what you said, I seem to have thought of a possibility, but it's too shocking and I don't really believe it. Brat, I have to say, your Tianan region Xia country is really amazing. First there was the sea god's ice, and now there's a king's domain. It's hard to imagine that such a thing would appear in such a remote country. What's going on?" Tell us clearly. Don't keep us in suspense. Murong Qingqing asked. She is very curious. Lin Xian said anxiously. Ruffian dragon, quickly tell us. The dark red divine dragon shook his head and said, No, this is just my guess. It's too scary to say it out loud. Ruffian dragon shook his head and refused to say anything. However, he didn't give up on his research and said, If we can find that mysterious crystal stone, it might be of great help to us. Mysterious crystal stone? Lin Xian thought for a moment. He indeed obtained some information from the netherworld old ancestors' memories. If you want to find that crystal stone, I might have a way. Lin Xian said, In a month, the Black Dragon sect will hold a grand meeting. At that time, all the sects and subordinate clans will come to participate. The purpose of that meeting seems to be to distribute the mysterious crystal stone. There's actually such a thing? We must go and take a look. The dark red divine dragon said excitedly. Only by finding that mysterious crystal stone and understanding what it was would they be able to unravel the demon abyss' true secret. Murong Qingqing is also very curious. Even though she is the little princess of a king's family, she has never heard of such a mysterious crystal stone. Therefore, she also wants to go and take a look. Dark and light meeting. It will be held in a month's time in the desolate mountain range. Lin Xian told the dark red divine dragon everything he knows. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. The dark red divine dragon urged. Murong Qingqing frowned and said, We are not from the Black Dragon sect. If we go, won't we be walking into a trap? What's there to be afraid of? At worst, we'll just charge in. I don't believe that group of trash can stop us. The dark red dragon shook its head and wagged its tail disdainfully. Don't act recklessly. Don't be impulsive. After all, the Black Dragon sect has a king. Moreover, there are quite a few half-step kings. Therefore, we shouldn't act rashly in this meeting. Why don't we take a look around first? Lin Xian said cautiously. Everyone nodded in agreement to Lin Xian's suggestion. Then, they flew towards the southern Desolation mountain range. The Dark and Light Assembly was a grand event of the Black Dragon cult. The geniuses and elites of all the major halls would gather there. Although the Black Dragon cult was huge and was a demonic cult, it was divided into many small groups. At the very least, each hall had their own way of doing things. And this obsidian society was another opportunity for them to perform. He could also obtain mysterious crystals. Therefore, it was a golden age for the Black Dragon sect. This was the first time the Black Dragon sect had held this event since its revival. Therefore, one could imagine how lively it would be. Before Lin Xian left, he had the dark red dragon set up an illusion array to cover up the destruction of the Nether Hall. Therefore, the Black Dragon sect didn't know about it yet. Apart from the Nether Hall, the other 7 halls and the families and sects that had surrendered all began their preparations. They were preparing to head towards the southern Desolation mountain range to participate in the Dark and Light Assembly. Lin Xian had the spirit state, so his speed was even faster. Therefore, it took them less than 10 days to arrive near the southern Desolation mountain range. However, for safety reasons, Lin Xian didn't drive the spirit boat to the southern Desolation mountain range. Instead, he stopped near the southern Emperor mountain range. He let the spirit boat float high in the sky and activated all the arrays to defend against the Lin family clansmen inside. Not only that, he also left 3 5-star assassins on the boat. These 3 5-star assassins had all been planted with beast slave imprints by Lin Xian. It could be said that they were incomparably loyal and would never betray him. With these 3 5-star assassins, Lin Xian felt a lot more at ease. Moreover, they stopped high in the sky and were covered by arrays. As long as the Black Dragon sect's leader didn't come in person, no one would discover them. Meanwhile, Lin Xian led Murong Qingqing, Luo Bingshan, and the Dark Red Dragon toward the southern Desolation mountain range. They wandered around for a few days and found that during this period, supremacies would occasionally land. These people were all elites with powerful auras. Although their ages, appearances, and clothes were different, without exception, they all had a black dragon bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws. This meant that they were all from the Black Dragon sect. Not only that, they also found out that to participate in this conference, One must have the black dragon token. Otherwise, they couldn't enter at all. Damn! What stupid black dragon token? I don't have such a thing. At most, we'll just kill our way in. The dark red dragon said angrily. Lin Xian shook his head. Don't worry. Let's wait a little longer. There should be a way in 10 days. Therefore, Lin Xian and the others waited patiently again. During this period, Lin Xian had been absorbing the ice energy of the sea god's ice to strengthen his ice martial soul. A few days later, another group of people appeared in the sky. This time, the people who came were very strange. There were not many of them, and there was only one palanquin. However, this palanquin was very huge. It was made of gold, and there were dragons and phoenixes carved on it. It was golden and dazzling. And this golden palanquin was carried by 8 people. The 8 short martial artists were only half a meter tall. However, they had the face of a middle-aged man, and each of them looked ferocious. Their auras had reached the 7th heaven of the supremacy realm. Using a 7th heaven of the supremacy realm as a teacher, this was indeed a big deal. It was probably rare in the Tianwu continent. Lin Xian and the others naturally noticed this strange situation. They were also very curious. What kind of person could be so extravagant? There's a beauty nearby? How wonderful! Suddenly, an evil voice came from the golden palanquin. Looks like I'm very lucky to find a beauty in this barren mountain. All of you, listen up. Descend. Soon, the 8 supremacy realm bearers received the order and quickly descended. And that direction was where Lin Xian and the others were. He's coming towards us. Did he discover us? Murong Qingcheng was surprised. Lin Xian also frowned slightly. They had been hiding very well for so many days. None of the supremacies who came and went discovered them. However, the golden sedan chair had discovered them. It must be said that this was truly surprising. Soon, the golden palanquin stopped above Lin Xian and the others. Among them, the 2 short supremacies at the front slowly opened the curtains of the palanquin and knelt in the void. Chapter 1349. Soon, the huge golden palanquin stopped above Lin Xian and the rest. Among them, the 2 short venerables at the front slowly opened the curtains of the palanquin and knelt in the air. In the next moment, a figure walked out of the palanquin. It was a young man wearing a black robe. His face was pale as if he was sick. His eyes were somewhat sinister and emitted an evil light. Beside him were 2 young women. They were being held in his bosom. The 2 women were very enchanting and wore very revealing clothes. Especially their eyes, they were like hooks that could take away one's soul. The sickly, evil young man stood in the air with the 2 beauties in his arms and looked down. Finally, he locked his gaze and looked at Lin Xian and the rest. With a flash, he landed on the ground with the 2 young women. In the sky, the 4 short venerables stayed where they were while the other 4 landed with him. As soon as the evil young man landed, his gaze was fixed on Murong Qingcheng. His sinister eyes shone brightly, and the corners of his mouth curled into a sinister smile. Beauty, you are indeed a peerless beauty. The evil young man laughed wildly and was very excited. He was like a hungry wolf that had encountered delicious food. On the other hand, the 2 young girls beside him were obviously not happy. They kept looking at Murong Qingcheng with cold eyes. To be honest, the 2 of them were considered beauties, but compared to Murong Qingcheng, the difference was like heaven and earth. At this moment, they saw the evil young man staring at Murong Qingcheng. Of course, they were unhappy. However, the evil young man did not care about this at all. He stared at Murong Qingcheng and almost drooled. Beauty, why are you alone in the wilderness? Aren't you afraid of danger? Are you also here to participate in the Darklight Convention? Come, follow me. I guarantee that you will be very comfortable. The evil young man stared at Murong Qingcheng and smiled evilly. Lin Xian, who was standing at the side, was very displeased. Didn't he see that there were 3 people standing next to her? Moreover, the other party dared to poach his woman. He was courting death. Therefore, he asked coldly, "Who are you?" Lin Xian's words made the evil young man frown impatiently. What a piece of trash. You don't even know who I am? He glanced at Lin Xian, then raised his eyebrows and stared at Luo Bingshan. Although Luo Bingshan was wearing a golden mask and his face could not be seen, his figure was undeniable. Not only that, but she also exuded a cold and noble aura, as if she was a high and mighty queen. This aura was fatal to the evil young man. Soon, he started drooling as he stared at Luo Bingshan. Beautiful, so beautiful. I didn't expect there to be such a peerless beauty. Although she's wearing a golden mask, it's more. However, the only pity is that the two beauties actually followed a piece of trash. When he finished speaking, the evil-looking young man looked at Lin Xian. However, there was a trace of coldness in his eyes. Kid, you can scram now. This young master will spare your life for the sake of the two beauties. Hurry up and scram. Hearing those words, Lin Xian laughed. It was a laugh of disdain. This guy in front of him was really an idiot. He couldn't even see the situation clearly and dared to scold him. He narrowed his eyes and asked coldly, "You're here to participate in the Darklight meeting?" Nonsense. Why would I come to this remote mountain if not for the Darklight meeting? Kid, this young master is in a good mood. I won't kill you. Hurry up and scram. Otherwise, if I change my mind, even 10,000 lives won't be enough for you. So, you have a black dragon token on you? Lin Xian asked again. Of course. What? Don't tell me you don't even have a black dragon token. Which hall are you from? Without a black dragon token, you dare to secretly participate in the Darklight meeting? You're courting death. Hearing that the other party had a black dragon token, Lin Xian smiled with satisfaction. At the side, the Crimson Divine Dragon also opened its mouth and cackled like an old monster. Great. After waiting for so long, I finally got a black dragon token. I didn't expect it to come to me on its own accord. Kid, if you want to blame someone, blame your bad luck for coming to me on your own accord. The dark red dragon laughed wildly. Lin Xian said coldly, hand over the black dragon token and I'll leave you with an intact corpse. Are you threatening me? The evil youth sneered. He sneered disdainfully. It seems that you really don't know who I am? That's true. I've been cultivating and only recently appeared. Not many people in the Black Dragon sect know me. But don't worry. After the Darklight meeting, the world will definitely know the name of Hua Wufeng. Not many people know you. That's even better. Lin Xian's smile grew wider. He didn't expect the heavens to send him such a treasure. Thinking of this, he took a step forward and sneered, I really can't think of any reason to let you go. Impudent. Seeing this scene, Hua Wufeng's face finally sank. Go, break his legs. Make him kneel on the ground and beg me like a dog. As soon as he finished speaking, a short honorable walked out. Like a ghost, he quickly charged towards Lin Xian. His speed was so fast that ordinary honorables couldn't see him at all. In an instant, he was in front of Lin Xian. His hands were like heavenly hammers as they slammed towards Lin Xian's knees. As soon as the two short honorables attacked, a ray of light appeared in front of Lin Xian. It was extremely sharp and instantly slashed towards them. In the next moment, the two short honorables screamed in pain as they were split in half. Blood splattered everywhere as they fell to the ground. What? How dare you kill my people? Seeing this, the evil youth was finally enraged. The 8 short honorables were his subordinates. On the surface, they were carrying his palanquin, but in reality, they were his guards. Each of them was a 7th firmament honorable. When the 8 of them worked together, even an 8th firmament honorable was no match for them. But now, one of them had been killed. How could he accept this? However, what surprised him was that it wasn't the young man in front of him who attacked. It was the peerless beauty with a golden mask. He didn't expect the beauty to have such sharp saber skills. The killing intent that she exuded was even more terrifying than his guards. Such killing intent couldn't be produced out of thin air. It could only be formed by killing countless people. He realized that he had underestimated the people in front of him. Who are you? Which hall are you from? Don't you know who I am? Let me tell you. I'm the disciple of the 3rd guardian. How dare you kill my people? Kneel down and wait for your punishment. Hua Wufeng said arrogantly. If the disciples of the Black Dragon sect heard this, they would definitely kneel on the ground in fear. Chapter 1350. How dare you kill my people? Kneel down and await your punishment. Hua Wufeng said proudly. If the disciples of the Black Dragon religion heard this, they would have knelt down in fear. Hua Wufeng was the disciple of the third guardian. His status was too high. The patriarch of the Black Dragon religion had the highest status. Below him were the left and right emissaries, the left emissary of the Azure Dragon and the right emissary of the Unfettered Emissary. Then there were the 4 great guardians and the 8 halls. In other words, the third protector was a terrifying existence, who was even more powerful than the 8 hall leaders. Hua Wufeng was the youngest disciple of the third guardian. He was also the third guardian's favorite disciple. However, Hua Wufeng had been cultivating with the third guardian since he was young. He was only released when the Dark and Light Conference was about to take place. Almost no one knew who Hua Wufeng was. However, no one in the Black Dragon religion would dare to offend him if he revealed his identity. Unfortunately, Lin Xian was not a member of the Black Dragon religion. Therefore, he did not do anything even after hearing Hua Wufeng's identity. Instead, his murderous intent grew stronger. I didn't expect you to have such an important identity. If that's the case, I can't let you live. Lin Xian unleashed a boundless sword intent that sealed off the space. The crimson godly dragon waved its claws and formed a formation that encapsulated the golden palanquin and the 4 martial highnesses. You dare to attack me? Hua Wufeng was enraged. However, his eyes widened when he took a closer look at Lin Xian and the others. You're not from the Black Dragon religion. Isn't it too late to realize it now? Lin Xian smirked coldly. Go, all of you go. Kill him. Hua Wufeng yelled furiously. Kill this kid and the snake. Also, capture these 2 beauties alive for me. Make sure you don't hurt their faces. Immediately, the 3 short 7th-layer martial highnesses and the 2 beautiful women beside them immediately made their moves. The 3 short venerables transformed into phantoms and charged toward Lin Xian. The 2 young and beautiful women among them drew 2 long swords that glinted with cold light and slashed at the dark red divine dragon with all their might. The demonic shadows were extremely fast and powerful. In an instant, they had enveloped Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon. The next moment, crack, 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 bang, bang. Lin Xian's kick landed on the 3 short, 7th-type sovereigns. Their bodies instantly exploded in the air and turned into a bloody mist. As for the 2 young women, they screamed miserably as they were slapped to death by the dark red divine dragon's claw. Fresh blood flowed, and the pungent smell of blood filled the air. However, it was burned to ashes by Lin Xian's black flames in an instant. You. This time, Hua Wufeng's expression finally changed. He did not expect the man and the snake in front of him to be so powerful that they could instantly kill his guards. Those were 7th-level venerables, and there were 5 of them. If they joined forces, they would be extremely powerful existences. Even he would not be able to kill them completely. However, the other party had done it so easily. Didn't this mean that the other party's cultivation level was higher than his? However, how was that possible? He was an 8th-level venerables and was extremely powerful. That was why his master had allowed him to come out alone without worry. Although he had never roamed the underworld, he knew a lot of information. He knew that with his 8th-level venerables cultivation level and his status, he could definitely do whatever he wanted in the entire Tianan region. No one would dare to provoke him. However, he had not expected to encounter such a disaster in this barren mountain as soon as he came out. At first, he did not pay attention to Lin Xian and the others because he could not detect their auras. Although this made him a little suspicious, he thought that these people's auras were too weak and not worth mentioning. However, now that he thought about it, that was not the case at all. The other party's cultivation level was obviously higher than his. That was why he could not detect their auras. Stop fighting. I'll give you whatever you want. Hua Wufeng quickly said when he saw the murderous Lin Xian. He had been cultivating in seclusion since he was young and had never experienced a battle. Therefore, he was stunned when he saw the blood. What do I want? I want your life. Lin Xian sneered and stretched out his hand to grab the air in front of him. You're courting death. Hua Wufeng was enraged and threw out a punch. His lungs were about to explode because he thought that he had already given in. However, the other party was still unwilling to give in. This was infuriating. Therefore, in the next moment, he did not care about anything else. He quickly gathered his spiritual power and threw out a punch. Although the other party was mysterious and powerful, he was not weak either. Furthermore, this punch contained all his strength. He believed that he could definitely destroy the other party. However, he soon realized that he was wrong. This was because his fist did not cause any damage to the other party's palm. Instead, his own bones quickly broke because of the impact. Ah! The pain made him cry out in agony. However, this was not the end. In the next moment, a powerful hand grabbed his head. Then, he felt a piercing pain in his head, as if an invisible force was trying to forcibly retrieve his memories. The pain caused him to pass out. Soon, Lin Xian found all the information. Then, he waved his finger and the storage ring on the ground floated into his hand. Hua Wufeng's body was quickly burned until nothing was left. After obtaining the other party's storage ring, Lin Xian probed it with his soul power and found a black dragon token inside. With a satisfied smile, Lin Xian said, "Let's go. We can participate in the Dark Light Convention now." Then, the group of people soared up into the sky. In the sky, the remaining 4 short honorables were trapped by the array set up by the dark red divine dragon. They were trying their best to break the array. However, with their strength, they could not break it. Lin Xian did not kill them. Instead, he planted a beast-slave seal on each of them and turned them into puppets. Then, he led Morong Qingsheng and the rest into the golden palanquin. If he wanted to plant a beast-slave seal on a peak expert like Luo Bingshan, he might need to use the 1,000-beast cauldron. However, for a 7th-layer honorable, Lin Xian could do it himself. After all, his current soul power was extremely powerful. Even a half-step king might not be able to compare to it. Let's go. Lin Xian sat in the golden palanquin and issued the order. Savage Mountain Range, a valley. This was the Southern Desolation ancient city, a city left behind from the ancient times. It was also the location of the Darklight Convention. At this moment, the Southern Desolation ancient city was bustling with noise and excitement. However, they were not ordinary disciples. Only the genius disciples of the various halls could come here. Ordinary Black Dragon cult disciples could not even dream of coming here. Among them, there were many newcomers participating in the Darklight Convention for the first time. They looked at the experts and elders with their mouths wide open. It was hard for them to imagine that there would be so many powerful honorables in the ancient city. Branch Master, it seems like there are many people participating in the Darklight Convention this time. Chapter 1351. Branch Leader. It seems that there are quite a lot of people participating in the Dark and Light Conference this time. 2 figures stood on the street. One of them was a young man in a purple robe. Not only was his robe purple, but his eyebrows, hair, and even his eyes were purple. His entire body was filled with an evil aura. Beside the young man stood a purple-haired old man. He was the one who had spoken earlier. The Purple Demon Hall was one of the 8 great halls of the Black Dragon cult. A few years ago, Lin Xian had fought with the Purple Demon Hall. This young man in purple was an important figure in the Purple Demon Hall. It's nothing. This conference is the first since the restoration of our cult. Naturally, many people will come. The young man in purple said casually. He looked at the figures in front of him with a face full of arrogance. Presumably, the people from the 8 great halls will come. Hearing this, the purple-haired old man nodded slightly. Indeed, other than the 8 great halls, the disciples of the 4 great protectors will also come. Other than that, some clans and sects that have pledged their allegiance to our cult will also send people. As he spoke, the young man in purple suddenly frowned and stared at a figure in front of him. Nangong Hao. I didn't expect him to come too. There was a tall young man in front of him. He was surrounded by countless martial artists like stars surrounding the moon. It looked as if an emperor was on a journey. Nangong Hao. I didn't expect his cultivation to have improved again. The purple-haired old man's eyes flickered. This young man's talent is terrifying. Not only is his alchemy skill high, but his cultivation is also powerful. It is said that not long ago, he even fought with the first branch leader of the Divine Pill Hall and almost won. Although he is only the second branch leader, his reputation is not inferior to the first branch leader. The Divine Pill Hall has always been arrogant. They claim to be number one and look down on our Purple Demon Hall. Therefore, there is no need for us to greet them this time. The young man in purple nodded coldly and turned to leave. But in the next moment, he stopped because he saw another figure. A handsome young man in a blood-red robe was walking forward. Beside him, there were two extremely enchanting women. Bloodhand. The young man in purple frowned slightly. At the side, the purple-haired old man also had a solemn expression. Bloodhand, the Blood Fiend Hall's first branch master. The competition between the 8 halls of the Black Dragon cult was extremely intense. Among them, the Divine Pill Hall had a very high status among the 8 halls because of its ability to refine pills. However, the strength of the Blood Fiend Hall in front of him was extremely terrifying. Not only that, the people of the Blood Fiend Hall were all killing gods. Every one of their hands was stained with the blood and sweat of countless people. Sometimes, they didn't even need to make a move. Just the killing intent on their bodies was enough to scare their enemies out of their wits. It could be said that the members of the Blood Fiend Hall were a group of Blood Fiend maniacs, and the blood-robed youth before him, Bloodhand, was the most representative figure among them. It seems that the Dark and Light Conference this time won't be peaceful. I didn't expect that even the Bloodhand would come. The purple-clad young man took a deep breath. The appearance of Nangong Hao and Bloodhand immediately attracted the attention of most people. Many people stared at the two people in the field with envy. At this moment, the crowd was once again in an uproar as another figure quickly walked over. This was a black-robed young man. His face was pale, as if he hadn't seen the sun for many years. His eyes were very long and narrow, and when his gaze turned, there was a sinister aura. Ghostly, it can't be, right? He's also here. Seeing the black-robed youth, the purple-haired old man's body slightly trembled. Nangong Hao and Bloodhand's reputations were already extremely tyrannical, but the black-robed youth that appeared before them was even more bizarre. Because he was the first branch master of the Malicious Spirit Hall, Ghostly. The Malicious Spirit Hall was an extremely bizarre hall. They dealt with the dead and ghosts all year round, and it could be said that every one of them carried a sinister ghost aura. Among them, Ghostly was the most terrifying one. Legend had it that he had a white bone banner with 999 ghosts sealed in it. It was extremely terrifying. With a light wave, it could emit ghostly wails and howls, causing one's scalp to go numb. It could be said that they would rather offend Bloodhand than provoke Ghostly. The black-robed youth, Ghostly, slowly walked into the field with a sinister smile on his face. Immediately, Nangong Hao and Bloodhand frowned, and the surrounding Black Dragon sect cultivators pulled away with a whoosh. No one dared to stand together with Ghostly. Hee, so lively. It's broad daylight. Why did a wild ghost like you come out? Just as everyone was panicking, laughter suddenly rang out. Hearing this voice, everyone's bodies trembled, and their scalps went numb. They never imagined that someone would actually dare to joke with Ghostly in front of everyone. Could it be that he didn't want to live anymore? Everyone looked over, and they were all dumbfounded, because they didn't see anyone. Could it be an illusion? Just as everyone was bewildered, their eyelids suddenly twitched, because a figure was standing right in front of them. No one clearly saw how he appeared, as if he had been standing there before, but everyone knew that there was clearly no one there before. What a terrifying movement technique! Everyone was shocked. No wonder he dared to joke with Ghostly. Seeing this figure, the purple-robed youth frowned, and even took 2 steps back. On the side, the purple-haired old man's voice trembled slightly. Assassination Hall's first branch master, Shadowless. Come without a shadow, leave without a trace, and kill without a trace. This was everyone's evaluation of the Assassination Hall. No one knew when they would appear, and no one knew who they would kill, but when they attacked, there would definitely be experts who would fall. As expected of the Dark and Light Conference, to have gathered so many experts. The purple-haired old man took a deep breath, his voice trembling. Indeed, whether it was Nangong Hao, Bloodhand, Ghostly, Shadowless, or his purple demon hall, every one of them was an extremely powerful existence. They were existences that could make everyone tremble. As soon as these 5 people appeared, they immediately attracted everyone's attention, and the 5 of them were brimming with fighting spirit. Although they hadn't made a move yet, their invisible auras were already clashing. Crackle, bang, bang. The void vibrated, and a low sound was heard, as terrifying energy swept out in all directions. The energy was so terrifying that it caused the surrounding void to distort. The surrounding people were horrified, and they quickly retreated. Some of them were even slower, and their bodies trembled as if they had been struck by lightning. How terrifying! Is this the strength of the sacred sect's sky prides? The surrounding martial artists' hearts trembled. Gap, a huge gap. In front of these people, they had no power to resist at all, and they couldn't even block their auras. Everyone looked at the top 5 sky prides in front of them, terrified, and at the same time envious. Chapter 1352. A golden palanquin, like a golden flash, quickly flew over from the distance and stopped above the crowd. It wasn't just passing by. Instead, it stopped right there like a golden cloud, floating above everyone. Arrogant, too arrogant. Everyone looked up in shock. They had never seen such an entrance before. Wasn't he stepping on their heads to enter the stage? Even the previous geniuses didn't dare to do this. Who was this person? How dare he be so arrogant? The surrounding Black Dragon sect cultivators were unhappy, and the previous geniuses had gloomy expressions. Killing intent even appeared in their eyes. Who were they? They were all geniuses of their respective halls. They were existences that countless Black Dragon sect disciples could only look up to. They were usually high and mighty, and even the older generation figures treated them with courtesy. Who would dare to suppress them? But now, an inexplicable palanquin had stopped above their heads and didn't seem to have any intention of leaving. As geniuses, they couldn't bear it. In the distance, the purple-clothed youth's face was gloomy. He frowned and looked at the sky, puzzled. Could it be that some big shot from the Black Dragon sect is here? He couldn't think of any young generation that dared to be so arrogant. It could only be those older generation figures. However, the purple-haired old man frowned. The big shots of the Black Dragon sect always have a special style when they come out. But I really can't think of which big shot this golden palanquin belongs to. In fact, the surrounding people had already begun to guess. They didn't believe that this was something a young man could do. Below, the 5 outstanding geniuses didn't speak. Their eyes flickered, and they concealed their anger well. Because if the other party was an older generation figure, they really couldn't say anything. Just as the crowd was discussing, a light voice came from the golden palanquin above. Is this the Darklight Convention? There are so many people. Why is it so lively? Hearing that voice, everyone was in an uproar. The faces of the 5 geniuses darkened. That voice was very young, and clearly belonged to the younger generation. They couldn't stand it. Impudent. Who are you? How dare you stop above us? Get down here. Flying is not allowed in the southern desolate ancient town. Don't you know that? Which hall are you from? Too arrogant. Cold shouts were heard one after another. It was obvious that everyone was furious. However, a disdainful voice sounded from the golden palanquin again. To find so many flies as soon as I arrive, how annoying. Fuck, who is he calling a fly? Arrogant, too arrogant. Which hall is he from? Why don't I have any impression of it? All sorts of angry curses rang out. The heavens' favorites' faces were terrifyingly dark. Among them, Nangong Hao's eyes were like lightning as he stared at the sky and said coldly, "Who are you? Hurry up and come out. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite and kicking you out." As the second branch master of the Divine Pill Hall, he was extremely furious. This was because no one could surpass him, not even the first branch master of the Divine Pill Hall, let alone others. Since you are begging to see me, I will be merciful and fulfill your wishes. The arrogant voice sounded again. Immediately after, the two short supremacies in front slowly pulled open the curtain and knelt on the ground to welcome the newcomer respectfully. Hearing this, Nangong Hao was so angry that he vomited blood. However, the people around him frowned because only now did they realize that the four people carrying the palanquin were actually 7th-level supremacies. A 7th-level supremacies carrying a palanquin was definitely a shocking extravagance. Even the hall masters might not necessarily have such extravagance. Fuck. Who is this person? He actually used 4 7th-level supremacies as palanquin carriers. This is too extravagant. What a prodigal. What a prodigal. These are experts. However, he actually used them as palanquin carriers. This is a waste of talent. The group of people wailed, while Nangong Hao, Blood Rogue, and the others frowned. They really couldn't figure out who it was to have such a grand display of extravagance. However, they soon found out because the other party was about to come out. Sure enough, a figure slowly walked out of the golden palanquin. It was a young man in a black robe. He had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. His face was extremely handsome, and his black hair fluttered in the wind. His eyes were even more arrogant. His expression was as if he was the overlord of the world. Not only that, but there were also two peerless beauties leaning against him. The person on the left was wearing a purple dress. Her face was extremely beautiful, like a fairy who had descended to the mortal world. The person on the right was even more mysterious. Her black robe accentuated her exquisite figure, and she wore a golden mask on her face that shone with an icy cold light. Although her face could not be seen clearly, it added a bit of mystery to her. That feeling was the most attractive, arrogant, mysterious, powerful aura, and beautiful face. Regardless of which one it was, everyone was deeply shocked. For a moment, the entire street was silent, and there was not a trace of sound. The young man was naturally Lin Xian, and the two beauties beside him were Morong Qingqing and Luo Bingshan. A few days ago, he met Hua Wufeng in the southern Desolation mountain range, so he took care of him. Then, Lin Xian disguised himself as Hua Wufeng and entered the southern Desolation ancient town with Morong Qingqing and the others. Since Hua Wufeng had always been in seclusion, this was the first time he had appeared in front of everyone, so almost no one in the Black Dragon sect knew him. This made it easier for Xian and the others to move. At least in the southern Desolation ancient array, no one should know him. Even the hall masters did not know him. Perhaps only the third guardian knew him. However, according to the memories he obtained, the third guardian would not be participating in the Darklight convention, so he was very safe. After a long time, the people below finally came back to their senses and stared up. Damn, who is this kid? He actually has two peerless beauties. Damn, I'm so envious. What's with that look? It's so fierce. It's like an emperor looking down on the world. Who is he? How come I've never heard of him? He shouldn't be from the 8 great halls, right? Of course not. The 5 strongest halls are already here. The remaining 3 can't have such a character, otherwise we would have known. Damn, I'm starting to wonder if he's really from the Black Dragon sect. Many people below were shocked, but when they saw the black robe embroidered with a fierce dragon, they heaved a sigh of relief. Are you stupid? What an idiot. Without the Black Dragon token, you can't enter the Southern Desolation ancient town. If he can enter, he must be from the Saint sect. Chapter 1353. On the other hand, Nangong Hao, Xue Shou, Guili, and the other elites stared at the figure in the sky. Although they didn't know who the young man was, they could tell from his arrogant attitude and sharp eyes that he wasn't any weaker than them. However, they were extremely displeased. That was because even now, the other party was still walking in the air, stepping on their heads the entire time. Among them, the purple-robed youth Ziyang Zhan was frowning in the distance. His purple eyes flickered with a mysterious light. Xue Shou smiled cruelly as his body glowed with a bloody light and a murderous aura. His eyes were like two blood-red swords as he stared at the sky. Gue Li's face was pale as he smirked and cackled. What a strong body. Her soul must be good as well. She's suitable to be my food. Gue Li stared at Shadowless and sneered. Shadowless remained expressionless as if he didn't exist. Nangong Hao was the angriest. The Divine Pill Hall had always thought of themselves as the #1 hall among the 8 halls, and Nangong Hao was one of the 2 most outstanding people in the hall. It could be said that in his opinion, he was the most outstanding young prodigy of the 8 great halls. Everyone had to grovel at his feet. However, a mysterious young man had appeared and was standing above him. Not only that, the young man's arrogant attitude made him extremely unhappy, especially the 2 beauties beside the young man. Even he was envious of them. Such an entrance, such beauties, and such an attitude should belong to him. He wouldn't allow anyone to be arrogant in front of him. In the next instant, Nangong Hao looked at the sky and shouted, "Who are you? Which hall are you from? Why haven't I seen you before? Hurry up and prove your identity. Otherwise, I have the right to throw you out." He knew that the young man must have passed the inspection to be able to enter. However, he couldn't care less now. He just wanted to find a random reason to drag the young man down from the sky. If the young man continued to stand above him, he would definitely go crazy. Hearing the shout from below, Lin Xian lowered his head and looked at Nangong Hao. He then smirked disdainfully. "Listen carefully. Your father's name is Hua Wufeng. I'm the closed-door disciple of the 3rd guardian." Hearing this, Nangong Hao's face darkened again. He almost spat out a mouthful of blood. On the other hand, Bloodhand, Ghostly, and the others were shocked. The disciple of the 3rd guardian? He is actually the disciple of the 3rd guardian. Everyone was shocked. They couldn't help but be shocked. The status of the 4 great protectors was very high, even higher than that of the 8 great hall masters. Furthermore, the other party was the disciple of the 3rd protector. His status was clearly higher than theirs. No wonder he was so arrogant and dared to stand above them all. Fuck. The disciple of the 3rd protector. I knew this kid had a great background. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gotten 4 7th level venerables to pull his carriage. It can't be, right? Even the protector's disciple is participating in the Darklight Convention? Looks like this meeting is definitely not going to be peaceful. Look at the faces of Nangong Hao and the others. It's so dark. I'm sure he's going crazy. You don't have to tell me that. They're all arrogant and unruly people. They won't submit to anyone. But who would have thought that there would be a young man standing above all of them today? How could they accept this? Everyone was discussing animatedly, while some were doubtful. That's not right. I've heard of the 3rd protector's disciple, but I don't think there's such a person. At this time, Bloodhand, whose body was emitting a bloody light, spoke. I've also seen the 3rd protector's disciple, but I've never seen you before. So, I'm still very doubtful about your identity. It's normal that you haven't seen me before. Lin Xian said arrogantly. I've been in seclusion and have only recently come out. But don't worry, after the Darklight Convention, the whole world will know the name of Hua Wufeng. If you still don't believe me, just take a look at this. Lin Xian waved his hand and took out a black token. Black Dragon token. And it was the Black Dragon token with the 3rd protector's mark. The moment this token appeared, everyone went silent, because no one could forge this token. In other words, the other party was really the 3rd protector's disciple. Seeing the expressions of the people below, Lin Xian smiled inwardly. He knew that these people believed him, so no one would doubt him anymore. Next, he just had to wait for the mysterious crystal to appear. However, Lin Xian didn't plan to leave just like that. His eyes turned and stared at Nangong Hao again. Yes, I'm talking about you. Lin Xian pointed at Nangong Hao and said arrogantly, I've been on the road for an entire day, so I'm really tired. Hurry up and refine a few pills for me to relieve my fatigue. Remember, use the best spiritual medicine and don't skimp on the materials. With that, he hugged Murong Qingsheng and Luo Bingshan and strode away. The crowd below was in an uproar, and Nangong Ho's face was dark, looking extremely ferocious. He clenched his fists tightly, like a crazy beast. That damned guy. How dare he look down on me? kill him. I must kill him. His lungs were about to explode from anger, because no young man had ever dared to speak to him like that. Bloodhand grinned from the side. He's really arrogant. Although his identity is good, I wonder how strong he is? I really want to spar with him. Ghostly sneered. So what if he's the disciple of the third guardian? As long as he's not strong enough, I can still refine his soul into my white bone banner. Shadowless was still expressionless, but his eyes shone coldly. It was as if he was an experienced hunter who had found an interesting prey. In the distance, Ziyang frowned as well. This Hua Wufeng is really arrogant. However, the Saint sect has always been unrestrained. If he's not strong enough, I'm afraid he'll really be killed by Nangong Hao and the rest. By then, even the third guardian can't say anything. That's right. Putting everything else aside, the force behind Nangong Hao alone is no weaker than the third guardian. After all, the Divine Pill Hall's position in the Saint sect is unparalleled. Indeed, as a demonic sect, the Black Dragon sect was ruthless and decisive in their actions. Even if the disciple of the Guardian wasn't strong enough and was killed, he couldn't say anything. Moreover, Nangong Hao and the rest weren't ordinary people. They were extremely talented and were the prodigies of the Black Dragon sect. Behind them were the representatives of the various halls, and they were even closely related to the other protectors. Chapter 1354. On the other side, after Lin Xian and the rest left, Murong Qingqing asked worriedly, "Aren't you being too ostentatious? If you anger those people, I'm afraid it'll be detrimental to our operation." Lin Xian smiled and said, "How can I not be arrogant? I can't help it. My appearance will definitely arouse their suspicions. When the time comes, they'll definitely test me. If I don't act like Hua Wufeng, I'm afraid it'll arouse their suspicions. And to be honest, I really don't care about those guys. Although they're called prodigies in my eyes, they're no different from ants. If they really dare to make a move, I don't mind playing with them. I'll let them know what a true prodigy is." At the end, Lin Xian's eyes were filled with sharpness. Indeed, although Nangong Hao and Bloodrogue were strong, they were only at the beginning of the 9th level. Lin Xian could kill people like them with a slap, so he really didn't care about them. Although the southern desolation ancient town was in the endless mountains, it was no different from a real city. It had all kinds of things. Lin Xian led Murong Qingqing, Luo Bingshan, and the rest towards the restaurant. In fact, the Dark and Light Conference was a very special place. It didn't care about status, but strength and wealth. If you had money and strength, you could stay in the best hotel and enjoy the best treatment. If you didn't have money, even a hall master wouldn't receive the best treatment. However, the strength and wealth of an ordinary hall master wouldn't be lacking, so this kind of situation wouldn't happen. However, it was different for the Black Dragon sect disciples below. Here, they would be divided into different ranks and enjoy different treatment. This was the purpose of the Dark and Light Conference. It was to divide everyone into different ranks. Firstly, it was to reward the top warriors. Secondly, it was to stimulate the other warriors and make them work hard to cultivate. Lin Xian now had the identity of Hua Wufeng, so whether it was status or wealth, he was at the top. Naturally, he wanted to stay in the best restaurant and enjoy the best treatment. The Dark and Light Convention would officially begin tomorrow, so Lin Xian and the others were very relaxed today and didn't go out to stroll around. The first day of the conference was for trading, because the Tianan region was very vast, and each hall belonged to a different region. Therefore, each of the halls had some treasures that they didn't need, or things that were unique to the region. The Dark and Light Conference had specially arranged a day for these people to trade. The next day was an auction organized by the headquarters of the Black Dragon cult. In this auction, some extremely precious treasures would be auctioned, treasures that would even move the hearts of those hall masters. The first 2 days were a battle of wealth, but the third day was not so gentle. The third day was a battle of strength. Lin Xian didn't know exactly what it was. He only knew that it was a competition called the Octatic Treasure Chess Game. However, it was said that the mysterious crystal appeared in the final Octatic Treasure Chess Game. Therefore, Lin Xian was looking forward to the Octatic Treasure Chess Game. The corner of Lin Xian's mouth raised into a smile. Then, he formed a seal with his palm and quickly entered a state of cultivation. Strands of cold qi gushed out from the surface, quickly circling around the terrifying cold qi in all directions. As Lin Xian absorbed the cold qi of the sea god's ice, his ice martial spirit became stronger and stronger. Now, it was not weaker than the lightning martial spirit. Moreover, he believed that as long as he absorbed all of the sea god's ice, not to mention the lightning martial spirit, even the black flame martial spirit would surpass it. Lin Xian was cultivating in his room, but it wasn't calm outside. During the day, Lin Xian suppressed the heavens' prides of the various halls and became the most dazzling figure. Naturally, it attracted the dissatisfaction of many people. Among them, the most dissatisfied were Nangong Hao, Bloodhand, and the others. Especially Nangong Hao, his lungs were about to explode during the day, so when night fell, he immediately sent people to investigate Lin Xian and the others. At the very least, he wanted to feel out the other party's strength. If they were strong, he would think of another way. If they were weak, then they couldn't blame him. He could easily slaughter the other party. Even if the other party's identity was special, he would have a way to resist the anger of the third guardian in the future. In the night sky, 5 figures were like ghosts as they quickly shuttled through the ancient city of the Southern Desolation. Soon, they arrived at the Drunken Immortal Inn. Not only that, they immediately locked onto Lin Xian's residence. It seemed that the Divine Pill Hall was really powerful to be able to find Lin Xian's residence so easily. The 5 black-clothed men were all 8th-level Honorable Realm cultivators. At this moment, the 5 of them looked at each other and then silently charged forward. Their purpose was naturally to test Lin Xian. However, just as they rose into the air, a saber light flashed in the void and quickly enveloped the 5 of them. Then, 5 heads flew up and blood spurted out as the corpses fell to the ground. The eyes of each of the 5 heads were filled with terror because they didn't believe that someone could easily kill all 5 of them with a single move. A figure appeared. It was Luo Bingshan. She slowly put away her treasured saber and waved her hand, clearing away the corpses, heads, and blood. Even the smell of blood in the air was gone. After doing this, Luo Bingshan's figure flashed and disappeared. The whole process was completed in an instant. Therefore, no one in the ancient city of the Southern Desolation knew that a battle had just happened. Not only Nangong Hao, but Bloodhand, Ghostly, and the others also sent people. However, without exception, they were all eliminated by Luo Bingshan. Lin Xian didn't care about what happened outside. This kind of thing didn't require him to do anything. He only needed to patiently cultivate. The night was silent. The next day, the Dark and Light Conference officially began. The streets of the ancient city of the Southern Desolation were filled with disciples of the Black Dragon cult. Both sides of the street were filled with all kinds of stalls. Cultivation techniques, secret manuals, treasures, weapons, defensive equipment, pills, spiritual herbs, and all kinds of things related to cultivation were all taken out for trade. It could be said that this was a grand occasion. The entire ancient city of the Southern Desolation was bustling with noise and excitement. If it was outside, the Black Dragon cult's cultivators would definitely snatch the treasures when they saw so many treasures. They might even kill the owners of the treasures. However, the Dark and Light Conference was hosted by the Black Dragon cult. Therefore, even though the Black Dragon cult's disciples were usually very cruel, they didn't dare to kill anyone in the ancient city of the Southern Desolation. Moreover, the ancient city of the Southern Desolation had a rule that no one was allowed to fight in the city. This was an iron law that no one dared to violate. There were people who couldn't do it in the past, but they were all severely punished. Chapter 1355. Lin Xian also woke up early and brought Murong Qingqing, Ruo Bingshan, and the Dark Red Divine Dragon out of the restaurant to try their luck. In the Dark Red Divine Dragon's words, the Tianan region was also unusual and mysterious. Perhaps these warriors had some treasures in their hands. Lin Xian also went out with this attitude. This was because something like this had happened before. Some treasures were indeed unknown to ordinary warriors and were even treated as ordinary items. However, in the eyes of true experts, those were priceless treasures. Lin Xian also walked on the street with the two beauties. He did not even look at the stalls on both sides. However, his soul power had already quickly scanned the area. As long as there were treasures, he would definitely not miss them. This is? Suddenly, Lin Xian stopped in his tracks. The corner of his mouth curled up into a smile because he found something special. White bone wood, a very special material. It was one of the materials needed to refine the red lotus armor. Lin Xian only found a little bit of it in the Tianwu continent. He did not expect to find something like this in the Tianan region. Looks like my luck is really good. I didn't expect to find white bone wood not long after I came out. Lin Xian was very excited. Now that he had refined half of the red lotus armor, its power was very obvious. Therefore, he hoped to refine all of the red lotus armor, and this white bone wood was the key. Therefore, he had to get it. Brad, did you find something good? Seeing Lin Xian smile, the dark red divine dragon asked. That's right. It's indeed something good. Lin Xian nodded and then walked forward. Finally, he stopped at a stall on the right. How much is this? I want it. Lin Xian pointed at something that looked like a bone on the ground and said. The stall owner was a young man with fiery red short hair. His eyes were originally closed, and no one knew what he was thinking. However, when he heard Lin Xian's words, he opened his eyes. When he saw Lin Xian, Murong Qingsheng, and Luo Bingshan beside him, he was stunned. Then, his eyes shone with a scorching light. You want this thing? The red-haired young man glanced at the white bone wood on the ground. Yes. Lin Xian nodded. Name a price. Hearing this, the smile on the red-haired young man's face became even wider. Although he didn't know what the white bone-like thing on the ground was, judging from the other party's tone, it seemed to be rich and overbearing. Towards such a rich man, he naturally would want to rip him off. 30 million spiritual stones and a half-earth level cultivation technique, the young man said quickly. And hearing this, the dark red Bingshan's eyes Bingshan 30 million spirit, 4A and a half level cultivation technique. Such a price is that price? It's not just asking for an exorbitant price. It's as if he wants to eat someone alive. In their opinion, the other party would definitely not agree to this price. It white half Bingshan. Would white Bingshan, half white. He. Agreed red spiritual. Agreed. After all, compared to the white bone wood, spirit stones and a half-earth level cultivation technique were nothing to him. Okay, I agree to your price. Let's do the deal, Lin Xian said indifferently as if he was talking about something insignificant. As soon as he said that, the surrounding crowd burst into an uproar. What? Did I hear wrongly? 30 million spirit stones and a half-earth level cultivation technique? This is truly a shocking amount of money. Not only that, it's fine if it's exchanging for a treasure, but what is that white bone? It looks like trash. Why would anyone buy it? Did this guy make a mistake? Who knows? With his status, I reckon that 30 million and a half-earth tier martial art are nothing. So what if he made a mistake? Everyone was discussing. They were envious of Lin Xian's generosity. The red-haired young man was also slightly stunned. He did not expect Lin Xian to agree so readily. Could it be that this white bone is really a treasure? He was puzzled. He did not know what this thing was. He did not pay much attention to it before, but now it seemed that it was indeed a treasure. Otherwise, Lin Xian would not spend such a high price to buy it. One had to know that he had only casually mentioned this price. He didn't expect it to work at all. Lin Xian was about to pay when the red-haired young man interrupted. Wait, I changed my mind. What did you say? Lin Xian stopped what he was doing and frowned. I said, I changed my mind. 30 million spirit stones and a half-earth level cultivation technique is too cheap. I want to raise the price. Otherwise, I won't sell this white bone. Lin Xian's face darkened. It seemed that this guy wanted to raise the price. The surrounding crowd also understood what was going on. Then, they looked like they were waiting to watch a good show. This guy is really ruthless. 30 million spirit stones and a half-earth level cultivation technique are not enough? He wants to raise the price? Is he not afraid of dying? What do you know? He agreed so readily. This means that the white bone is definitely a treasure. He'd be a fool not to raise the price now. However, that guy doesn't look like someone to be trifled with. Don't forget how arrogant he was when he showed up yesterday. The crowd discussed fervently. Lin Xian's face darkened. He asked coldly, "What price do you want?" "This is a special case, but I think you can afford it." The red-haired young man's eyes lit up. Then, he pointed forward. "I want her. I want her to accompany me for a night." The red-haired young man pointed at Morong Qingqing. "Let her accompany me for a night, then give me 30 million spirit stones and a half-earth level cultivation technique. This white bone is yours." What? This guy actually made such a request. He's a kindred spirit. I didn't expect him to have such good taste. I'm so jealous. That girl in purple is a peerless beauty. She's even more beautiful than a fairy. This is going to be a good show. The red-haired young man's words caused an uproar among the surrounding cultivators. The entire street was bustling with discussion. Lin Xian's face darkened completely. Killing intent flashed in his eyes. Morong Qingqing was his woman. He didn't allow anyone to have ideas about her, let alone talk about her like that. At the side, Morong Qingqing's face was also cold. As the little princess of a king family, she had never been bullied like this before. If she encountered such a situation outside, she would have killed the other party with a slap. But now, they were in the southern desolate ancient town. Moreover, Lin Xian still had a mission. She really couldn't make a move. However, Lin Xian didn't care about this. He wouldn't let the other party go. Chapter 1356. What? I can't bear to part with it. The red-haired man laughed. Isn't it just a woman? I'm just playing, not leaving. At worst, I'll return it to you after I'm done. Ha ha ha. If you don't agree, don't even think about taking this bone away. The red-haired young man was very arrogant. Although his request was somewhat unreasonable, he was not afraid at all because the rules of the Dark and Light Convention stated that no fighting was allowed during the convention. Anyone who fought would end up in an incomparably miserable state. Therefore, he was not worried about his own safety at all. Moreover, he came late, so he did not see the scene of Lin Xian's arrival yesterday. Naturally, he did not know Lin Xian's identity. His prediction was good, but it was useless. Hearing this, Lin Xian completely lost control of his killing intent. At this moment, he did not care about the convention's rules at all. He took a step forward, and his right foot quickly kicked forward. This kick was very sudden and incomparably powerful. It carried a terrifying power and dense killing intent. Boom! The red-haired young man's right arm exploded, turning into a bloody mist. His bones shattered all over the ground. The red-haired young man screamed crazily, covering his wound with a sinister expression. You dare to hurt me? To be honest, he was really stunned because he never thought that the other party would make a move. One had to know that the southern desolate ancient town had a rule that no fighting was allowed in the city. This rule was like a heavenly law that no one dared to violate. But now, someone actually dared to make a move on him? You're dead. The red-haired young man roared crazily. Breaking the city's rules, no one can stop you. You'd better worry about yourself first. Lin Xian's voice was ice-cold. Like a killing god, his right foot kicked out again. You dare? The red-haired young man's pupils shrank. He did not think that the other party would dare to make a move. The next moment, he roared and retreated, trying to dodge. However, Lin Xian's kick was too fast. Like lightning, it instantly exploded the other party's left arm again. Bang! Another bloody mist. The stinging smell of blood pervaded the air. No! The red-haired young man screamed, his eyes full of fear. He was scared, really scared, because the other party's strength was stronger than his, and it seemed that he did not care about the city's rules at all. Especially when he saw the other party's gaze, his heart trembled. That gaze was incomparably cold, with a dense killing intent that was even more terrifying than Skyblade. I was wrong. I want to apologize. Please spare me. The red-haired young man begging for mercy. Apologize? Lin Xian, you've got the wrong persons. Hearing these words, The red-haired young man hurriedly crawled before Murong Qingcheng and started to kowtow. I deserve to die. I blind my mouth. I beg you, spare me. Humph. Murong Qingcheng sneered. She did not have a good impression of this guy. If it wasn't Lin Xian today, but someone else, they would probably end up in a terrible state. Tea. Teat. Of tea. Tea. Lin Xian's voice was cold. You will pay for your words. After saying that, the killing intent on his body suddenly erupted. Feeling this aura, the red-haired young man trembled. He knew that the other party wanted to kill him, so he went all out. If you kill me, you'll die too. The enforcement team won't let you go. Boom. However, what answered him was an extremely terrifying kick. The red-haired young man's head suddenly exploded like a watermelon. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere, splattering on the faces of the surrounding people. The headless corpse that was sitting cross-legged also fell with a loud bang. Then, Lin Xian stepped on it, crushing it into pieces. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere, and the pungent smell of blood instantly spread out. The surrounding people were completely stunned. They did not expect that someone would dare to kill someone on the street, and in such a cruel way. Did he not know the rules of the Dark and Light Conference? Crazy. He's crazy. He actually dares to kill someone on the street. That kid is dead. Even if his identity is special, no one can save him. Arrogant. Too arrogant. Yesterday, they thought that he was already arrogant to the extreme. They did not expect him to be even more arrogant today, to actually kill someone on the street. Everyone went crazy. They looked at Lin Xian with faces full of shock. The red-haired young man's head exploded, and his corpse was torn into pieces. Even if he died, he would not believe that someone would actually dare to kill him on the street without any hesitation. Murong Qingcheng sighed. However, looking at Lin Xian's side profile, her heart felt warm. She knew that all of this was because of her. The reason why Lin Xian broke the rules of the Dark and Light Conference was because he cared about her. Therefore, no matter what danger there was, she would face it together with Lin Xian. Lin Xian's expression was ice-cold, and his body was surrounded by killing intent. The other party dared to have ideas about Murong Qingcheng. Killing him like this was too easy. With a wave of his hand, he grabbed the white bone wood on the ground and put it into his storage ring. The next moment, he turned around and prepared to leave with his people. However, things were not that simple. The surrounding crowd suddenly dispersed, and a group of martial artists wearing black armor quickly arrived. What's going on? Who dares to cause trouble in the Southern Desolation ancient city? A fierce voice sounded, intimidating everyone. This was the Southern Desolation ancient city's law enforcement team, used to maintain the stability of the entire ancient city. Normally, they would not make a move because no one dared to break the rules of the Southern Desolation ancient city. This was the first time. So they were very angry and decided to severely punish the person who did it. Brat, did you kill him? The leader of the law enforcement team was a middle-aged man. His cold eyes stared at Lin Xian. In his eyes, there was even a trace of killing intent. It was reasonable to say that even the members of the law enforcement team would not have killing intent. At most, they would be angry. However, the killing intent in the other party's eyes was indeed hard to understand. In fact, if it was an older generation figure, they would be able to understand. Because it was very normal. The person who died was a disciple of the Azura Hall. Although this middle-aged man was now a member of the law enforcement team, he used to be from the Azura Hall. Therefore, at this moment, seeing Lin Xian kill an Azura Hall disciple, he would have such killing intent. I killed him. Lin Xian nodded, expressionless. It's good that you admit it. Men, come and take him away. That man said coldly. However, Lin Xian frowned. Don't you want to know why I killed him? I don't need to know. I only need to know that you killed someone and broke the rules of the Southern Desolation ancient city. According to the rules, I need to arrest you and then punish you. That man's voice was cold and merciless. The surrounding crowd was shocked, and many people were puzzled. They could not understand why that man's words were filled with killing intent. It can't be, right? Even if that brat killed someone, he is the disciple of the third guardian. It is reasonable to say that the law enforcement team should not treat him like this. What do you know? The one who died was an Azura Hall disciple, and that law enforcement team's leader, Hua Chung, used to be from the Azura Hall. You say he doesn't have killing intent? Chapter 1357. Looks like that kid is going to be unlucky. Although he's the disciple of the third guardian, the Southern Wind ancient town has strict rules. Anyone who violates the rules will be punished. And this kid killed someone on the street. I guess he'll be severely punished. Yeah, maybe his cultivation will be crippled. Everyone was discussing. At this moment, two black-armored martial artists walked out from the law enforcement team and quickly grabbed Lin Xian. Lin Xian shouted coldly, "Get lost! For the sake of the law enforcement team, I won't kill you. If you dare to provoke me again, don't blame me for being impolite and killing you all." He was not a member of the Black Dragon sect, so he had no scruples at this moment. Others were afraid of the law enforcement hall, but he was not. Therefore, an invisible force surged out of his body and quickly rushed forward. In the next moment, the two law enforcement martial artists were forced back. Lin Xian had held back. Otherwise, the two of them would have been split open and turned into a bloody mist. How dare you? This is the Southern Desolation ancient town. No matter who you are, you can't be presumptuous here. Captain Hua Chung shouted coldly. Men, take him down with all your might. Immediately, the law enforcement team behind him rushed toward Lin Xian. These people were very powerful. They were all Eighth Heaven venerables. At this moment, they attacked with all their might, and their speed was extremely fast. Even the surrounding martial artists did not see what was going on. However, although they could not see any trace of the law enforcement team, these people were extremely shocked. It's over. This kid has completely angered the law enforcement team. He's too arrogant. Although he's the disciple of the third guardian, he can't be so presumptuous. This time, he's dead for sure. Sigh, he's too young. It's his first time here. He definitely doesn't know the rules of the Southern Desolation ancient town. Yeah, in the past, there were also young geniuses who were arrogant and unruly. They thought that their talent was outstanding and did not care about the rules here. But in the end, they were the unlucky ones. Not to mention their cultivation being crippled, they won't be valued by the Black Dragon sect for the rest of their lives. Hee, it's even better if this guy is unlucky. Who asked him to be so arrogant yesterday? Humph. Even if he managed to evade the enforcers, the Azura Hall will not let him off. Those fellows are a bunch of lunatics. Forget about the disciple of the third protector. Even if it was the third protector, the Azura Hall would probably go crazy and kill him. The group of people shook their heads and sneered. They all believed that Lin Xian was dead for sure. But in the next moment, they were stunned. Because the situation in the field had changed drastically. More than a dozen law enforcement team martialists rushed towards Lin Xian like lightning, arriving in front of Lin Xian in an instant. Their hands were like cold steel as they quickly grabbed at Lin Xian, wanting to take him down. However, Lin Xian had a look of disdain on his face as he casually extended his palm and slapped forward. Pa! The law enforcer in front of him was instantly sent flying. It was as easy as swatting a fly. Bang! The law enforcer's body spun 360 degrees in the air before landing heavily on the ground. His teeth were all broken. This was still Lin Xian holding back. Otherwise, the slap just now would have been enough to explode the other party's head. And after this person, the remaining dozen law enforcement team martialists were all sent flying. These people had arrived like lightning and left even faster. Each of them was like a cannonball as they landed heavily on the ground. Their faces were swollen like pig heads. Seeing this scene, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air and was stunned on the spot. The law enforcement team was actually defeated, and they were all sent flying in an instant. But how is this possible? Everyone was in disbelief. One had to know that those who could become the law enforcement team of the Southern Desolation ancient city were all extremely powerful existences. However, more than a dozen Eighth Heaven supremacies were actually sent flying in an instant. This was simply unbelievable. Perhaps, Only the most elite martialists could do this. For a moment, everyone looked at Lin Xian with deep fear in their eyes. This was because they now knew that Lin Xian was definitely not weaker than Nangong Hao, Bloodhand, and the others. Previously, everyone was afraid because of his identity, but it was different now. These people's gazes changed because they realized that the other party was a true powerhouse. Even if he wasn't the disciple of the third guardian, with his courage and insight, not many people would dare to provoke him. Everyone was stunned. Judging from his strength, he was definitely a ninth heaven supremacy. Only a ninth heaven supremacy could send the law enforcement team flying so easily. The law enforcement team martialists who were sent flying struggled to stand up, but their bodies were in extreme pain. There was even a cold aura circulating in their bodies, making them unable to condense spirit power. What kind of technique was this? Everyone looked at Lin Xian in horror. You dare to hit the law enforcement team? You're courting death. The law enforcement team, Captain Hua Cheng's face was incomparably ferocious. In the next moment, he roared angrily and circulated all the strength in his body, quickly charging towards Lin Xian. Roaring tiger fist. Hua Cheng's palm transformed into a ferocious tiger, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. It quickly enveloped Lin Xian, wanting to destroy him. However, Lin Xian snorted coldly and quickly formed a seal with his palm. Immediately, the figure of Qiongqi appeared. Not only that, but Qiongqi's body was also covered with a blue aura that was extremely cold. Qiongqi roared angrily and carried its huge body, fiercely crashing into the tiger fist in front of it. Flying. Crack. That terrifying force directly broke Hua Cheng's entire arm. Poof. Hua Cheng's body was sent flying and heavily crashed into the building behind him. His right arm hung limply by his side. Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect that even the captain of the law enforcement team was no match for Lin Xian. Hua Cheng held his right arm and looked forward in horror. He didn't expect the young man in front of him to be so terrifying that he could defeat him with a single punch. Who exactly are you? Hua Cheng's expression was ferocious as he gritted his teeth and asked, Don't you think it's too late to ask who I am now? Lin Xian sneered, then took out a black token. The third guardian? When Hua Cheng saw the picture on the token, his pupils constricted. He didn't expect the young man in front of him to be related to the third guardian. At the thought of this, cold sweat began to drip down his body. Reckless. He was too reckless. Previously, when the Shura Hall members were killed, he lost his mind and didn't ask about the investigation, let alone find out the identity of the other party. Now, it seemed that things weren't going to be easy. Not to mention the other party's identity, the law enforcement team couldn't take him down based on his strength alone. They didn't even have the face to stay here. Lin Xian looked at the wailing law enforcement team on the ground and shook his head slightly. Then, he turned around and said to Morong Qingqing and the rest, Let's go. The group turned around and prepared to leave. However, Hua Cheng was anxious. He stomped his feet and wanted to stop Lin Xian, but he didn't dare to. However, he couldn't let Lin Xian leave just like that. One had to know that Lin Xian killed people on the street and violated the rules of the Southern Desolation ancient city. The law enforcement team had to capture him. If they left him alone, he would definitely be punished by the higher-ups. Chapter 1358. My name is Hua Wufeng. I live in the Drunken Immortal Inn. If anyone is unhappy with me, tell them to come find me. Lin Xian said, then left with Morong Qingqing and the others. Behind them, Hua Cheng opened his mouth, but no words came out. He knew that with their current strength, there was no way they could stop Hua Wufeng. They would only be humiliating themselves if they went up. Captain, are we just going to watch that kid leave? The other enforcers got up from the ground and said unwillingly, What else can we do? Are we going to catch him? Hua Cheng snorted. Forget it. That person is not someone we can mess with. Let's report this to the higher-ups and let them handle it. With that, Hua Cheng's face darkened as he led the enforcers away. After the enforcers left, the entire street was in an uproar. Shock. It was simply too shocking. There was someone who killed someone on the street and was not punished. Not only that, Even the enforcers could not do anything about it. This was definitely the first time since the Dark Light Conference was held. This Hua Wufeng is too scary. I didn't expect him to be so strong. Yeah, he's definitely on par with those top prodigies. Looks like there's going to be a good show to watch in this Dark Light Conference. The crowd discussed excitedly. In a VIP room in the Drunken Immortal Inn, two elders, a middle-aged man, and a middle-aged woman were gathered together to discuss something. Beside them, there was a beautiful maid serving them. Everyone, try the spiritual tea of the Drunken Immortal Inn. It's of the highest quality. You guys from the Shura Hall, don't just fight and kill. Sit down and drink tea when you're free. The middle-aged woman smiled as she poured tea. It turned out that the other three were the elders of the Shura Hall. These people all had red hair, and a wild aura emanated from their bodies. It seemed that they had cultivated a very domineering technique to change the color of their hair. Elder Shiogu, Elder Shioda, Elder Shiomu, please have some tea. The middle-aged man and the two elders took the spiritual tea, tasted it, and nodded. That's right. The spirit tea of the Drunken Immortal Inn is indeed of the highest quality. The middle-aged man, Elder Shiogu, nodded slightly. However, at this moment, a series of hurried footsteps came from outside, followed by a voice. Elder, this is bad. Bad news. That voice sounded very urgent. Hearing that, the middle-aged woman in the VIP room frowned, and the faces of the other three Azura Hall elders sank. Among them, that Elder Shiogu shouted, "What are you panicking for? Why are you making a fuss over nothing?" He did not want others to think that their Azura Hall was filled with such useless people. However, the disciple outside didn't leave. He still said anxiously, "Elders, something bad has happened. Just now, senior brother Luojiang was beaten to death on the street." What? Hearing those words, the three elders of the Azura Hall could no longer sit still and immediately stood up. The berserk aura instantly erupted and blasted out in all directions. Fortunately, as a top-notch restaurant, the Drunken Immortal Inn possessed a powerful defensive formation that was able to block those auras. Otherwise, this aura alone would be enough to raise the entire restaurant to the ground. Come in and tell me what happened. Elder Shiogu's expression was cold. Yes. Soon, the Azura Hall disciple from outside entered the VIP room, knelt on the ground, and quickly reported. Just now, a person called Hua Wufeng directly beat senior brother Luo Jiang to death on the street. Why did he do it? Elder Xiaodai asked coldly. I don't know. That person knelt on the ground and quickly shook his head. However, Elder Shiomu coldly snorted, Don't care about the reason. He actually dared to beat someone from our Azura Hall to death. Did the enforcers not do anything? The enforcers came, led by Captain Huacheng, but it was useless. That disciple quickly said, all the enforcers, including Captain Huacheng, were injured by that person called Hua Wufeng. What? You're saying that the brat even injured the enforcers? Hearing those words, the three elders of the Azura Hall changed their expressions. They did not expect that the other party would be so arrogant. Not only did he dare to kill someone on the street, he even injured the enforcers. This was something that they could not even dream of. What happened after that? Did the enforcers let that arrogant brat leave? Elder Shiogu asked in a deep voice. Yes, the brat left a message and left. The enforcers did not do anything. The disciple who knelt on the ground said, What message? The three elders asked in unison. He said that his name is Hua Wufeng and that he lives in the Drunken Immortal Inn. Regarding this matter, if anyone is unhappy and wants to find him, they can come. You're courting death. Arrogant. You've gone too far. The three elders of the Azura Hall were furious. They did not expect that someone would dare to start a fight in the southern desolation ancient town. Moreover, his attitude was extremely arrogant. He did not put the Azura Hall in his eyes at all. Hua Wufeng, right? I'll let you know that the disciples of the Azura Hall are not that easy to kill. I don't care who he is. Since he dared to kill someone from the Azura Hall, I'll teach him a lesson this time. You're saying that he lives in the Drunken Immortal Inn? I'd like to see who he is. How dare he be so arrogant? The three elders of the Azura Hall looked ferocious as they prepared to attack the person called Hua Wufeng. They had no choice but to take action. The other party was too arrogant. He had killed someone from the Azura Hall on the street. If they did not step in, they would definitely be mocked by the other halls. Capture that kid. I can't do it. What can he do? The three of them left quickly and headed outside with murderous intent. However, the street outside was not calm at the moment. Initially, the crowd thought that the matter would be over after the enforcement team left. However, they did not expect that there would be another change on the way. A group of martial artists with blood-red hair had cold expressions and murderous intent in their eyes. They quickly came to the street and surrounded Ling Xian and the others. When the crowd saw the group of people with blood-red hair, they were shocked. The Azura Hall. They were from the Azura Hall. The Azura Hall's martial arts were too brutal. Hence, their hair was blood-red and they were easily recognizable. At the moment, more than 20 disciples of the Azura Hall had surrounded Lin Xian and the others. The atmosphere was tense, and it looked like a huge battle was about to break out. The surrounding martial artists found a safe place and prepared to watch the battle. Some of them did not know what had happened earlier. When they saw the scene, they were shocked. Are these people crazy? How dare they fight in the southern desolation ancient city? Don't they know the rules of the ancient city? Someone was puzzled. However, the person beside him said, "Fuck, brother, don't you know? That young man just now killed a member of the Azura Hall on the street. Now that the Azura Hall is here for revenge, it's natural." Chapter 1359. Fuck, brother, don't you know? That young man killed a member of the Azura Hall on the street. It's only natural that the Azura Hall would come for revenge. What? Someone killed someone on the street? And he killed a member of the Azura Hall? The new martial artists were shocked. They did not expect someone to be so bold. The members of the Azura Hall were all madmen. They were all cruel and could not bear to be taken advantage of. Yet, someone dared to provoke them. Not only that, the Azura Hall and the Blood Fiend Hall had a very good relationship because of their similar cultivation techniques. Angering the Azura Hall was equivalent to angering the Blood Fiend Hall. The Blood Fiend Hall was an even more terrifying existence. Their first division leader, Shui Gaoshou, was a battle maniac. Very few people in the younger generation could compete with Shui Gaoshou. Even the older generation might not be able to defeat him. Therefore, they were shocked when they learned that someone had provoked the Azura Hall. I just heard from the drunken immortal that the three elders of the Azura Hall have received the news and are rushing over. What? Even the elders of the Azura Hall know? Looks like we're in trouble this time. That kid is dead for sure. Not necessarily. The other party's identity is not simple. His life might not be in danger, but he will definitely be tortured. It's possible. After all, the members of the Azura Hall are all madmen. They won't give anyone face. However, some people still did not believe it. No way, are you crazy? Do you really think they would dare to attack on the street? I'm afraid the law enforcement team will be the first to destroy them. However, many of the people around them had complicated expressions. Why are you looking at me like that? Did I say something wrong? Or did you say something wrong? The disciple felt his hair stand on end. However, the surrounding martial artists did not answer. Instead, they sighed heavily. The surrounding people discussed animatedly. The situation on the street ahead was even more tense. The members of the Azura Hall surrounded Lin Xian. Their expressions were ferocious, and they wanted to tear him apart. Kid, you dare to kill members of the Azura Hall? Kneel down and accept your death. Kid, break your arms and kneel before the Azura Hall. I'll give you a quick death. Otherwise, I'll let you know what it means to wish you were dead. The group of Azura Hall martial artists glared at Lin Xian and roared with all their might. Those who dare to provoke my Azura Hall can only atone for their crimes with death. Kill him. Avenge our Azura Hall disciples. Looking at the scene around him, Lin Xian sneered. To be honest, he really didn't care about these people. If they dared to make a move, he didn't mind sending them on their way. At the side, the The dark red divine dragon also said impatiently, "Kid, hurry up and kill these flies. They're so annoying." However, at this moment, a cold shout suddenly came from afar. It was like thunder, exploding in the sky. The energy contained within was extremely terrifying, causing the ears of the surrounding cultivators to tremble and their bodies to tremble. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and looked ahead. The next moment, the crowd in front of him dispersed, and 3 figures quickly walked over. The 3 of them were brimming with murderous intent. Their aura materialized and circled around them. It was as if they had come from the Azura Hell. Seeing the 3 figures, the surrounding cultivators held their breaths. They knew that the 3 elders of the Azura Hall had finally arrived. When the Azura Hall disciples saw the 3 figures, they were ecstatic. They shouted, "Elder, it's this kid. He's the one who killed our Azura Hall disciples. Elder, you must kill this kid and avenge senior brother Luojiang." Hearing this, the 3 elders nodded their heads heavily. "Don't worry. No one dares to kill our Azura Hall disciples. I'll make him pay a painful price," Elder Xiaomu said coldly. Elder Xiaogu took a step forward and stared coldly at Lin Xian. "You're the one who killed our Azura Hall disciples?" His voice was filled with boundless murderous intent, causing the surrounding space to distort. "If you're talking about that trash, I'm the one who killed him." Lin Xian nodded, not caring at all. "You're courting death." Hearing Lin Xian's words, Elder Xiaogu was even more exposed. His eyes were bloodshot, and a terrifying murderous aura surged around him. "If that's the case, go to hell." As he spoke, he raised his right hand. Countless blood-red lights surrounded his palm, and a terrifying aura filled the air. He was about to throw a punch. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared and blocked Elder Xiaogu's path. In the next moment, a calm voice sounded. "Elder Xiaogu, please stop. This is the matter of our enforcers. Let us handle it." A majestic voice sounded in the air. Then, everyone was shocked and looked forward. Elder Xiaogu was also stunned. However, when he saw the person in front of him, he slowly lowered his hand. "Elder Linghu." Elder Xiaogu's expression was solemn as he looked at the gray-robed elder in front of him. "Since Elder Linghu has personally taken action, I naturally have to respect it. However, this little thief killed our Azura Hall disciples on the street. I hope Elder Linghu will give us an explanation. Otherwise, this matter won't end so easily." Elder Linghu nodded slightly. "Don't worry. The ancient city of the Southern Desolation has its own rules. No matter who it is, even the Hall Master must abide by the rules. Since he broke the rules, he must be punished accordingly. You Azura Hall can rest assured about this." Since the other party had said so, the 3 elders of the Azura Hall had no reason to take action. They led the disciples of the Azura Hall to the side and watched quietly. Although they couldn't kill the other party with their own hands, they could still vent their anger by watching the other party being punished with their own eyes. Elder Linghu turned around and stared at Lin Xian. He said in a deep voice, "You're Hua Wufeng?" "I didn't do it. It's me." Lin Xian still looked calm, as if he didn't care about the punishment that was about to come. Seeing his expression, Elder Linghu's eyes flickered with a hint of surprise. However, soon after, he said in a deep voice, "Although Luojiang was the one who started it and humiliated the people around you, you can't kill him. After all, this punishment is too heavy for Luojiang. However, since you broke the rules of the ancient city of the Southern Desolation, you must be punished accordingly. Therefore, you must pay 50 million spiritual stones as compensation. Moreover, we will take you away and lock you up for 3 days to reflect on your actions." "Compensation?" Hearing this, Lin Xian's lips curled up and he narrowed his eyes. The other party's way of handling things was beyond his expectations. On the other hand, the disciples of the Azura Hall were stunned. "Elder Linghu, what did you say? 50 million? 3 days of confinement?" Chapter 1360. The people from the Azura Hall were stunned. "Elder Linghu, what did you say? 50 million yuan? He'll be grounded for 3 days." Are you sure you're not mistaken? He killed someone from the Azura Hall on the street. How can that be the only punishment? We must cripple his martial arts and expel him from the Black Dragon sect. To be honest, the people from the Azura Hall were stunned, especially the three elders. They were so angry that their bodies were trembling. They did not expect the enforcers to make such a decision in the end. Was this not a slap to the Azura Hall's face? The surrounding disciples of the Black Dragon sect were dumbfounded. They could not believe the result of the punishment. Elder Xiaoda's expression was also gloomy. He said coldly, "Elder Linghu, if I remember correctly, the punishment for killing someone on the street in the southern wilderness should be to cripple his cultivation and expel him from the Black Dragon sect. I don't know if I'm wrong?" Elder Xiaogu snorted coldly. "Elder Linghu, is this the explanation you're giving to the Azura Hall? What a joke." Then, the disciples of the Azura Hall glared at the scene in front of them angrily. Seeing the attitude of the Azura Hall, Elder Linghu's expression also darkened. He said coldly, "May I ask the three elders of the Azura Hall if you know the other party's identity? Do you know why he killed Luo Jiang?" Hearing that, the three elders were speechless. To be honest, they really did not know. But so what if they knew? They did not want a reason. They wanted the other party to die. As expected, you don't know. Elder Linghu sighed and said in a deep voice, "Let's put it this way. Luo Jiang from the Azura Hall was obsessed and wanted to lay his hands on a woman next to the other party. In the end, he got himself into trouble and was killed." Hearing that, the three elders of the Azura Hall frowned. Was that the reason? What was that? If the Azura Hall took a fancy to a woman, it was reasonable even if they openly snatched her. However, in the next moment, Elder Linghu's words stunned the three of them. This was because Elder Linghu said slowly, "The other party's name is Hua Wufeng. He's the disciple of the third guardian. Moreover, according to our calculations, his strength has reached the 9th heaven of the venerable state. He can be said to be a top genius. Do you think that such a person can endure Luo Jiang's provocation? 9th heaven venerable, a young heaven's pride. Which one of them isn't arrogant and unruly? Besides, it was Luo Jiang's fault to begin with. Therefore, there is no problem with my punishment." To be honest, the three elders of the Azura Hall were indeed stunned. They hadn't expected the other party to be so powerful. He was actually a 9th level venerable. Furthermore, what shocked them even more was the other party's identity. The other party turned out to be the disciple of the third protector. This identity was indeed a little tricky. Therefore, in the next moment, they subconsciously looked at Lin Xian. However, when they saw the disdainful smile on Lin Xian's face, they were instantly enraged. His anger rose to his head and burned his brain. "I'm going to die from anger. I'm really going to die from anger." Elder Xiaogu was so angry that his whole body was trembling. His hair was standing up, and his eyes were red. As for the two elders beside him, they were also fuming with anger. "You're going too far. Do you really think that there's no one in my Azura Hall?" They were really mad. One had to know that they cultivated the Azura technique. It was incomparably violent and unrestrained. At this moment, they were blinded by hatred and had lost their minds. Therefore, they no longer cared about the third protector's disciple. They were all glaring fiercely at Lin Xian. "No, I don't care who he is. Since he has broken the rules, he must die." Hearing this, Elder Linghu frowned. To be honest, this scene was within his expectations because the other party was from the Azura Hall. Speaking of which, he was most afraid of dealing with people from the Azura Hall because they were complete lunatics. They weren't from the Blood Fiend Hall. Although the Blood Fiend Hall was involved in killing, they were still clear-headed. However, once the people from the Azura Hall went crazy, they really didn't care about their own family. Even if the other party was the third protector's disciple, these people would probably charge forward and fight with their lives on the line. Since he knew the temper of the Azura Hall, he naturally had a way to deal with it. He said in a low voice again, "It seems that the three of you don't agree with the punishment of my enforcement team? What kind of punishment is this? The Azura Hall doesn't agree with it at all." Elder Xiaogu said coldly. He really couldn't agree with it. If he admitted it this time, The Azura Hall might not be able to raise their heads in the Black Dragon sect anymore. On the side, Elder Shioda said, Elder Linghu, your enforcement team only cares about the third protector's reputation. Have you ever thought about the Azura Hall's reputation? If we admit defeat today, where will the Azura Hall's reputation go? That's right. Aren't your enforcement team working together with the third protector to humiliate the Azura Hall? Elder Xiaomu's face darkened. Indeed, they couldn't tolerate it. If no one knew about this, they would have let it go this time. However, now that the whole city knew about it, the Azura Hall naturally couldn't just let it go. They had to severely punish the other party. This was the only way to preserve the Azura Hall's reputation. This way, no one would dare to provoke the Azura Hall in the future. Hearing this, Elder Linghu sighed. I know you don't agree because you don't want to embarrass the Azura Hall. How about this? I'll give the Azura Hall some face. What do you think? I'll ask Hua Wufeng to apologize to the Azura Hall. That should satisfy you, right? Hearing this, the surrounding people were shocked. Indeed, that would be giving the Azura Hall enough face. That was because Hua Wufeng's identity and status were both top-notch. Asking him to apologize was definitely giving the Azura Hall a lot of face. However, the three elders of the Azura Hall had already lost their minds due to anger. Their eyes were red and they couldn't listen to anything. He can apologize, but he must kneel and apologize. Kneel and apologize? Hearing this, everyone was dumbfounded. Even Elder Linghu frowned. Asking Hua Wufeng to apologize was giving the Azura Hall face. However, asking him to kneel and apologize was not just giving the Azura Hall face. That was a slap to the third protector's face. How could the third protector agree to something like that? However, seeing the three elders of the Azura Hall go crazy, Elder Linghu knew that they wouldn't listen to any advice. Thus, he could only sigh and step aside. Since the Azura Hall doesn't agree with the punishment, then I'll leave it to the two of you to settle it yourselves. However, I don't want any more murders to happen. He really had no other choice. The Azura Hall was crazy and wouldn't listen to any advice. On the other hand, Hua Wufeng's identity was special, so he couldn't forcefully stop him. Thus, he could only leave it to the two of them to settle it. Moreover, he believed that with him present, there wouldn't be any accidents. No matter who was at a disadvantage, it would have nothing to do with the enforcement team. Seeing Elder Linghu step aside, Xiaogu and the others snorted. They didn't expect the enforcement team to help. As long as they didn't stop them, it would be a very good outcome. In the end, his eyes were red as he stared ahead. Brat, how dare you kill a disciple of the Azura Hall? You must kneel and apologize today. Kneel and apologize. Kneel and apologize to a disciple of the Azura Hall. Chapter 1361. Kid, how dare you kill a disciple of the Azura Hall? You must kneel down and apologize today. Kneel down and apologize. Kneel down to a disciple of the Azura Hall. Kid, I advise you to do as you're told. Otherwise, you'll end up in a terrible state. The three elders of the Azura Hall looked ferocious like demons. They quickly walked forward and surrounded Lin Xian. As for the Azura Hall's disciples behind him, they followed closely behind him. As for the surrounding cultivators, they continuously moved backwards to create sufficient space for them. However, they did not leave. Instead, they watched the battle anxiously. Elder Linghu's eyes flickered as he secretly channeled his spiritual energy. If the situation went beyond his expectations, he would stop it immediately. Lin Xian threw his head back and laughed as he looked at the aggressive Azura Hall disciples. Kneel down and apologize? Not bad, that's a good suggestion. I'll agree. What? Hearing this, the surrounding people were all stunned. He agreed? How is that possible? Kneeling down and apologizing was extremely humiliating. It was even worse than death. However, the other party had agreed. The elders of the Azura Hall were stunned when they heard that. Then, they laughed ferociously. Kid, at least you know what's good for you. Humph, now you know how powerful the Azura Hall is. Even Elder Linghu was stunned. He did not expect the other party to agree. Could it be that Hua Wufing is really just a pushover? However, everyone was stunned in the next moment. Lin Xian's black hair fluttered in the wind, and his expression was arrogant. He said coldly, "I'm not the one who wants to kneel. It's you." He pointed at the people of the Azura Hall. "If the three of you kneel down and apologize to me, I'll let you go. Otherwise, I'll destroy the Azura Hall." What? He wants the Azura Hall to kneel down and apologize? Everyone's mind went blank. They felt that their brains were not enough. The plot had reversed too quickly. I knew it. That kid is so arrogant. How could he kneel down and apologize? Arrogant. He's too arrogant. He killed the people of the Azura Hall and wants them to kneel down and apologize. What a savage. Oh no. Retreat. Retreat quickly. Those lunatics from the Azura Hall will definitely go crazy. Don't hurt the innocent. The Azura Hall had indeed gone mad. They had never expected that the other party would actually want them to kneel and apologize. Brat, what did you say? You want us to kneel down and apologize? Elder Xiaogu had a ferocious look on his face. The aura on his body was extremely berserk. You're courting death. Elder Xiaoda gritted his teeth so hard that they were about to shatter. Although Elder Xiaomu didn't say anything, the killing intent on his body was like a wild blade that wanted to tear apart the vault of heaven. The Azura Hall disciples behind him were also glaring furiously. As long as the elder gave the order, they would definitely charge forward like crazy. Lin Xian paid no heed to the Azura Hall that was about to go berserk. He sneered. What? You're not satisfied with kneeling? All right, I'll tell you why I want you to kneel. First of all, your Azura Hall's disciple actually dared to humiliate my woman. Naturally, he has committed a capital offense. It is only right for me to kill him. Originally, this matter was already settled. But you three old farts actually came to stop me? You've wasted my time. You deserve to die. Do you know how precious my time is? You've actually wasted it. If it weren't for the enforcement team, I would have already killed all of you. Now, I'm only asking you to kneel and apologize. I'm already giving you face. Are you still not satisfied? Lin Xian's voice was ice cold, and his words were filled with arrogance. This time, Lin Xian wasn't deliberately looking for trouble. He was really angry, so the other party had to kneel and apologize to him. You've gone too far. Brat, you're too arrogant. Elder Xiaogu was extremely ferocious. So what if you're the third guardian's disciple? Today, I'll teach you a good lesson. I'll let you know how to respect your elders. Elder Xiaoda's entire body trembled. Elder Xiaomu's expression was even crazier. He roared furiously, Brat, go to hell. Then, he charged forward like a bolt of lightning. Xiaogu and Xiaoda also moved. The three of them joined forces and quickly charged toward Lin Xian. The three of them were all at the early stage of the 9th rank. Now that they attacked with all their strength, their momentum was extremely terrifying. The entire street was enveloped by an invisible force. The air condensed, and everyone felt as if they were suffocating. 9th rank venerables were existences that they looked up to. At this moment, 3 9th rank venerables attacked, and their power was definitely beyond imagination. The entire southern wasteland ancient city activated a defensive array at the first moment. Mysterious inscriptions flickered on the streets for protection. Otherwise, just the aura of the 3 people would be enough to destroy the entire ancient city. Seeing that the defensive array had been activated, the 3 elders of the Azura Hall attacked even more recklessly. Their violent aura connected heaven and earth, forming a large demonic cloud that covered the sky. Brat, go to hell. Azura Demon Slaughtering Fist. Elder Xiaomu was the first to attack, so he was also the first to arrive at Lin Xian's side. His entire right arm was wrapped with terrifying demonic patterns, emitting a shocking, murderous aura. Terrifying power surged out along with his fist and fiercely blasted forward. The void shattered, and the earth trembled. The entire southern wasteland ancient city shook slightly. This was still the defensive state of the array. Otherwise, this punch would definitely split the entire southern wasteland ancient city in half. Azura Demon Slaughtering Fist? This is the ultimate technique of the Azura Hall. I didn't expect him to use it so quickly. It seemed that the people of the Azura Hall were really crazy. It's over, it's over. The Azura demon slaughtering fist is extremely terrifying. I'm afraid no one in the same realm can resist it. Although that Hua Wufeng is also a 9th rank venerables, I'm afraid he can't block this punch, right? This punch shocked many people. They didn't expect the people of the Azura Hall to use their ultimate technique right from the start. For a moment, everyone's hearts were in their mouths. However, Lin Xian's face was filled with disdain. The power of the opponent's punch had only increased by 3 times. It shouldn't be an Earth rank martial art. Even if it was an Earth rank martial art, he wouldn't be afraid. Therefore, in the next moment, he sneered and quickly circulated the Furious Dragon art in his body. Furious Dragon Fist. Lin Xian didn't use his martial soul. He only used the strength of his physical body to throw out this punch. Instantly, his chi and blood surged like a vast ocean, and terrifying power quickly surged out. The power of this punch was too terrifying. When it hit the air, it directly let out a deep dragon's roar, as if a huge dragon was charging out. Boom! Elder Xiao Mu's Azura demon slaughtering fist was instantly shattered. Not only that, the violent power sent him flying. Boom! 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 6 houses were destroyed in a row before Elder Xiao Mu fell into a pile of ruins. Seeing this scene, everyone's mouths were wide open. They didn't dare to believe it. They didn't expect Elder Xiao Mu to be defeated in a single move. Moreover, it was under the circumstances of using his ultimate technique. Chapter 1362. Boom, 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 boom. After destroying 6 houses in a row, Old Man Xiaomu finally collapsed in the ruins. Looking at this scene, everyone opened their mouths wide in disbelief. They did not expect Elder Xiaomu to be defeated in one move. Furthermore, he had used his ultimate technique. This was too inconceivable. Even Elder Linghu's pupils constricted. His expression turned grave. To be honest, he did not think Lin Xian would win. He knew the Azura Hall's strength. He had thought that once the 3 from the Azura Hall had vented their anger and Lin Xian was slightly injured, he would end the fight at the crucial moment. That would be the end of it. However, he did not expect Elder Xiaomu of the Azura Hall to be sent flying in an instant. That was beyond his expectations. What shocked him even more was the 6 houses that had been destroyed. The entire southern wilderness ancient town was enveloped by a defensive formation. Even the houses were extremely sturdy. Ordinary 9th heaven supremacies might not be able to break through them. Yet now, that person had smashed apart 6 houses. One could well imagine how terrifying that person's strength was. How could Hua Wufeng be so powerful? He was probably comparable to a 9th heaven supremacies in the middle stage. Elder Linghu's eyelids twitched as he looked ahead. Elder Xiao Gu and Elder Xiao Da's pupils constricted. They did not believe that Hua Wufeng could succeed in one move. It seemed that they had underestimated Hua Wufeng's strength. Don't hesitate. Let's attack together. Elder Xiao Gu roared. Then, the 2 of them unleashed an unparalleled power. Azura Spear. Elder Xiao Gu's demonic aura surged and formed a black spear in the air. There were demonic runes carved on it, emitting a terrifying power. In the next moment, he held the spear with both hands and stabbed it forward. Boom! The spear was extremely terrifying. It was as if it had turned into a black demonic dragon. It roared in the air and caused the space in front of it to collapse. The terrifying power enveloped Lin Xian. Demon-slaying saber. Elder Xiao Dai also took out a treasured blade and quickly slashed forward. The 2 elders joined forces. Their power was 3 times stronger than Elder Xiao Mu's. One could imagine that there was absolutely no one in the same level who could withstand it. Lin Xian still sneered disdainfully. In the next moment, he shouted coldly, and the raging dragon incantation in his body circulated crazily. Vigorous chi and blood surged and rushed into the sky, forming a blood dragon in the sky and quickly circling above his head. Elder Linghu was shocked when he saw this terrifying scene. He had never seen someone with such powerful chi and blood. This was definitely beyond his understanding. Get lost. Lin Xin roared as he punched out with both of his fists. Pong! An earth-shattering collision sound rang out as invisible waves rapidly spread out in all directions. This collision was too terrifying, causing many of the surrounding martial artists to bleed from their ears. Some of the weaker ones even fainted from the impact. In the sky, the Azura spear condensed from demonic chi was shattered by this punch, turning into countless black fragments. Elder Xiaogu felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His chest caved in as he was flung away. On the other side, Elder Xiao Da's situation was even worse. His long saber struck his opponent's fist, producing a terrifying sound. The rebounding force caused the web between his thumb and forefinger to split open. Blood spurted out as his long saber fell to the ground. His entire arm was also destroyed by this force. It was not broken. Instead, it was directly turned into minced meat by this force. Elder Xiao Da covered his wound and screamed. His expression was extremely ferocious. Shock. Absolute shock. In an instant, the three Azura Hall elders were severely injured. In front of Lin Xin, they had no power to resist at all. The surrounding crowd was stunned because they did not expect this outcome at all. The corner of Elder Linghu's mouth twitched. This was completely different from what he had imagined. The three Azura Hall elders also looked at Lin Xin in shock. Their expressions were full of fear. They did not expect this young man in front of them to be so powerful. The three of them together could not defeat him. As for the Azura Hall disciples behind them, they were even more stunned. They originally wanted to charge forward, but now they stopped in their tracks and did not dare to move. Their three elders had been defeated, let alone them. However, Lin Xin did not plan to let them off so easily. Old man, you want me to kneel down and apologize? Kneel down and apologize to me. With that, Lin Xin stretched out his palm, and the dragon catcher hand flew out like an angry dragon. 3 rays of light quickly grabbed at the 3 Azura Hall elders. Kid, how dare you? Get lost. How dare you touch me? The Azura Hall, and you are irreconcilable. Elder Xiaoda and the other 2 elders roared crazily. They were really scared. If they kneeled down and apologized to Lin Xin in front of everyone, they would not be able to survive in the future. Not only the 3 of them, but the entire Azura Hall would also be slapped in the face and become a laughing stock. Such an outcome was even more unbearable than being killed. Therefore, although the 3 of them were severely injured, they could not care less at this moment. They began to burn their spiritual energy and exploded with a terrifying power to resist. However, Lin Xin was not Hua Wufeng. He was someone who could easily kill a peak 9th rank venerable, let alone 3 venerables in the early 9th rank. Therefore, the dragon catcher hand slammed on the 3 of them and instantly scattered the spiritual energy that they had gathered. Soon after, 3 gigantic palms of light grabbed the 3 elders of the Azura Hall and lifted them up as if they were ants. No, you can't do this. Elder Linghu, save us quickly. The faces of the Azura Hall elders turned green. They were no longer as crazy as before. At this moment, their faces were filled with fear as they screamed. The surrounding people were dumbfounded. They did not expect the Azura Hall, which was usually fierce and famous like a lunatic, to be like this. The corner of Elder Linghu's mouth twitched. He did not expect this to happen either. However, he decided to stop it. No matter what, he could not let the 3 elders of the Azura Hall kneel down and apologize in front of everyone. If he really did that, the entire Azura Hall would probably go crazy. Therefore, in the next moment, he rushed toward Lin Xin and said in a deep voice, "All right, stop it. You've vented your anger. Quickly release the 3 elders." Lin Xin frowned and a cold light shone in his eyes. In the next moment, he suddenly turned around and looked at Elder Linghu with a terrifying gaze. "Who do you think you are? How dare you order me around? Hurry up and get lost. Otherwise, I'll make you kowtow with me." Lin Xin's voice was cold and filled with murderous intent. He did not have a good impression of Elder Linghu. He only wanted to maintain the internal balance of the Black Dragon sect. However, why would Lin Xin listen to him? He was not a member of the Black Dragon sect. His goal was to destroy the Black Dragon sect. Chapter 1363. Lin Xian frowned, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. In the next moment, he suddenly turned around and looked at Elder Linghu with a terrifying gaze. Who do you think you are? How dare you order me around? I'll get lost, or I'll make you kowtow with me. Everyone was stunned when they heard that. Many people even thought that they were dreaming and couldn't believe their ears. What is he doing? How dare he scold Elder Linghu? Fuck. Crazy. He's really crazy. How dare he speak to the leader of the enforcement team like that? Does he want to die? Everyone says that the people of the Azura Hall are crazy, but why do I feel that this kid is even crazier than them? Everyone was shocked and couldn't believe it. Elder Linghu was even more stunned. He couldn't believe his ears. What was he doing? Scolding him? His face darkened when he thought of that. Good, good, good. Kid, I didn't expect you to be so arrogant. You don't even put me in your eyes. Elder Linghu was so angry that he laughed. Then I'll see what qualifications you have to be so arrogant in front of me. The three elders of the Azura Hall were originally in despair when they were caught by Lin Xian, but now they were laughing wildly. They were very excited. Haha, this idiot kid dares to scold Elder Linghu. He's dead for sure now. In the next moment, they all roared, Elder Linghu, did you see that? This kid is too arrogant. Elder Linghu, hurry up and take him down. Punish him severely. We can't let someone like him out, or he'll be a threat to the entire Darklight Convention. Capture him, cripple his cultivation, and get rid of this disaster forever. The three elders of the Azura Hall roared crazily. Elder Linghu's eyes were gloomy, and in the next moment, a terrifying power erupted from his body. As the leader of the enforcement team, Elder Linghu's cultivation was at the mid-stage of the 9th level supremacy realm. He was much stronger than the three elders of the Azura Hall. At this moment, his aura erupted, forming countless gusts of wind that blew throughout the entire ancient city of the Southern Desolation. The world was dark and gloomy, and a terrifying power quickly spread out in all directions. Elder Linghu straightened his body, and the aura on his body was extremely sharp. He stretched out a palm and grabbed in front of him. Thunder roared, thunder, forming a sea of lightning. Terrifying lightning energy exploded, forming numerous lightning beasts that danced in the air. Together with the terrifying palm, they instantly enveloped Lin Xian. Seeing this scene, the surrounding martial artists cried out in alarm. As for the three Azura Hall elders, they were overjoyed. In the next moment, he roared, and countless purplish-white thunderbolts surged in his body. They quickly gathered in front of him, forming a purplish-white thunderbolt fist that blasted forward. When the purplish-white thunderbolt appeared, the surrounding void shook violently. Countless black holes appeared as if they couldn't withstand the power. A strange and terrifying power surged out and instantly tore apart the sea of lightning formed by the thunder palm. What? The power of Thunderbolt? He also possesses the power of Thunderbolt? Is he a Thunder-type martial artist? Purplish-white Thunderbolt? What kind of Thunderbolt is that? Why haven't I heard of it before? Seeing Lin Xian secretly use a Thunder-type martial art, everyone's jaws dropped. They were shocked. Elder Linghu's eyelids twitched, and he was shocked. He didn't expect Lin Xian to be a Thunder-type martial artist like him. However, he quickly calmed down. So what if you're a Thunder-type martial artist? You're just a kid. How can you beat me? Get down. Thinking of this, he roared angrily. The power of Thunderbolt in his body surged and quickly poured into his palm, causing the thunder palm in the void to shine even brighter. In the next moment, the purplish-white Thunderbolt fist and the thunder palm collided violently. Suddenly, the sound of thunder was loud. Countless thunderbolts were like wild snakes, blasting in all directions. Cracks appeared in the void like a broken mirror. The earth trembled, and countless defensive arrays flashed, quickly protecting the entire ancient town. Even so, the terrifying power caused the entire ancient town to shake violently. Ka-ka-ka, ear-piercing sounds rang in the sky, as if metal was breaking. Everyone raised their heads and looked up. Then, they opened their mouths wide in horror. because they discovered that the radiance of the rushing thunder hand only persisted for a moment and then loudly shattered, splitting into countless bolts of lightning. The purplish-white thunderbolt fist was like the fist of the thunder god. It quickly broke through the thunder palm and blasted toward Elder Linghu in an even more violent manner. What? How is this possible? Elder Linghu's pupils shrank, and his face was full of disbelief. That was his ultimate skill, the thunder palm. How could it be broken so easily? How strong was his opponent? How could he have such terrifying power? However, he did not have time to think about this because the purplish-white thunderbolt fist was already coming toward him. He did not dare to take it head-on. He could only dodge to the side. However, he had underestimated the thunderbolt fist. The moment he moved, the purplish-white thunderbolt fist in the sky moved with him. Not only that, the fist accelerated midway and blasted directly on Elder Linghu's body. Rumble. The thunderbolt exploded, and the terrifying energy drowned the surroundings. Elder Linghu screamed as he was struck by the thunderbolt. Everyone was stunned. They could not believe it. That was Elder Linghu. He was the highest leader of the enforcement team and was extremely terrifying. Even the hall masters of the various halls had to be polite when they met him. However, he was defeated at the hands of a young man. This was simply too unbelievable. The three elders of the Azura Hall were even more shocked. Their minds were blank, and their faces were filled with despair. They had thought that with Elder Linghu's help, they would be able to subdue the detestable brat in front of them. However, they did not expect him to be so powerful that even Elder Linghu was no match for him. Their faces were ashen, and the hope that had risen in their hearts was instantly extinguished. Did they really have to kowtow to this brat in front of everyone? At that thought, the three elders had the urge to kill themselves. They even wanted to self-destruct and die. However, Lin Xian did not give them any chance at all. The three green dragon hands were like the hands of a demon god, holding them down tightly. The three elders of the Azura Hall could not mobilize the spiritual power in their bodies. Get over here. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Three light palms carrying the three elders of the Azura Hall quickly flew over. Bam! Bam! Chapter 1364. They are kneeling. They are really kneeling. The crowd exclaimed when they saw the scene unfolding before them. They could not believe that they would see such a scene one day. Three Shura Hall elders were kneeling before a young man. Since you like kneeling and apologizing, I'll do as you wish. After saying that, Lin Xian's eyes flickered. Three gigantic azure dragon palms appeared in the air and pressed the heads of the three Shura Hall elders to the ground. Bang! 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 Under Lin Xian's control, the three Shura Hall elders could not resist at all. They were forced to kneel on the ground and kowtow. When their heads touched the ground, they let out a low groan. Southern Desolation Ancient Town. At this moment, the street was silent. Only the sound of the heads hitting the ground could be heard. Bang, bang, bang. The sound was so low that it seemed to be knocking on everyone's hearts. No one could describe their feelings at this moment. It was like a dream. The three elders of the Azura Hall were pressed to the ground, and they were kowtowing nonstop. This scene was simply too shocking. The surrounding martial artists were stunned. The disciples of the Shura Hall were stunned. Even the three Shura Hall elders who were pressed to the ground and kowtowed nonstop were stunned. Until now, the three elders still could not believe that the young man dared to make them kowtow and apologize in public. This was no longer a matter of face-slapping. This was a situation where they would not rest until one of them was dead. The Shura Hall was humiliated like this today. They would definitely go berserk. At that time, the entire hall would be infuriated. Even if the young man was the disciple of the third guardian, he would not be able to suppress his anger. In the end, even the third guardian would not be able to protect him. Lunatic. This guy is definitely a lunatic. In the distance, Elder Linghu supported his body. His eyes were filled with shock. After knowing this, the Shura Hall would definitely not rest until the young man in front of him was dead. There was also the Blood Fiend Hall. They had a very good relationship with the Shura Hall. He was afraid that even the Blood Fiend Hall would not be able to take this lying down. At that time, when the two halls went berserk, the young man in front of him would not be able to resist. However, the surrounding martial artists did not care about this at all. They were not disciples of the Shura Hall, nor were they under the third guardian. Therefore, the outcome of this matter had nothing to do with them. However, at this moment, their eyes were red and they were trembling with excitement. Looking at this scene, many people felt their blood boil, and they could not help but raise their heads to the sky and roar. Idol, this is my fucking idol. Arrogant, too arrogant. I've never seen anyone so arrogant. Awesome, this is too awesome. 3 elders kneeling on the ground and kowtowing. Just thinking about it makes one's blood boil. If there comes a day when I have such strength, I would be willing to die. These people from the Black Dragon sect were originally disciples of the demonic sect. They only worshipped strength and didn't care about relationships or reasons. They only worshipped the strong. But Lin Xian's rampant behavior today and the scene before their eyes had deeply convinced these people. From their point of view, this was what true experts were like. They wanted their enemies to kneel at their feet. However, there were still some people who swallowed their saliva fiercely. It was as if their hearts had been struck by lightning. It's over. There's going to be a huge earthquake. I'm afraid this dark and light conference won't be peaceful. If what happened yesterday spreads, the people from the Azura Hall will definitely come knocking on our door. No matter how strong he is, can he fight against the entire Azura Hall? After all, even the third guardian himself could not start a war with an entire hall. In front of them, the 3 Azura Hall elders who were kneeling on the ground regained their senses and let out sharp screams. Kid, how dare you treat us like this? You're dead. The Azura Hall will not rest until you die. The humiliation I suffered today, I will return it 100 times over in the future. You're finished. No one can save you. Even the third guardian can't protect you. Just you wait. Wait for our Azura Hall's counterattack. We'll tear you apart. The 3 elders kneeled on the ground. Their heads were pressed down by the 3 light elders, and they kept kowtowing. However, they did not stop roaring. If sound could kill, they would have torn the other party into countless pieces long ago. Behind them, the disciples of the Azura Hall saw this scene and their faces were filled with despair. Elders, get up. Fight back. Release the elders of the Azura Hall now. Otherwise, when the Azura Hall's army arrives, they'll tear you to pieces. All the disciples of the Azura Hall roared madly. However, none of them dared to step forward. It would be a small matter if they were killed by the other party, but if they were pressed to the ground and kowtowed, they might as well kill themselves. No matter what you say, it's useless. Today, the 3 of them will kowtow to the end. 100 of them, not one less. Lin Xian's black hair fluttered in the wind as he looked around. He controlled the giant light palm in the air and intimidated everyone like an emperor. In the distance, Elderling who saw this scene and was extremely shocked. The corner of his mouth twitched. He now knew that the young man in front of him was not someone they could provoke. However, this scene was too shocking. He could not let it continue. Otherwise, his position as the leader of the enforcers would be over. Sir Hua, stop. I beg you. You've vented your anger and kowtowed. Hurry up and release the 3 elders. Elderling who spoke. His voice was no longer as arrogant as before. The surrounding people were shocked. They did not expect the leader of the enforcers to be begging someone. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would not have believed it even if they were beaten to death. Now you know how to beg for mercy? What were you doing earlier? Weren't you very arrogant before? Lin Xian sneered. I've said it before. 100 kowtows. Not one less. Elder Ling Hu's eyelids twitched when he heard that. However, a bitter smile appeared on his face. He did not dare to say anything because the other party was stronger than him. Moreover, the other party had no qualms. He was a madman. If he said anything more, the other party would probably press him to the ground and kowtow. Elder Xiaogu roared madly, Kid, you're too arrogant. So what if I kowtow to you 100 times? As long as I'm alive, I'll lead the Azura Hall's army and kill you. Not only you, But everyone related to you will die. Yes, all of them will die. Elder Shioda's face was also filled with madness. Especially those 2B asterisk cheese beside you. They'll die with you. He was mad because this murder was caused by a woman. Not only did he hate Lin Xian, but he also hated the Murong Qingqing beside Lin Xian. Kid, kill us if you dare. Otherwise, you'll pay 100 times the price. The 3 Azura Hall elders' voices were so miserable that they sounded like evil spirits. Everyone who heard them trembled. Lin Xian's face darkened. There was a trace of cold, killing intent in his eyes. Chapter 1365. The 3 elders of the Azura Hall screamed miserably, as if they were evil spirits. Everyone who heard them trembled in fear. Lin Xian's face darkened as well. His eyes were filled with cold, murderous intent. How dare you threaten me now? It seems like you don't know what's good for you. So what if I threaten you? Offending the Azura Hall is the biggest mistake you've made in your life. Kill me if you dare, or I'll make you suffer 10,000 times more. The 3 elders roared in anger. They did not believe that Lin Xian would dare to kill them. Kill you? Do you think I don't dare to? Lin Xian's body emitted a terrifying killing intent as he spoke. It was as if a sword of slaughter was hanging in the air. That aura made everyone tremble. Many of them even wanted to kneel on the ground. The 3 elders of the Azura Hall in front of Lin Xian. They bore the brunt of Lin Xian's attack. They screamed as they were enveloped by Lin Xian's insane killing intent. Their eyes were filled with fear. No, you can't do it. Elder Ling Hu shouted frantically. He wanted to stop Lin Xian. Elder Xiaogu was also shocked. He screamed, "Brat, how dare you trick me?" Bang! Lin Xian did not say a word. Instead, he responded with a fierce attack. Lin Xian's dragon catcher hand slammed down on Elder Xiaogu's head. Brain matter flew out and blood splattered everywhere. Elder Xiaogu's half-rotten body fell to the ground with a plop. Everyone was stunned when they saw this scene. He killed someone. He killed someone again. After killing the disciples of the Azura Hall, Lin Xian killed someone again. This time, he killed an elder of the Azura Hall. Everyone's heart trembled violently. They did not expect Lin Xian to kill someone again. Moreover, he killed an elder of the Azura Hall. Lin Xian was going to pierce through the sky. Elder Xiuda and Elder Xiumu were stunned as they looked at the corpse on the ground. They did not expect Lin Xian to kill without any hesitation. Brat, you're dead meat. How dare you kill an elder of the Azura Hall? No one in this world can save you. Elder Xiuda roared ferociously as if he had gone mad. Noisy! Lin Xian coldly snorted. He controlled the azure dragon hand above him and once again smashed down. Immediately, Elder Xiuda's head exploded. Another one had died. Seeing Elder Xiuda's corpse fall, everyone's hearts trembled fiercely. Kill all of us if you have the ability. However, even if you kill us, the Azura Hall will avenge us. The last elder, Elder Xiumu, roared. You don't have to use the Azura Hall to scare me. If I want to, I can destroy the Azura Hall anytime. Lin Xian's voice was ice cold. His palm fell, and Elder Xiumu immediately exploded. Blood splattered everywhere, and corpses flew everywhere. The pungent smell of blood quickly spread out. Everyone's scalp went numb as they looked at the 3 corpses in the field, dumbstruck. What happened today was too shocking. They might not be able to see it a second time in their lives. Elder Ling Hu's scalp went numb. He knew that things were completely out of his control. On the other hand, the disciples of the Azura Hall were so agitated that they went crazy. They didn't expect that their 3 elders would be pressed to the ground and kowtowed. Now, they were killed in front of everyone. It made them feel as if the sky was falling down. You're courting death. How dare you kill our elders? I'll fight you to the death. One of the disciples' eyes were bloodshot. He was so agitated that he couldn't care less about anything else. He charged at Lin Xian fiercely. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Killing intent flashed in his eyes. Then, he punched out, and the Azura Hall disciple's body was instantly torn into pieces. Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wishes. Go, fight him to the death. Avenge our elders. The group of Azura Hall disciples' eyes were red as they charged at Lin Xian crazily. Lin Xian didn't show any mercy. As long as anyone dared to come within 3 feet of him, he would kill them all with a punch. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, 5 Azura Hall martial artists were killed by him. Everyone's scalp went numb. They were dumbfounded and didn't know what to say. Elder Ling Hu was also dumbfounded. He even forgot to stop them. However, as more and more Azura Hall disciples charged at Lin Xian without a care for their lives, a cold shout came from the void. All of you, stop! The voice was like a sudden clap of thunder. It stunned everyone, especially the Azura Hall disciples. Their bodies froze on the spot, and the redness in their eyes quickly faded. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and looked at the void. Elder Ling Hu's expression changed drastically. He bowed respectfully to the void. Greetings, City Governor. What? City Governor? Hearing this, the crowd exploded. They didn't expect that the majestic voice came from the City Governor of the Southern Desolation Ancient Town. Although the Southern Desolation Ancient Town didn't belong to any hall, it was still a part of the Black Dragon sect. The City Governor's status was equivalent to the 4 Great Protectors. He was even above the Hall Masters. They didn't expect that even the City Governor would be alerted this time. No figure appeared in the sky. However, the voice clearly rang in everyone's ears. Today's matter ends here. Everyone should leave immediately. The Azura Hall disciples can't act presumptuously here. Hua Wufeng, as the disciple of the 3rd Great Protector, you're powerful. I won't punish you for killing an elder of the Azura Hall. However, when the Azura Hall comes to seek revenge in the future, I won't interfere. Azura Hall? If they dare to come looking for trouble, I don't mind destroying them. Lin Xian didn't care. Since he was going to destroy the Black Dragon sect sooner or later, it would be best if he could destroy the Azura Hall here. The mysterious voice in the sky didn't reply. Instead, it disappeared and didn't speak again. However, with the city governor's order, the surrounding people didn't dare to stay any longer. They quickly dispersed. The Azura Hall disciples glared at Lin Xian fiercely. Then, they left with murderous intent. Needless to say, they must be looking for the Black Dragon sect to seek revenge. Lin Xian retracted his murderous intent and left with Murong Qingcheng and the others. He didn't care about the Azura Hall. The only thing he was worried about was the Black Dragon sect leader. He didn't care about the others. If those people really pushed him too far, he wouldn't mind killing them in the Southern Desolation Ancient Town. After all, he had the King's killing array. No one could trap him. At most, he could just leave this place. Lin Xian and the Azura Hall disciples left. However, this matter didn't disappear. Instead, it swept through the entire Southern Desolation Ancient Town like a hurricane. In an instant, all the martial artists were talking about this matter. It's over. The Azura Hall is really done for this time. If they can't take revenge, they won't be able to raise their heads for the rest of their lives. Yeah, the elder of the Azura Hall was forced to kowtow 100 times. That's not all. He was even killed on the spot. This is a great humiliation. That Hua Wufeng is too terrifying. Why do I feel that his strength has surpassed Nangong Hao and the others? Chapter 1366. That Hua Wufeng is too scary. Why do I feel that his strength has surpassed Nangong Hao and the rest? Is this the disciple of the Guardian? Isn't this strength too strong? The crowd was shocked and many were envious. However, not everyone felt the same way. Fuck, what Hua Wufeng? Let him come over. I'll kill him with one slap. Those were the disciples of the Blood Evil Hall. They had a good relationship with the Azura Hall. Hence, they were filled with killing intent when the Azura Hall suffered such a heavy blow. However, they did not dare to attack. After all, there were rules in the Southern Yellow Ancient City. Only Lin Xian would be safe. The others could not do so. No one in history dared to challenge the rules of the ancient wilderness. Even the madmen from the Blood Evil Hall did not dare to attack. The only ones who could attack were the Azura Hall. The city governor had said that he would not interfere when the Azura Hall came to seek revenge on Lin Xian. That meant that the Azura Hall disciples were allowed to attack Lin Xian. However, the people from the Azura Hall seemed to have disappeared. They did not appear in front of the crowd. However, the crowd knew that the people from the Azura Hall could not have disappeared. They must have gathered somewhere to discuss revenge. Everyone was talking about it. As for Nangong, Hao, and Bloodrogue, Ghostly and the rest naturally heard the news. They did not expect the other party to be so arrogant as to attack the Azura Hall directly. Nangong Hao frowned when he heard the news. He looked at the subordinate who came to report and asked, "Where's Xiao Ming? Is he not here yet?" Xiao Ming was the first branch leader of the Azura Hall. He was also one of the top sky prides of the younger generation. However, the subordinate quickly shook his head. He's not here yet. Not only him, most of the Azura Hall's main forces are not here yet. I think they'll arrive in the southern yellow ancient town the day after tomorrow. The day after tomorrow? Nangong Hao narrowed his eyes when he heard that. Murderous intent appeared in his eyes. Hua Wufeng, I wanted to deal with you personally. However, you provoked the Azura Hall. Since that's the case, I'll let those madmen kill you. It'll save me the trouble of doing it myself. On the other side, Bloodrogue also received the news. The good relationship between the Bloodfiend Hall and the Azura Hall was not a joke. So when he heard the news, his face immediately darkened. There was even a trace of sharp killing intent in his eyes. However, it remained that he was not someone from the Azura Hall. Thus, even though he was furious, he did not lose his rationality. The fact that the other party was able to kill 3 of the Azura Hall's elders meant that the other party was definitely not weaker than him. At the very least, he was a prodigy. To deal with such a person, it was impossible for ordinary people to do it. Only a genius like him could possibly kill such a person. However, with the Darklight Convention at such a critical juncture, it was impossible for him to casually make a move. It was not because of the rules of the southern desolate ancient town, but because of the octatic treasure chest game. For them, this was an extremely rare opportunity. He had to use all of his energy to deal with this matter. Therefore, before that, he would not make a move. Taking a deep breath, he called for his subordinates and said in a low voice, "Pass down the order. Tell our Bloodfiend Hall's men not to provoke Hua Wufeng during this period. Without my orders, no one is to act rashly. Do you hear me?" "Yes." A middle-aged man quickly agreed, but soon after, his face revealed a difficult expression, as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. "What's wrong? If you have something to say it quickly." Leader, Shueli has already gone to look for Hua Wufeng. What? Hearing his subordinate's words, Bloodhand immediately frowned. He did not expect his subordinates to be so impatient. Hurry up and call him back. He must not fight with Hua Wufeng. Seeing Bloodhand's expression, his subordinates knew that the situation was serious and quickly moved. On the other hand, Bloodhand's face was gloomy and his eyes were filled with killing intent. "Hua Wufeng, I advise you not to touch my men. Otherwise, after the Darklight Convention, I'll make sure you die a horrible death." On the other side, Lin Xian and the others had returned to the Drunken Immortal Inn. Although today's incident had caused an uproar and shocked the entire Black Dragon sect, it was nothing to Lin Xian. Compared to young Master Ling Feng, the people from Azura Hall were much weaker. They were even weaker than the 8 big families. Therefore, Lin Xian did not take them seriously. What he needed to do now was to increase his strength and wait for the mysterious crystal to appear on the 3rd day. Once he obtained the mysterious crystal, he would leave this place and study the mysterious demon abyss. After taking a deep breath, Lin Xian calmed himself down and started to absorb the power of the sea god's ice in his body. After the previous cultivation, he had absorbed almost a third of it. Now, his ice martial soul was extremely terrifying. However, not long after, suddenly, the air in the room fluctuated. A voice quickly sounded. "Hua Wufeng, how dare you kill the people from the Azura Hall? Get out here. I am Shueli from the Blood-Killing Hall. I will take your head and offer it to the brothers of the Azura Hall." The voice was ferocious and carried with it boundless killing intent. Lin Xian slowly opened his eyes. There was a hint of coldness in his gaze. However, he did not get up. Instead, he summoned his lightning martial soul. The lightning force in his body surged and quickly formed a human-shaped lightning in front of him. Then, the human-shaped lightning changed rapidly and gradually, Lin Xian's appearance appeared. On his body, a set of purplish-white armor formed. As soon as the figure appeared, he nodded slightly at Lin Xian before quickly disappearing on the spot. On the other hand, Lin Xian slowly closed his eyes again and continued to cultivate. In a remote place in the ancient wilderness city, a crimson figure stood. The figure was tall and muscular. He wore a red armor and looked like a god of war. He was Xueli from the blood-killing hall. He was the one who had sent the voice out. At that moment, he was looking at the sky. He knew that the other party had received his message and would definitely come over. Indeed, not long after, he saw a purplish-white light flying over. Humph, he is here. When Xueli saw this, a cruel smile appeared on his face. He was afraid that the other party would not come. As long as the other party came, he would let him know what regret was. Swoosh! A purplish-white light flashed and a purple figure appeared in front of him. The purplish-white armor on his body flashed with terrifying lightning. It was as if the god of thunder had descended. A lightning-based martial artist was just like the legends. Xueli could not tell that it was a lightning martial soul. He thought that it was Lin Xian. In the next moment, he stepped out and said coldly, "Kid, follow me back obediently. Kneel in front of the Azura Hall and accept your death. I will give you a quick death." Chapter 1367. Lin Xian's thunder martial soul didn't know how to speak, so Lin Xian's only response was to attack. With a punch, thunder and lightning surged. The terrifying power of thunder and lightning spread in all directions, forming a huge thunder and lightning cage that enveloped Xueli. "You're courting death?" Xueli was furious. He had not expected his opponent to attack immediately. Immediately, he roared and quickly counterattacked. As an elite of the Blood Fiend Hall, he was a violent and bloodthirsty person. At this moment, his attack was even more ferocious. The murderous intent around him surged. Together with the bloody aura, it formed a ferocious monster. Countless bloody murderous aura surrounded him, forming a solid light that made him look like a god of death. With a monstrous murderous intent, he quickly charged forward. Boom! In the next moment, Xueli and the thunder martial soul clashed. Suddenly, a terrifying energy spread in all directions. However, the battle only lasted for a short while before it ended. Lin Xian's thunder martial soul was extremely valiant. With a punch, it broke all the skills and shattered the sea of blood and the bones around him. Then, he threw out a palm that covered the sky and hit Xueli directly. The terrifying power of thunder and lightning formed a seal in his body, completely sealing his spiritual power. What? How is this possible? Xueli's spiritual power was sealed in an instant. His face was extremely pale and his eyes were filled with horror. He had not expected his opponent to be so powerful that he could be subdued in an instant. How is this possible? He screamed in disbelief. Only his master, Bloodhand, could subdue him in an instant. Could it be that the young man in front of him was so powerful that he could compete with his master? He did not understand. In the next moment, he felt his body shake. He was brought up into the sky by the thunder martial soul and flew quickly to the drunken immortal inn. It was not dark yet, so there were many people on the streets of southern desolate ancient town. However, in the next moment, they all looked up at the sky and their mouths fell open. Damn, it can't be. That bloody figure? Isn't that someone from the Blood Fiend Hall? It's true, and it's an elite of the Blood Fiend Hall, a general of Bloodhand, Xueli. Why is he being dragged away? Who knows? Could there be another battle? Damn, look at that purple figure. Fuck, is that Hua Wufeng? Hua Wufeng. Everyone looked over carefully and indeed saw the purple figure. Immediately, their heads exploded. It can't be. I did feel the energy fluctuation just now. Could it be that Hua Wufeng and Xueli were the ones who did it? Madman. He was too arrogant. First, they killed the Azura Hall, And now they're making a move against the Blood Fiend Hall? This guy is crazy. It's over. He's definitely finished. The Blood Fiend Hall and the Azura Hall have always been on good terms. Now that the other party has made a move on the people of the Blood Fiend Hall, I'm afraid the Blood Fiend Hall will not rest until the other party is dead. That's also a group of lunatics. Furthermore, they're battle maniacs. Their battle prowess is incomparably terrifying. I'm afraid that no matter how strong Hua Wufeng is, he won't be able to defeat the entire Blood Fiend Hall. Everyone was discussing spiritedly. They were incomparably shocked, but this had nothing to do with the Thunder Martial Spirit. He was only responsible for bringing the Blood Force to the drunken immortal restaurant. After that, he waved his hand and several lightning bolts gathered to form chains, quickly wrapping around the Blood Force. Then, he hung the Blood Force above the drunken immortal restaurant. As for the Thunderbolt Martial Soul, its figure flashed and disappeared into the void. No, you can't do this to me. Shweli was hanging in the air, and he roared madly. The drunken immortal restaurant was the most prosperous place in the southern wilderness ancient town. The people who came and went were the elites of the various halls. However, he was hung at the entrance and everyone around saw him. This was even more unbearable than killing him. Humiliation. This was a blatant humiliation. This was not only a slap to his face, but also a slap to the Blood Fiend Hall's face. Seeing this scene, the martial artists of the Black Dragon sect were even more shocked. The effect was similar to kneeling down and kowtowing. Based on the Blood Fiend Hall style of doing things, they would definitely not let Lin Xian off easily. Lin Xian did not care at all. He had already planned to destroy all the halls, not to mention hanging one person. Soon, the Thunder Martial Spirit returned to Lin Xian's room and entered his body in a flash. The corners of Lin Xian's lips curled up as he continued to cultivate. Branch leader, something bad has happened. On the other side, a disciple of the Blood Fiend Hall quickly reported. What's the matter? Why are you so flustered? Bloodhand asked in a low voice. Is it about Shweli? Previously, he knew that Shweli had gone to look for Hua Wufeng, so he was especially concerned. It's about Shweli. The disciple's expression was very ugly. What's the news? Has Shweli been killed? Bloodhand asked. He had already thought of the worst-case scenario. He hasn't been killed, but the disciple hesitated and finally said, but Shweli has been hung at the Drunken Immortal restaurant. Now everyone knows. What? Hung at the Drunken Immortal restaurant? Bloodhand's face turned black when he heard this. This was no longer a slap to the face. This was a slap to the face. And it was a violent kick. So Shweli allowed the other party to seal him and didn't resist? Bloodhand's voice was filled with murderous intent. Shweli's cultivation has been sealed by someone. He has no power to resist at all. Furthermore, that kid's lightning chains are extremely terrifying. A few of our disciples wanted to attack, but they were all injured by the power of lightning. Trash, a bunch of trash. Bloodhand roared crazily. He couldn't be involved in this matter. Otherwise, he would be humiliated. Go inform Bloodblade and ask him to save Shweli. Soon, Bloodhand regained his composure and ordered his subordinate in a low voice. The subordinate received the order and quickly left. However, the murderous intent in Bloodhand's eyes grew stronger. Hua Wufeng, you're arrogant. However, you'll pay for what you've done. Just you wait. After the Octatic treasure chest game, I'll kill you with my own hands. At the end of his sentence, Bloodhand's entire face turned ferocious. On the other side, Bloodblade made his move. It was a young man. He was very handsome. He wore a blood-red robe, and his waterfall-like hair was tied up on his head with a fork. He looked very handsome. His temperament was completely different from the other warriors in the Blood Slaughter Hall. If he walked outside, no one would think that he was from the Blood Slaughter Hall. However, he was the renowned Xue Yidao of the Blood Fiend Hall. He only needed one strike to kill, so he was named Bloodblade. One could imagine how terrifying his strength was. He received Bloodhand's order and immediately moved out. Soon, he arrived at the Drunken Immortal restaurant. The surrounding warriors were shocked again. They didn't expect Bloodhand to send such a terrifying person. Bloodblade. Damn, It's really Bloodblade. Chapter 1368. The surrounding warriors were shocked again. They did not expect Bloodhand to send such a terrifying person. Bloodblade. Damn, he actually made a move. Looks like Bloodfiend Hall is really angry this time. They can't help it. Cousins Elite was hung at the door. This is more painful than being slapped in the face. Of course they're angry. But what surprised me was that Hua Wufeng was so powerful. Just a few lightning chains were able to produce such power. Bloodfiend Hall was forced to send an expert like Bloodblade. Everyone was discussing animatedly. Bloodblade stood in front of Drunken Immortal Inn and looked at Schwelly with narrowed eyes. Blade, save me. Schwelly was in the air. When he saw Bloodblade's figure, he was overjoyed. Bloodfiend Hall's disciples had made a move before, but without exception, they were all defeated by the lightning. This drove Schwelly crazy and even made him want to die. The news of him being hung up and beaten had spread. Countless people had seen it with their own eyes. He was too ashamed to live. If the spiritual power in his body had not been sealed, he would have self-destructed. However, Bloodblade had appeared when he was in despair. That was why he was so excited. He knew Bloodblade's power. Bloodblade was more terrifying than him. After all, Bloodblade's name was not given casually. Bloodblade narrowed his eyes. When he saw Schwelly, his gaze became fierce. Seeing this scene, the expressions of the surrounding martial artists changed. Retreat. Bloodblade is about to make a move. Some of the older people's expressions changed drastically. The new warriors were very confused. What does Bloodblade's move have to do with us? He's not going to attack us. But in the next moment, they understood. This was because when Blood One Blade grabbed the blood-colored demonic blade at his waist, his entire temperament underwent an earth-shaking change. His originally carefree and calm expression immediately disappeared. It was replaced by a berserk attitude. A terrifying blood-colored gale surged out of his body and swept in all directions. A blood-colored light materialized and enveloped the entire street. His originally delicate and handsome face became incomparably grave and stern, as if he was a god of death. The saber light flashed like a scarlet lightning bolt, instantly charging into the sky. This saber strike was extremely terrifying. It directly cut the lightning chain apart. We're saved. Schwelly heaved a sigh of relief and fell heavily to the ground. However, he couldn't care less about the pain. Instead, he quickly got up and tried to stop Blood One Blade. This was because Bloodblade was currently holding the blood-colored demonic saber as he strode towards the Drunken Immortal Inn. From the looks of it, he was probably looking for Lin Xian to fight. However, Schwelly stopped him with all his might. No? What do you mean? Looking down on me? You think I can't beat him? Xue Yidao's voice was ice-cold and contained a trace of madness. My name wasn't given randomly. I only need one stab to kill him. However, Schwelly shook his head frantically. No, you can't go. It's not that I don't believe you, but that kid is really too strange. If anything happens to you, our Bloodfiend Hall will be completely destroyed. Beside him, a few disciples from the Bloodfiend Hall quickly stepped forward to stop him. That's right, Master Yidao. Bloodhand branch leader has ordered us not to attack Hua Wufeng. Hearing Bloodhand's order, Bloodblade stopped in his tracks. Then, he stabbed the blood-colored demonic saber in his hand into the bridge. The moment his palm left the saber, the murderous aura on his body disappeared. He became confident and calm again. In that case, let's go. Bloodblade, who had returned to his normal state, said with a smile. Then, he turned around and walked into the distance. The surrounding crowd immediately opened up a path for him. Even the new disciples retreated far away in fear. Now, they understood why he was called Blood One Blade. That saber strike was really too terrifying. No one could block it. Meanwhile, in the Drunken Immortal Inn, the dark red dragon looked down and quickly said, Kid, the person you kidnapped has been rescued. Aren't you going to attack? Don't worry about them. Lin Xian shook his head slightly. He wasn't interested in attacking these people. Lin Xin's side was calm and peaceful. However, the elites of the various halls were extremely busy. Even on this quiet night, there were countless figures shuttling back and forth in the ancient city of the southern wilderness, reporting news after news. This was because what had happened during the day was too shocking. First, the disciples of the Azura Hall were killed. Then, the elders of the Azura Hall were pressed to the ground and kowtowed. Finally, 3 elders of the Azura Hall and more than 10 disciples of the Azura Hall were killed in public. Even the leader of the enforcement team was injured. However, the instigator, Hua Wufeng, didn't receive any punishment. This was something that had never happened in the history of the Black Dragon sect. Not only that, after this incident, the other party actually beat up the elites of the Blood Fiend Hall and trampled on their faces. It could be said that within a day, the other party had provoked the Azura Hall and the Blood Fiend Hall. It could be said that everyone was shocked. However, the elites of the various halls frowned because they didn't believe that a normal person could do this. Even a lunatic wouldn't dare to do this. This was because no matter how powerful the third guardian was, he couldn't attack 2 halls at the same time. Moreover, the other party was only a disciple of the third guardian. What exactly did he rely on for him to dare to do this? Some people even suspected that the other party wasn't even the third guardian's disciple. He might be a spy from the Martial Alliance. Therefore, all the halls sent people to investigate and even went to the Saint sect to investigate. However, the third guardian was in seclusion and they couldn't see him at all. Moreover, they couldn't be satisfied with the information they gathered. According to the information they gathered, this was the first time Hua Wufeng had come out of seclusion and no one had seen him before. In other words, other than the third guardian, no one knew whether this Hua Wufeng was real or not. However, the third guardian was in seclusion and they couldn't see him at all. Therefore, this matter became a mystery and they couldn't find out the truth. However, they still found a piece of information. When Hua Wufeng had just come out, his cultivation wasn't that high. He was only an 8th level honorable. However, the strength that he had displayed during the day was too terrifying. It was definitely the strength of a 9th level honorable. This information made them very suspicious. Many people's eyes even lit up. If the other party was really an imposter, he would definitely be dead. This was because the southern wilderness ancient town didn't only have the younger generation. There were countless older generation experts and even extremely terrifying existences like the city governor. As long as those people attacked, the other party wouldn't be able to escape. However, they weren't completely confident. Moreover, they were only guessing about the other party's cultivation. Therefore, it wasn't enough to attract the older generation to attack. Chapter 1369. Southern Barren Ancient Town, City Leader's Mansion. A tall and majestic middle-aged man sat on the main seat. He held all sorts of information in his hands as his fingers tapped on the air. Beside him stood a few martial artists in black. One of them was Elder Linghu. Elder Linghu said respectfully, the information was sent by the various halls. They seem to be suspecting Hua Wufeng. They are. The third guardian is in seclusion, and this is Hua Wufeng's first appearance. It's too much of a coincidence. What's more, he seems to be extremely arrogant. He doesn't care about anyone. First, he angered Nangong Hao. Then, he massacred the Azura Hall. Finally, he defeated the Bloody Massacre Hall. In just one day, he had offended 3 halls. It probably wasn't done by the third guardian's disciple. Even a guardian had to maintain a good relationship with the halls. Hence, he wouldn't allow his disciples to do such things. So this Hua Wufeng is a fake? Elder Linghu was shocked. We can't say that yet. However, the city leader shook his head slightly. There's no direct evidence to prove that he's a fake. Moreover, he has the Black Dragon token of the third guardian. His personality is the same as the information we gathered. He's arrogant and condescending. There's another reason. There's an imbalance within the Saint sect. The third guardian might want to climb up the ranks. That's why he asked his disciples to do such things. However, it's all just speculation. Hence, before we get concrete evidence, we can't do anything to Hua Wufeng. What do you mean? Elder Linghu asked. Let them test him. They wanted to do it anyway. I'll make use of them. Go and tell them not to go overboard. At least, they can't have a large-scale battle. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. I'll do it now, Elder Linghu said respectfully. Then, he quickly turned and left. On the other hand, the elites of the various halls smiled sinisterly when they received the news from Elder Linghu. They knew that the city leader had acquiesced to their idea. As long as they were careful and didn't have a large-scale battle, the city leader's mansion and the enforcers wouldn't care. This was undoubtedly good news for them. The night passed quickly. The next day, the southern desolation ancient town was bustling with noise and excitement again because an auction was going to be held today. The Holy Church would take out their treasures and auction them off. That was a treasure of the saint. Some of them could even make hall masters jealous, so these Black Dragon cult disciples were very excited. Lin Xian also stopped cultivating and pushed open the door. Bringing along Murong Qingqing and Luo Bingshan, the group left the Drunken Immortal restaurant. He also wanted to see what kind of good items would appear in the Black Dragon sect's auction. When the surrounding martial artists saw Lin Xian and the others come out, they all turned silent. Among them, there were a few people who sneered. He's Hua Wufeng? It doesn't look like anything special. Humph, he still dares to come out. He has offended the Azura Hall and Blood Fiend Hall. I heard that Nangong Hao is also there. With so many people here, any one of them can crush him to death. Just you wait. The Azura Hall's army will be here soon. At most, he will die the day after tomorrow. I heard that tomorrow is the Octadic treasure chest game. I wonder if he will participate? He's not qualified. Even if he participates, he will only be killed a day earlier. These were all martial artists from the top halls. They had already received orders to kill him after the Dark and Light Convention. Therefore, in their eyes, he was a dead man. Looking at the martial artists from the various halls, Lin Xian suddenly stopped in his tracks. What's wrong? Murong Qingqing asked softly, Don't tell me you're going to fight again? The dark red divine dragon also said, Are you not going to the auction? I'm not going. Lin Xian shook his head, then walked in another direction. Seeing this scene, the surrounding warriors were also stunned. They did not understand why he was leaving. Was he not going to participate in the auction? No way. This auction is a treasure of the saint. Even the hall masters are interested in it. How can he not care about it? However, many people sneered, Humph. I guess he doesn't have any money on him. Instead of standing there and watching, he might as well leave quickly so that he won't be laughed at. I guess he knows his death is coming. Even if he buys the treasure, it's useless. What? He must be afraid of our branch master. He can only kill ordinary disciples. If he really meets a top prodigy, he's nothing. Many people sneered, thinking that he was afraid. On the other hand, Lin Xian and the others left the auction house and came to a quiet place. Kid, you're really not going to the auction? The dark red divine dragon asked. The Tianan region is very mysterious. Maybe some treasure will appear at the auction. It's a pity if you don't go. Indeed, one could find a white bone with just by strolling on the streets. Who knew if there were other treasures at the auction? However, Lin Xian shook his head. There's no need to give money to the Black Dragon sect. I'll destroy it sooner or later anyway. It's better to just steal it. Kid, you want to fight? Hearing this, the dark red divine dragon's eyes lit up. Indeed, the Black Dragon sect is their target. There's no need to give money to them at the auction. We just need to wait for those people to get the treasure, then we'll snatch it. The dark red divine dragon was very excited. He then said, We need to send someone to the auction. Otherwise, we won't know who got the good stuff. I'll go. Luo Bingshan stood up. No need. It's a small matter. Just find someone, Lin Xian said. Ruffian dragon, bring someone from the Blood Fiend Hall back. The dark red divine dragon turned into a bolt of lightning and quickly brought someone back. The Blood Fiend Hall disciple's spiritual power was sealed by the dark red divine dragon, so he couldn't resist at all. When he saw Lin Xian and the others, he was so scared that his face turned pale. What do you want? If you dare to touch me, the Blood Fiend Hall will never let you go. The martial artist roared crazily. However, Lin Xian's soul power quickly surged out and pierced into the martial artist's soul, planting a beast-slave mark on it. Suddenly, the ferocious blood fiend hall disciple became abnormally quiet. Then, he knelt down on one knee and respectfully shouted to Lin Xian, "Greetings, master." "Very good. Go to the auction. Remember the direction of all the treasures and report to me." "Yes, master." The martial artist quickly left. On the other hand, Lin Xian and the others began to stroll around leisurely. On the other side, at the auction, the elites of the various halls had all come to participate. Among them, the 5 top prodigies had arrived early and were invited to the VIP room. On the way, the pale-faced Ghostly, who was dressed in a black robe, met Bloodhand, who was dressed in a blood-red robe. He immediately laughed eerily. "I heard that your people were beaten up yesterday. I wonder what you, as a branch leader, think about it? You wandering ghost, get out of my way. If you anger me, I'll cut you in half." Chapter 1370. On the way, Ghostly, who was dressed in a black robe and had a pale face, met Bloodhand, who was dressed in a blood-red robe. "I heard that your men were beaten up yesterday. I wonder how you feel about that. You're a wandering ghost. Get out of my way. If you piss me off, I'll kill you." Faced with Ghostly's provocation, Bloodhand's voice was cold, and his blood aura surged. "What? You want to fight me too?" Ghostly sneered. However, Bloodhand snorted. "I know what you mean. There's a blood soul stone in this auction. It's useful to both of us. Aren't you looking for trouble with me because of the blood soul stone? It's good that you know." Ghostly sneered. "The blood soul stone is mine. If you dare to fight me, don't blame me for using the white bone banner to extract your soul. It's just a broken bone banner. If you piss me off, I'll kill you." Bloodhand's expression was ferocious. "As for the blood soul stone, it's mine. If you have enough spirit stones, feel free to compete with me." With that, he snorted and left with the Blood Fiend clan. Ghostly's expression was cold, and his eyes shone with a terrifying green light. On the other side, Nangong Hao was also dressed in a robe. He was surrounded by the crowd. He looked around but did not see Hua Wufeng. "Where's Hua Wufeng? Why isn't he here yet?" he asked in a low voice. Reporting to leader, Hua Wufeng left halfway and did not come to the auction. As for the reason, we don't know. Hearing that, Nangong Hao snorted. "What a piece of trash. Since he's not coming, then forget it. Ignore him. He's about to die. It doesn't matter if he comes or not." There's a few spiritual herbs being auctioned this time. They're almost extinct. I must get them, Nangong Hao muttered to himself. His eyes were burning with passion. Then, he led his men into the VIP room. After that, the Shadowless clan, Ravengale clan, Purple Demon clan, and other clans, as well as some sects and clans that had sided with the Black Dragon sect, all entered the auction. Soon, the auction began. It was a half-earth step treasure right off the bat, and it immediately drew cries of surprise from everyone. This place wasn't like the Martial Heaven continent. Even these peak heavenly geniuses didn't have a half-earth tier treasure item. So as soon as that weapon appeared, everyone was attracted to it. From this point, it could be seen that although these people's cultivation bases had been raised by external forces, the Heavenly South region's overall level and resources were still lacking compared to the Martial Heaven continent. For example, half-earth tier treasure items were incomparably precious. But on the Martial Heaven continent, the peak families and sects still had quite a few. 1 million. As soon as the announcement was made, someone immediately made a bid. The bidder was the second leader of the Ravengale Hall. "You want to buy a half-earth step artifact with just 1 million? What a joke. 2 million. The elite from Shadowless Hall sneered. 2 million. 2,400,000. Everyone began to bid, and the price continued to rise. If Lin Xian were here, he would definitely see that the price of a half-earth tier treasure item was at least 10 times higher than on the Martial Heaven continent. As expected, this kind of item was a rare treasure in the Heavenly South region. In the end, this half-earth tier treasure item was won by Shadowless Hall Shadowless for 5 million. Everyone was incomparably envious, and quite a few people were terrified. The Shadowless Hall was originally a group of assassins. Their attacks were swift and fierce, and they were extremely strange. Now that they had a half-Earth tier treasure item, they would become even more terrifying. Shadowless's strength would also explode. Bloodhand frowned. To tell the truth, he was extremely envious of this half-Earth tier treasure item. The power of this treasure item, combined with their Blood Fiend Hall's cultivation techniques, would definitely allow them to sweep through everything. However, because he wanted to compete for the Blood Soul Stone, he didn't use too much of his wealth. In the end, this treasure was won by Shadowless. Forget it. Although a half-Earth tier treasure item is good, it can't compare to a Blood Soul Stone. As long as I can obtain a Blood Soul Stone, my strength will also greatly increase. Bloodhand snorted and closed his eyes to rest, preparing for the next auction. The following auctions were even more intense. There were several extremely precious spirit herbs among them. They were all won by Nangong Hao at an extremely high price. The price was extremely shocking and at the same time, extremely envious. As expected of the Divine Pill Hall, they were extremely wealthy. Nangong Hao didn't even blink when he threw out so many spirit stones. These items were passed down from the Saint sect. They were all very precious and attracted the attention of these elite martial artists. On the auction stage, a black-robed old man said loudly, "The next item is even more magical. Not only can it increase a martial artist's vitality, but it can also strengthen their soul force. It can be said to be incomparably magical." Hearing this, everyone cried out in surprise, and in the VIP room, Bloodhand sat up straight. He knew that the item he had been waiting for had finally appeared. On the other side, Ghostly also revealed a cold smile. His green eyes bloomed with a terrifying light. "The Blood Soul Stone is definitely mine." His voice was extremely sharp, carrying a sinister aura. Sure enough, in the next moment, the auctioneer continued, "This magical item is the Blood Soul Stone. Not only can the Blood Soul Stone increase a martial artist's vitality, but its blood can also strengthen soul force. It can be said to be an extremely rare treasure." Hearing this, the martial artists in the hall were all excited. They didn't expect to see such a creature in an auction. Everyone couldn't wait to participate in the bidding. Even Nangong Hao's eyes were burning. As an alchemist, he also needed to strengthen his soul force. This Blood Soul Stone was very useful to him. Not only him, but everyone wanted their vitality and soul force to be strong. Therefore, the Blood Soul Stone was very attractive to everyone. Blood Soul Stone, starting price 10 million. Each increment must be no less than 1 million. The bidding starts now. As soon as the auctioneer finished speaking, the people in the hall became excited. 13 million, 15 million, 20 million, 24 million, 28 million. The price soared. 30 million. Let's see who dares to compete with me." A cold voice sounded, and everyone who heard it felt their hair stand on end. They knew that it was Ghostly's voice. The ordinary martial artists shrunk their necks in fear. They didn't dare to compete with Ghostly, and they didn't have so many spirit stones. As for the top geniuses, they weren't afraid of Ghostly at all. 35 million. You don't need to scare me. I'm not afraid of you. Bloodhand snorted. 40 million. This kind of good item can only be used by us alchemists. It's a waste for others to use it. Nangong Hao said proudly. Is that so? I don't think so. Soul force is just as important to us assassins. Shadowless's voice also sounded. 45 million. 50 million. Ziyang didn't say anything. He only bid in a deep voice. Everyone is fighting so fiercely. I don't think there will be any results. Why don't you give it to me? In the future, if you want any beautiful slaves, just tell me. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. A delicate voice sounded. Chapter 1371. Pink Aristocratic Family. Someone exclaimed. Damn it, these women are here too. When did they come? Why didn't I know? Nangong Hao frowned. Those who could make him feel this way must have a high status. Pink aristocratic family was a special force in the Tianan region. After the Black Dragon sect was awakened, they submitted. Not only that, their status did not drop, but it was even higher than before. They were even valued by the Black Dragon sect's leader. This was because the Pink aristocratic family was full of women, and they were all beautiful women. They were proficient in all kinds of charming techniques and were deeply loved by the higher-ups of the Black Dragon sect. The Pink aristocratic family also worked hard to send their beautiful women to the experts of the various halls. Until now, almost every expert of the Black Dragon sect had a woman from the Pink aristocratic family by their side. It could be said that the Pink aristocratic family had completely integrated into the Black Dragon sect. They were deeply rooted and very complicated. No one dared to touch them easily. Even the Divine Pill Hall did not dare to provoke the Pink aristocratic family. The two women beside Bloodhand previously were from the Pink aristocratic family. Even Nangong Hao had women from the Pink aristocratic family. Hence, everyone knew that although these women looked gentle on the surface, once they were angered, they would retaliate like a storm. Moreover, no one could contend against them. Hence, when everyone heard the Pink aristocratic family's bid, most of them gave up. Only a few sky prides and extremely powerful martial artists were still bidding. However, gradually, those experts could not hold on. Only the Pink aristocratic family, Nangong Hao, Bloodhand, and Ghostly were left. 100 million. A cold voice sounded. Ghostly was expressionless. He was no longer as relaxed as before. 110 million. Bloodhand gritted his teeth. However, he was determined to get the Blood Soul Stone. 130 million. Nangong Hao snorted. His expression was very cold. Even if the Divine Pill Hall was rich, they could not afford such expenditure. After all, 100 million was not a small amount. Hee, it seems like you guys are still unwilling to give up. 150 million. The coquettish voice sounded again. It seemed like she did not care about the spiritual stones at all. Hearing this frivolous voice, the crowd was shocked. Too strong. Compared to the five geniuses, the Pink aristocratic family was even stronger. This was because the five great sky prides were directly under their respective halls, and each hall was in a hostile state. However, the Pink aristocratic family was different. They had already infiltrated each hall. To put it bluntly, behind every expert stood a woman from the Pink aristocratic family. Therefore, behind the Pink aristocratic family was the entire Black Dragon sect. Therefore, the Pink aristocratic family's financial resources could be said to be very strong. After a round of fighting, Nangong Hao, Bloodhand, and Ghostly all retreated in defeat. The Pink family's Yuluo Sha had already won the Blood Soul Stone for 200 million. Humph. Nangong Hao snorted, his face gloomy. Ghostly's expression was also cold. The green light in his eyes kept flickering, like two balls of ghost fire. Pink aristocratic family, Yuluo Cha, you better not fall into my hands. Otherwise, I will refine your soul into the most terrifying evil spirit. In another VIP room, Bloodhand's face was also filled with killing intent. A sea of blood formed around him, dyeing the entire room red. If the other party wasn't from the Pink aristocratic family, he would have already charged over with his saber. He thought that his biggest enemy during the fight was Ghostly. However, he didn't expect that the final winner wasn't him or Ghostly, but the Pink aristocratic family. On the other hand, Yuluo Sha was giggling non-stop, as if she was very satisfied with this outcome. Everyone was shocked. Although they had no fate with the Blood Soul Stone, to be able to see such a soul-stirring auction, their trip was not in vain. After the Blood Soul Stone, the atmosphere in the auction house dropped, but it was still very lively. After all, a magical treasure like the Blood Soul Stone was rare. There was only one in the entire auction house. Half a day later, the highly anticipated auction finally came to an end. However, the lively atmosphere did not dissipate. The warriors in the hall were all discussing excitedly. However, in the corner of the hall, there was a figure sitting there quietly. He didn't talk to anyone, as if he was asleep. He was the warrior that Lin Xian had planted a beast slave seal on. At that moment, he had already transmitted the scene of the auction to Lin Xian. Soon, Lin Xian received the information. He quickly browsed through it, then the corner of his mouth curled up, revealing a satisfied smile. Lin Xian was indeed very satisfied. He didn't expect that a good item would appear in this auction. It was the Blood Soul Stone. It could increase blood chi and soul power at the same time. To be honest, he had never seen such an item before. If he could get his hands on this item, it would be of great help to his cultivation of the Furious Dragon formula and the Sky Spill visualization picture. Therefore, he decided to make a move. Not only that, other than the Blood Soul Stone, Lin Xian also found a few supreme-grade spiritual herbs and some other items. Since he was going to make a move, he might as well go big. Lin Xian decided to snatch everything in the auction house. After all, they were all from the Black Dragon religion. Snatching one or two made no difference to him. Therefore, in the next moment, he summoned the little white monkey. Woo-ji, the little white monkey cried out happily. Then, it took out a small shabby bowl and started to cast a spell. Whoosh! Soon, there were a few more spiritual herbs in the bowl. They were all extremely precious spiritual herbs. On the other side of the auction house, Nangong Hao cried out in surprise because he found that the supreme-grade spiritual herbs he had just bought were gone. How is this possible? Nangong Hao was shocked. Who dares to attack me? Get out here. His nerves were twisted as he roared crazily. He was really angry. As the second branch leader of the Divine Pill Hall and a top genius, no one had ever dared to attack him. Now, someone dared to snatch his spiritual herbs. This was definitely a blatant provocation. However, what made him even more furious was that he didn't even see who it was. How did he do it? What's wrong? What's going on? The surrounding martial artists were also confused. They only saw Nangong Hao being stunned for a moment before he roared angrily. Who dares to provoke Nangong Hao? Are you kidding me? Who dares to provoke him? Do they want to die? Then why is he so angry? Who knows? Everyone shook their heads. They didn't understand what was going on. On the other side, Shadowless from the assassination hall snorted and shook his head. He couldn't figure out what was wrong with Nangong Hao. It was really embarrassing for him to lose his composure like this. After receiving the half-Earth class artifact from the Elder, Shadowless left with the people from the assassination hall. Chapter 1372. Because the half-Earth rank treasure he had just obtained was gone. It was indeed gone. It was as if it had disappeared into thin air. How is this possible? Shadowless was shocked. He quickly scanned his surroundings, but found no one around him. Who is it? Get out here. Shadowless's expression was cold. A trace of ferocity finally appeared on his expressionless face. Murderous aura surged from his body and instantly pierced through all directions. Feeling this murderous aura, the surrounding warriors all exclaimed and retreated crazily. They did not expect Shadowless to go crazy and release such a murderous aura. Crazy? This is really crazy. First, it was Nangong Hao, now it was Shadowless. What were they doing? No one could understand why the top prodigies had gone crazy. On the other side, Bloodhand and Ghostly also snorted coldly. Both of them were in a bad mood. They did not obtain the Blood Soul Stone. Although they had obtained other treasures, they were still very unhappy. At this moment, seeing Shadowless and Nangong Hao go crazy, they sneered. However, in the next moment, both of their expressions changed. This was because they discovered that the treasures they had just won had also disappeared. Now, they finally knew why Nangong Hao and Bloodhand went crazy. The same thing must have happened. Strange, it was really strange. No one had made a move, but their treasures had disappeared into thin air. There's a peerless expert. Bloodhand's face was terrifyingly gloomy. His murderous aura condensed and was about to explode. Ghostly's expression was also ferocious. His green eyes bloomed with a terrifying light. Impossible. No matter how powerful a warrior is, he can't escape our detection. But we didn't find anything. This means that it's not what we think at all. But what method is it? These prodigies really could not understand. In the next moment, there were more exclamations. It seemed that those people's treasures had mysteriously disappeared. Among them, there was one voice that was the sharpest. It was a woman's voice. It was so shrill that it seemed to pierce the entire sky. Ah, damn it. Who is it? Who dares to take my blood soul stone? Don't let me find you, or I'll tear you into pieces. What? The blood soul stone is missing? Hearing this, the surrounding people were shocked. Thinking back to how those sky prides had gone crazy, they finally understood what had happened. Could it be that someone had stolen all the treasures they had won? From the looks of it, it was possible. Otherwise, these people would not be so crazy. But how is that possible? They were all top-notch experts who could snatch away the treasure in front of them. And from the looks of it, they didn't seem to have discovered who the enemy was. Everyone was stunned. It was as if they had seen a ghost, because this matter was simply too strange. The people in the auction house naturally knew about it, so they decided to quickly seal off the entire auction house and investigate carefully. However, no matter how much he investigated, there were no results. There was only a group of sky prides whose faces were terrifyingly dark. On the other side, Lin Xian looked at the pile of treasures on the ground and laughed loudly. The little white monkey kept yawning and rubbing its eyes. It seemed that it was very tired. It seemed that seizing so many treasures this time must have consumed a lot of its energy. Lin Xian generously gave him a pile of top-grade spirit fruits and hurriedly let the young man rest. The little white monkey hugged the pile of spirit fruits, turned into a white light, and entered the demonic beast pouch. Lin Xian took out a few stalks of spirit herbs and a blood-red stone from the pile of treasures on the ground. These spirit herbs were not bad and were somewhat useful to him. And this blood-red stone was the most precious. It was the blood soul stone, which could increase blood chi and soul power. As for the other items, although they were also treasures, Lin Xian did not care about them. He just casually put them away. This is the blood soul stone. The dark red dragon was shocked. It did not expect another treasure to appear at the auction. Murong Qingqing also exclaimed. Then, she said slowly, this blood soul stone is indeed precious. Even if the Murong family has it, they don't have much. I only got a little on my birthday in the past. I didn't expect you to be so lucky. Lin Xian was also very excited. With the blood soul stone, his furious dragon mantra and sky spill visualization image would definitely improve. Let's go back. I think those guys are going crazy. The dark red dragon was also excited. Hee, should we send them a message? Of course. I'm waiting for them to come to me. If I don't send them a message, how will they know that I did it? Hence, Lin Xian kept laughing along the way. The items at the auction were really good. This was a great harvest. Anyway, they were all extremely arrogant words. Soon, these words spread to the ears of the sky prides. In the auction, Nangong Hao, Bloodhand, Guili, Shadowless, Ziyang, Pink Family, and many other elite warriors were gritting their teeth. Although they did not see it with their own eyes, from the reports of their subordinates, this matter was definitely related to Hua Wufeng. It was even possible that he was the one who did it. This was because he did not even come to the auction. How could he know what was going on at the auction and say such things? Wasn't this obviously a provocation? Hua Wufeng, how dare you steal from me? I'll tear you into pieces. Nangong Hao's expression was cold. He had never suffered such a loss before. Bloodhand's expression was ferocious. The sea of blood on his body surged, emitting a bloody stench. Guili also had a ferocious smile on his face. His green eyes were emitting a very strange light. Like Bloodhand, he was determined to get the Blood Soul Stone. Originally, he thought that the two of them had no hope after it fell into the hands of the Pink family. However, he did not expect the situation to take a turn. Although they had dropped many treasures, the Blood Soul Stone had also been dropped. Moreover, from the current situation, it seemed that Hua Wufeng had stolen it. This was undoubtedly good news for them. If they could snatch the Blood Soul Stone from Hua Wufeng, it would be theirs. There was no need to return it to the Pink family. Thinking of this, Guili laughed coldly. He looked like an evil spirit. However, the others could not laugh at all. Their faces were gloomy as if they were about to kill someone, especially the Pink family. They were so angry that they stomped their feet. Their status was so high that no one in the entire Black Dragon religion dared to offend them. However, someone dared to steal from them. This was too audacious and intolerable. Hua Wufeng, right? No matter how capable you are, no matter who you are, you're dead for daring to find trouble with the Pink family. Chapter 1373. The southern wilderness ancient town naturally received the news as well. Hence, the order was passed down. The martial artists and elites of the various halls could attack, but they were only allowed to attack Hua Wufeng. They were not allowed to implicate others. Hearing the news, the prodigies and elites all revealed sinister smiles. Soon, a few of them gathered together and began to discuss. Although they were enemies before, they now had a common enemy, and that was Lin Xian. What do you guys think? Do you plan to attack directly? Nan Gonghao asked, looking like a leader. Hearing that, Bloodhand said coldly, I don't have to attack directly to deal with him. Ghostly sneered, tomorrow is the octadic treasure chest game. It's not good to exhaust our strength tonight. However, I'll send my strongest subordinates to kill that kid. The others nodded. They would all send their elite troops to assassinate Hua Wufeng. However, they would not attack personally. Because tomorrow was the octadic treasure chest game, which was extremely important to them. Because tomorrow would decide the ownership of the mysterious crystal. Compared to the blood soul stone, the mysterious crystal was more attractive. One had to know that the blood soul stone could increase one's vitality and soul, while the mysterious crystal could directly increase a martial artist's cultivation. Their cultivation had been raised that way, so they naturally knew how magical the mysterious crystal was. Nothing could be compared to the mysterious crystal. Everything had to make way for the mysterious crystal. Hence, these people would not attack before the octadic treasure chest game. However, they would not let Lin Xian go either. Pink family, Yu Luo Sha, the most outstanding disciple of the younger generation. At that moment, her face was pale as she said coldly, no matter what you decide, the blood soul stone is mine. Whoever dares to fight with me, don't blame the Pink family for being merciless. Hearing that, the prodigies and elites did not speak, but Bloodhand snorted coldly. Ghostly also laughed sinisterly. It seemed that the two of them did not care about the Pink family's warning. All right, everyone, let's talk about how to deal with Hua Wufeng. What's there to talk about? He's just an arrogant kid. If we really attack, I can destroy him with one hand. Bloodhand snorted with disdain. Ghostly also smiled coldly. I really want to do it. I'll extract his soul and merge it into my white bone banner. This way, my chances of winning tomorrow will increase by a lot. But to be honest, that kid shouldn't be easy to deal with. If he really wants to fight, he should be able to last 10 moves from me. But he's too strange. I won't risk tomorrow's game on the island. Tomorrow is the last day of the Dark and Light Conference, and also the most crucial day. At that time, the Azura Hall's army will arrive, and our respective Vice Hall masters will also arrive. That's a truly terrifying expert. I'm afraid that even the city lord of the southern wasteland ancient town would have to take him seriously. Even if this brat can live past today, he will definitely die tomorrow. Ziyang said in a deep voice. That makes sense. Nan Gonghao nodded. Then I'll send out a nameless elite fire element martial practitioner. I will let him know the consequences of provoking my divine pill hall. Leave the assassination to me. Shadowless was expressionless, but his eyes were filled with murderous intent. I will also send out 5 elites. I will also send out capable generals. Voices rang out one after another. Soon, the various halls and powerhouses would send out their elites to surround and kill Lin Xian tonight. Cold moon, lonely star. The night was very quiet, very quiet. Lin Xian sat in his room, took out the blood soul stone, and carefully examined it. It was a blood soul stone the size of a goose egg. Its surface was very smooth, blooming with a crimson light. It felt very warm to the touch. As long as he held it, he could feel the energy inside. If he absorbed a little bit, he could feel his blood chi and soul strengthening. Good stuff. It was definitely good stuff. Lin Xian was very happy. With this Blood Soul Stone, his Furious Dragon Incantation and Sky Spill visualization chart would definitely reach a higher level. However, he didn't immediately start cultivating. Instead, he frowned slightly. This was because he sensed that dozens of auras were quickly approaching. These people's auras were very powerful and fast. There were even assassins hidden in the air. There was no need to think. It was those geniuses who made their move. At the same time, he also sensed that Murong Qingqing and Ruo Bingshan in the room next to him also wanted to make a move. Hence, he quickly sent a voice transmission. "The two of you can sleep peacefully. Leave the rest to me." Then, Lin Xian took a deep breath and disappeared from the room. The next moment, he arrived at the roof of the Drunken Immortal Inn. Lin Xian stood quietly at the highest peak with his hands behind his back. He looked up at the cold moon as if he was waiting for something. Buzz. Suddenly, a blood-colored saber light lit up from the void. It was like a blood-colored lightning bolt, carrying violent energy as it quickly slashed towards Lin Xian's neck. This saber was very sudden and very fast. It was extremely fast. Even a ninth heaven supremacy wouldn't be able to dodge it. One could imagine that the one who attacked was definitely a peerless swordsman. Also, judging from the violent aura, it should be someone from the Blood Fiend Hall. If someone else was here, they would definitely exclaim in shock. This was because the one who attacked was Blood One Saber. He only needed one strike to kill someone, so he was called Blood One Saber. At the same time, 3 cold lights lit up behind him. 3 long swords were like venomous snakes, exuding a sinister aura as they silently pierced towards him. They were aimed at the middle of Lin Xian's back. If he was hit, he would definitely die immediately. There were also countless ghostly figures in the surroundings that quickly pounced towards him. Countless streaks of fire appeared in the sky, forming a fiery dragon that roared at him. Below his feet was a pink fog that quickly condensed into 2 palms that grabbed his legs. These attacks were all formed in an instant. It could be said that there was an inescapable net, and it was definitely a sure kill. This was a sure death situation. This situation could make any ninth heaven supremacy despair. However, Lin Xian looked at these attacks and didn't seem to make a move. He stood with his hands behind his back as if he didn't see them. When these attacks were about to land on him, a smile appeared on his face. The corners of his mouth finally curled up in a cold smile. In the next moment, an extremely terrifying cold aura exploded from his body and quickly spread out in all directions. In an instant, it enveloped the entire space. That cold aura was so cold that it instantly froze the entire space. Countless streaks of ice quickly spread from Lin Xian's body. The blood-red saber light in front of Lin Xian suddenly stopped and hung in midair. That saber light was covered by countless streaks of ice, forming a layer of frost. Not only that, but the 3 Han Jingguang behind him were also instantly frozen. The sea of fire above him, the fog below him, the hidden weapons and ghostly figures in the surroundings, and the boundless sea of blood were all frozen at this moment. Chapter 1374. The blood-colored saber light in front of Lin Xian suddenly stopped and hung in midair. The saber light was wrapped in ice, forming a layer of frost. Not only that, but the 3 Han Jingguang behind him were also instantly frozen. The sea of fire above him, the fog below him, the hidden weapons and ghosts around him, and the boundless sea of blood were all frozen at this moment. This scene was very strange. It was like a blue painting that was slowly unfolding. It was not just these attacks. The surrounding cultivators who had attacked were also forced out of the void by this blue frost. They did not even have the chance to escape before they were frozen by the frost and turned into ice sculptures. The one who had attacked was a handsome young man. He was dressed in a blood-colored robe, and his black hair was coiled on his head with a fork. He held a blood-colored demonic saber in his hand that shone with a demonic light. His originally bloodthirsty eyes were now filled with fear. He was an elite of the Blood Fiend Hall, Bloody Dao. However, he was now frozen. Behind him was a black-robed assassin. He had short black hair and looked very ordinary. If he was thrown into a crowd, he would not attract anyone's attention at all. This was an assassin from the assassination hall. He was very ordinary, but his attacks were very sharp and could kill with one move. However, even such a terrifying assassin was now frozen. On his left and right were two middle-aged men with pale faces and ferocious expressions. They held two ghost streamers in their hands, and the surrounding ghosts were released by them. These two people were surrounded by countless ghosts. They did not look like humans at all, but like demons that had crawled out of hell. They were the elites of the malicious ghost hall. However, they were now even more terrified than if they had seen ghosts. This was because they could not move at all. Their bodies were completely frozen. Below them was a beautiful woman. She was wearing very little clothes, and her eyes were even more seductive. She exuded a dazzling aura, but at this moment, she was filled with fear. This was a woman from the pink aristocratic family. Below her were two elites of the Divine Pill Hall. They were both fire-type elites and had strange flames in their hands. They could easily defeat a ninth heaven supremacy. However, they could not melt the ice on their bodies. These people were the elites of the various halls. Every one of them could strike fear in countless people. However, they had gathered together to kill Lin Xian. This was an extremely powerful lineup. Even those top prodigies might not be able to escape. But now, they were instantly frozen by Lin Xian. They still maintained their attacking postures, and even the hideous smiles on their faces were still present. However, the expressions in their eyes had changed. Each and every one of them was incomparably shocked and terrified. How is that possible? How is this possible? They couldn't believe that someone could freeze all of them in an instant. What kind of method was this? Perhaps even their masters, those peerless geniuses, couldn't do it. At this moment, their hearts were filled with fear because they realized that they had indeed underestimated the young man before them. Lin Xian looked around. So many experts and elites. This is a sure kill situation. Unfortunately, you found the wrong person. As he spoke, he strode forward. Pong. Lin Xian took a step forward as if he were taking a leisurely stroll. However, Bloodblade suddenly widened his eyes. His eyes were filled with endless fear because he found that his body was trembling uncontrollably. The qi and blood in his body were surging. The moment Lin Xian's foot touched the ground, his body exploded with a loud bang. In the end, only his head was left. However, in the next moment, the ice on his body released an endless, terrifying aura and completely sealed the head. In an instant, the terrifying Blood Fiend Hall expert, the awe-inspiring Bloodblade, was killed. Seeing this scene, those people's minds went blank. They could not believe it. With just one step, the terrifying Bloodblade was killed just like that. What kind of method was this? They could not believe it. However, they did not have time to think because Lin Xian took a second step. Pong. The body of the assassination hall assassin behind him also exploded, turning into countless ice shards. With the third step, the peerless beauty's body cracked open. Her face was filled with fear. With the fourth step, countless cracks appeared on the bodies of the two vengeful spirits hall martial artists on her left and right as if they had been eaten by countless hungry ghosts. With the fifth step, the two peerless experts of the Divine Pill Hall turned into ashes and no longer existed. Throughout the entire process, Lin Xian did not move at all. With just 5 steps, the terrifying experts around him were wiped out. In the entire void, only some ice shards were still floating. What? This is impossible. How did he do it? What kind of method is this? How can it be so terrifying? These people were not the only ones who came to assassinate. At this moment, there were countless experts hidden in the surroundings. However, when they saw the scene before them, they were all stunned. Ice. He's an ice-based martial artist? How is this possible? Isn't he a lightning-based martial artist? Heavens, he's a dual-based martial artist. Damn it, this guy hid too well. Everyone was horrified. They realized that they had underestimated the youth in front of them. Lin Xian's lips curled into a cold smile as he walked forward step by step. The surrounding martial artists trembled and retreated. However, suddenly, the scene around them changed drastically. It was no longer a starry sky, but a sea of knowledge hell. As for Lin Xian, He was suspended in midair by chains formed by countless bones. His limbs were pulled apart, and his entire body was suspended in midair. In front of him, countless bone swords, spears, and swords slashed his body ruthlessly. In an instant, his body was torn apart, revealing eerie white bones. Fresh blood flowed out, and the pungent smell of blood made one vomit. It seemed that Lin Xian would not survive. Lin Xian frowned. However, in the next moment, he revealed a disdainful sneer. The illusion technique is very realistic. If it were any other ninth heaven supremacy, they would probably have died under this illusion technique. However, this is useless against me. He snorted coldly, and a low dragon roar came from within his body. The surrounding mountains of bones, blood, and corpses exploded instantly. In the next moment, the horrifying scene around them returned to normal. Lin Xian was still standing in midair with his hands behind his back. In front of him was an old man in a purple robe. He spat out a mouthful of blood and looked at Lin Xian in horror. Impossible! How could you break through my illusion technique so easily? He was extremely shocked. This old man was from the Purple Demon Hall, and he had also used the Purple Demon illusion technique. This illusion technique was extremely terrifying. Moreover, he was a ninth heaven supremacy. If he was hit by his illusion technique, even someone one realm higher than him would not be able to escape. However, Lin Xian had broken through his illusion technique in the blink of an eye. This directly overturned his understanding. However, Lin Xian's lips curled up. To be able to use such an illusion technique, it means that your soul power is definitely not weak. Chapter 1375. Hearing Lin Xian's words, the elder of the Purple Demon Hall was stunned. However, his expression changed drastically in the next moment. He was extremely terrified. This was because he felt an extremely terrifying soul power rushing towards him. This soul power formed an invisible spear that was extremely terrifying. It instantly pierced into his mind. In the next moment, the purple-robed elder held his head and screamed in pain. He kept rolling on the ground. Pain. It was really too painful. It was 10 times, no, 100 times more painful than being injured by a sword. This was the collision of soul power. He did not expect the other party's soul power to be so terrifying that he could not fight back at all. Now, he finally understood why the other party could break his illusion so easily. It was because the other party's soul power was more than 10 times stronger than his. He had never seen such soul power before. Even their hall master did not have it. Who was this mysterious young man? Was he really the disciple of the third guardian? But how was that possible? The elder of the Purple Demon Hall did not believe it at all. This soul power was too terrifying. It had probably surpassed the venerable realm. He did not believe that the third guardian could teach such a disciple. He wanted to spread the news, but the terrifying soul power pierced through his soul. In the next moment, his eyes widened and his soul completely disappeared. Plop! The purple-robed elder's body landed on the roof. His eyes were wide open, but his pupils had already lost their luster. What? What happened? The surrounding warriors were shocked. They did not know what had happened because they realized that the purple-robed elder was not injured at all. However, there was no sign of life in him. These people sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at Lin Xian as if he was a monster. They knew that there was only one explanation for this, and that was that the souls of these elders were gone. They had been killed. Was this young man also a soul expert? The last 6 surviving martial artists were terrified. However, they had still received the order. Therefore, even if they were terrified, they had to attack. In the next moment, the 6 of them roared and quickly burned their spirit power. They exploded with their strongest attack power and charged towards Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian waved his hand. Instantly, countless icicles bloomed in the air. With a terrifying chill, they quickly pierced towards the 6 people. This was not the most terrifying thing. What was even more terrifying was that these martial artists felt the blood in their bodies instantly solidify, forming sharp icicles that pierced out from the inside. In an instant, Their internal organs and meridians were severely injured. In addition to the icicles outside, everyone was pierced with holes. Countless icicles protruded from their bodies, and their blood quickly coagulated. Ugh! The 6 of them opened their mouths wide, wanting to say something, but before they could make any sound, they fell to the ground. A cold wind blew and whistled. The entire world fell into silence once again. Only the cold moon in the sky emitted a cold light. In an instant, the elite martial artists sent out by the various halls were all killed. However, Lin Xian did not leave. He narrowed his eyes and looked to the left. Then, he said coldly, "You've been watching for a long time. Come out obediently. Do you want me to make a move?" Hee, what a sharp soul power. You can actually detect our presence. A delicate laugh was heard. Then, the void fluctuated and a fiery red light quickly appeared. In the next moment, 2 beautiful figures appeared in the void. It was a man and a woman. The woman was wearing a long white dress and had a beautiful face. The man was wearing a black robe and had a cold expression. The 2 of them stood together as if they were a couple. "Kid, I have to say that you're very powerful. You can actually kill so many experts in an instant. No wonder they invited me over. However, it's a pity that you met us. No matter how powerful you are, you won't live past today," the woman said in a delicate voice. Lin Xian sneered, "More than one person has said this to me. However, I'm still alive and well." As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his finger gently. Suddenly, numerous icicles formed and quickly pierced in their direction. Poof! In the next moment, 2 icicles pierced through the bodies of the 2 people in front of him. However, Lin Xian furrowed his brows. It wasn't as he had imagined. Although their bodies had split open, there was no blood spurting out. There was even a disdainful smile on their faces, as if they were mocking Lin Xian. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 2 icicles pierced through the 2 people's bodies and flew into the void. Their bodies quickly healed and finally became as good as new. "You're too naive. You can't kill us with this method." The black-robed young man sneered in disdain. Lin Xian frowned. "Physical attacks are ineffective. This means that you're in a soul state." In the next moment, his soul power gushed out and formed 2 long swords that slashed forward. Whoosh! Whoosh! The soul power long swords slashed forward and hit the 2 people. However, they didn't cause any substantial damage. Hee, don't waste your energy. You can't find where our souls are, so your soul power is useless in front of us. The woman in white laughed. Whoosh! Lin Xian didn't say anything. His body instantly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already behind the 2 people. 2 streaks of sword chi appeared in his palms and quickly enveloped the 2 people in front of him. Suddenly, the 2 people in front of him were cut into dozens of pieces by the sword chi. However, the 2 people were still laughing. They were even mocking him in disdain. The places where their bodies had been split apart turned into countless black and white flames, which then quickly connected with each other. In the end, their bodies recovered once again. "Don't waste your energy. We have the fire spirit body. We have no shape or form. You can't kill us at all," the black-robed man said in disdain. "Fire spirit body?" Lin Xian frowned and didn't attack again. Indeed, he could feel the power of fire from the 2 people. Moreover, the 2 people didn't seem to be humans. They were creatures that were born after the mutation of fire. "You're from the Divine Pill Hall?" Lin Xian frowned and asked. In the Black Dragon religion, only the people from the Divine Pill Hall had fire. "You guessed wrong again. We're not from the Divine Pill Hall. We were invited by Pink Family's Yuluosha." "Pink Family? Yuluosha?" Lin Xian was puzzled. "You don't know?" The black-robed man snorted coldly. "It's fine if you don't know. Dead people don't need to know so much. Kid, quickly hand over the Blood Soul Stone, and I'll give you a quick death. Otherwise, I'll let you burn in the fire and make you suffer a fate worse than death." Blood Soul Stone? I see. Lin Xian suddenly understood. He then sneered. "Just 2 fire spirits. How dare you threaten me? You're courting death. You think I can't kill you just because you have no shape or form? Kid, you're too naive. You don't know how powerful we are. The black-robed man snorted. The white-robed woman smiled sweetly. Although we know you have ice from the aura just now, you can't freeze us. Chapter 1376. Brat, you're too naive. You don't know how powerful we are. The black-robed youth snorted. The white-clothed woman smiled sweetly. Although we know you have ice from the aura just now, it can't freeze us. Brat, do you know what kind of flame we are? The black-robed youth said proudly. I'm the black dragon flame. It's evolved from the flame on the founder's body. How can a puny human like you compare to me? Kneel down and hand over the blood soul stone. Black dragon flame? No wonder it's so familiar. Lin Xian whispered. He felt a familiar flame aura from the black-robed man, but he didn't expect it to be from the founder of the black dragon religion. He had once used the black dragon flame before, but he had abandoned it later on. The black flame he was using now was the dark sky black flame, a flame even more terrifying than the black dragon flame. Since they were both flames, the dark sky bird was even more terrifying than the founder of the black dragon religion. Her flame couldn't be compared to his black flame martial soul. Understanding all of this, a smile crept onto Lin Xian's lips. He looked at the white-clothed woman again and asked, if he's the black dragon flame, what kind of flame are you? The black dragon flame doesn't have white flames, right? Hee, of course I'm not the black dragon flame. The white-clothed woman smiled with a hint of coldness in her voice. I'm the spectral bone flame, a flame formed from the burning of countless experts' corpses. Although it's not the founder's black dragon flame, its power is definitely not weak. So, brat, you should obediently accept your death. Spectral bone flame? Lin Xian's eyes narrowed as killing intent appeared in his eyes. Indeed, the rise of the black dragon religion had killed countless creatures in the southern heaven region, and this white-clothed woman was the spectral bone flame condensed from those corpses. It was extremely strange. It was somewhat similar to the white Yin thunder in Lin Xian's hand. I see. I didn't expect the two of you to have such extraordinary origins. Lin Xian nodded slightly. No wonder I couldn't kill you before. But since I already know your origins, there's no need to talk anymore. Now, go to hell. Lin Xian's expression was cold and filled with killing intent. What did you say? You want us to go to hell? The two people in front sneered. Brat, do you know what you're saying? What an idiot. You are the first person who dares to boast like this after knowing our identity. Since you don't want to die obediently, don't blame us for being impolite. Their voices were filled with disdain. Then, the black and white figures flashed and turned into two balls of black and white flames, quickly attacking Lin Xian. That terrifying aura caused the entire void to distort and crack. Lin Xian didn't retreat when he saw the two charging at him. Instead, he waved his hand and a ball of black flames appeared on his palm. Black fire? The black-robed man was stunned when he saw this. Then, he sneered disdainfully, Brat, don't think that you can scare me by making the flame black. A flame like yours is nothing in my eyes. Before he could finish, the voice suddenly stopped. In the next moment, the black-robed man's pupils suddenly constricted, and he let out a shrill scream as if he had been heavily injured. What? How is that possible? How can you hurt me? He roared crazily, his nerves twisted and his face full of disbelief. Impossible. This is impossible. There's no flame in this world that can hurt me. I'm the sect leader's origin flame. He was crazy. He was really crazy. He was evolved from the flame on the black dragon sect leader's body. It was extremely terrifying. Even the Sky Prides would have a headache when they saw it. However, the other party had hurt him. He found it hard to believe, because something like this had never happened before. At the side, the woman in white was also stunned. What? How is that possible? You hurt the dragon flame? Brat, how did you do it? A look of shock appeared on her delicate face. What is that black flame in your hand? How can it compete with the sect leader's flame? Lin Xian snorted coldly, Humph! How dare a black dragon call itself a dragon? You must have a death wish. What? How dare you say that about the black sect leader? Damn it! Aren't you a disciple of the saint sect? At that moment, the woman in white and the man in black were stunned. They did not expect the young man in front of them to be so arrogant as to insult the sect leader. This was definitely a capital offense in the saint sect, unless the other party was not a member of the saint sect. There's no need to know so much about a dying person, Lin Xian said coldly. Then, he quickly stretched his palm forward. You must have a death wish. You're too presumptuous. The two of them were furious and attacked crazily. They had said the same thing to Lin Xian before. They did not expect him to return it. The man in black robe roared. His body quickly melted and turned into a black dragon. It roared in the air and rushed toward Lin Xian. The woman in white also turned into a ball of white flame. She exuded an extremely cold aura and flew forward quickly. Lin Xian was expressionless. He said in a low voice, "Black flame martial soul, materialize." In the next moment, countless black lines appeared on his body. From those lines, balls of black flame surged out and danced on his body. Not only that, two pairs of black flame wings appeared on Lin Xian's back. They spread out quickly like the wings of a demon. At the same time, a terrifying heat burst out from his body and swept through the entire space. Lin Xian released his black flame martial soul and punched out. Suddenly, countless black flames condensed and formed a strange black bird that flew forward. If the people of the Tianwu continent were here, they would definitely scream. The heavenly netherbird. That's right. Lin Xian's black flame martial soul came from the heavenly netherbird. At that moment, he used the black flames to condense the heavenly netherbird's appearance and quickly rushed forward. In the next moment, the three balls of flames collided and released a terrifying energy fluctuation. Ah! Then, from the center of the energy, a man and a woman screamed. They were so miserable that it made people tremble. Impossible! How can you have such a terrifying flame? Who are you? Damn it! What kind of flame is this? The two of them roared crazily, but soon, their voices disappeared. Not only that, their auras also disappeared. Only Lin Xian's black flames were left in the sky, burning fiercely. As for those two fire spirits, they never appeared again. Under Lin Xian's control, the 9 nether black flames quickly spread and burned the surrounding corpses clean. Then, they returned to Lin Xian's body. Soon, the entire space returned to normal. There were no abnormalities. Chapter 1377. Soon, the entire space returned to normal. There were no abnormalities. Other than Lin Xian, no one else knew that a great battle had taken place here. I didn't expect the Black Dragon sect to have such a strange creature like the fire spirit. How rare. I wonder what surprises there will be at the Octadic treasure chest game tomorrow? Lin Xian muttered to himself. Then, he disappeared in a flash. In fact, while Lin Xian was fighting with these people, in another secret room, Nangong Hao, Blood Rogue, Ghostly, and a few other prodigies were gathered. Among them, Nangong Hao said in a deep voice, "This time, we have sent out the elites of each hall. Even we will have a headache if we work together. With that kid's strength, it is impossible for him to survive. It's too easy for him to die just like that. If it weren't for the Octadic treasure chest game tomorrow, I would have killed him myself." Blood Rogue snorted. Ghostly was also disappointed. Sigh. What a pity. Such a good soul is wasted just like that. However, Shadowless's expression was solemn. You're too confident. Based on my observation, Hua Wufeng is indeed powerful. He's not weaker than us. Therefore, it was better not to make a decision so early. At the side, Ziyang also nodded. He kept having a bad premonition. However, Yu Luocha smiled disdainfully. No matter what your people do, that kid will definitely die today. You're that confident? Blood Rogue glanced at her. I know what you're planning. You all want that Blood Soul Stone. But let me tell you, that Blood Soul Stone is definitely mine. You're too confident. Ghostly sneered. Of course, because for the sake of preparing for the unexpected, I've invited 2 fire spirits. What? You invited fire spirits? Everyone's expression changed when they heard this. Bloodhand, Nangong Hao, and the others even stood up with an extremely excited expression. They were all elites. Naturally, they knew what Yu Luocha meant by fire spirits. You crazy woman, what price did you pay to even invite the fire spirit? Ghost Li's expression was cold. At the side, Bloodhand's expression was unsightly as well, because in this way, they would have no chance to seize the Blood Soul Stone at all. However, Yu Luocha smiled sweetly. No matter the price, the Blood Soul Stone must be mine. As they were talking, they suddenly felt an extremely majestic power coming from afar. At this moment, an extremely hot aura came from afar. Sensing this aura, Nangong Hao, Bloodhand, Ghostly, and the others' faces turned ugly. However, Yu Luocha laughed. It seems like these 2 fire spirits have taken action. Since they have taken action, it means that your people are already dead. Humph! Nangong Zhong Hao snorted coldly. His expression was extremely cold. He didn't expect the other party to be so powerful to be able to kill the experts he sent out. Bloodhand and Ghost Li's expressions became even more gloomy. This wasn't good news to them. In this way, they would have no chance to seize the Blood Soul Stones at all. Damn it! How can that Hua Wufeng be so strong? Kill all the assassins we sent out. How long has it been? Even if it were us, I'm afraid we wouldn't be able to finish it off so quickly. That damned guy is really hard to deal with. We were too careless this time. Low voices rang out one after another. At this moment, Yu Luocha stood up and said in a sweet voice, "Everyone, you can slowly regret it. I'm going to collect the Blood Soul Stones." Why are you in such a hurry? The battle isn't over yet. Although the fire spirits have taken action, it doesn't mean that you'll definitely succeed. Bloodhand said coldly. Are you out of your mind? Yu Luocha snorted. How dare you doubt the fire spirit's actions? Do you know what a fire spirit is? Hearing this, everyone fell silent. Indeed, the fire spirit stone was extremely terrifying. Even they might not be able to win, let alone Hua Wufeng. Soon, the blazing aura in the distance disappeared and the world returned to peace. The smile on Yu Luocha's face grew wider. It's over. I didn't expect that kid to be so weak. It's over in such a short period of time. Everyone, I'm going to collect the Blood Soul Stones. See you at the Octatic Treasure Chest game tomorrow. Yu Luocha chuckled and walked out of the door. However, Nangong Hao and the others looked gloomy. He flung his sleeve and left quickly. After that, the others also left one after another. Although the assassination attempt had failed and they were very upset, they had no intention of taking action because there was still the Octatic Treasure Chest game tomorrow. As long as they could win the Octatic Treasure Chest game, their previous failure was nothing. The night passed quickly. The next day, the southern wilderness ancient town was bustling with activity again. Many disciples were discussing what had happened yesterday. Not everyone could enter the auction. Most ordinary disciples could not enter at all. Therefore, they did not know much about what had happened yesterday. It was not until today that the news had spread through the crowd's discussion. You're saying that someone attacked Nangong Hao and the others yesterday? They stole all the treasures? Oh my God, I'm not dreaming, am I? It's true. I was there yesterday and saw how flustered and exasperated those sky prides were. I've never seen that expression in my life. That Hua Wufeng is too powerful. He managed to steal the treasures from so many sky prides without anyone knowing. Humph. So what if he's powerful? He's already dead. Someone sneered. What? Dead? The crowd was in an uproar. Are you kidding? How could such a powerful person be dead? What do you know? There was an intense battle last night. That kid must have died a horrible death. I'm afraid there's not even a corpse left. What? There was an intense battle last night? How could that happen? Why didn't I feel anything at all? It must have been a top-notch expert. How could there not be any ripples from such an intense battle? He's too powerful. The crowd was shocked and asked one after another. Finally, they understood what had happened. It turned out that the various halls and top-notch sky prides had sent out terrifying experts to kill Hua Wufeng. It was even rumored that the fire spirit had taken action. In other words, there was no chance of him surviving. Sigh, that Hua Wufeng is too arrogant. He offended so many sky prides at the same time. Otherwise, he should still be alive. What do you know? He was fine when he offended those sky prides. Those sky prides sent out people who did not hurt Hua Wufeng at all. In the end, the Pink family sent out the fire spirit to destroy him. That's why, forget about being arrogant before. You must not provoke the people from the Pink aristocratic family because no one knows what kind of terrifying experts they can find. Chapter 1378. What do you know? He was fine when he offended those sky prides. Those people sent by those sky prides didn't hurt Hua Wufeng at all. In the end, it was the fire spirit sent by the Pink family that destroyed him. That's why, forget about being arrogant before. You must not provoke the people from the Pink aristocratic family because no one knows what kind of terrifying experts they can find. Hua Wufeng is a living example. Everyone trembled when they heard about the Pink family. That's right. Even someone as strong as Hua Wufeng, who could fight against the various sky prides, was powerless in front of the Pink family. It had to be said that this was too shocking. Forget it. Let's not talk about him. Today is the last day of the Dark and Light Conference. The Octatic Treasure Chess game will be the highlight. That's right. The top sky prides from the various halls will definitely fight at the Octatic Treasure Chess game. I'm afraid you won't be able to see such an intense battle normally. It's because the Octatic Treasure Chess game is on the third day that those top sky prides didn't fight. Otherwise, Hua Wufeng wouldn't have the chance to be so arrogant. Any sky prides could easily destroy him. That makes sense. All right, let's go. Let's go to the Octatic Treasure Chess game. If we're late, we won't be able to see the fun. Everyone moved and headed towards the center of the southern wilderness ancient town. The Octatic Treasure Chess game was a formation. To be precise, it was an ancient formation. Looking down from the sky, the formation looked like a chessboard. That was why it was called the Octatic Treasure Chess game. In fact, it was related to chess. The formation had a total of 8 positions, and each position could allow one martial artist to stand. The martial artists would use themselves as chess pieces and battle techniques as the chessboard to move around. Not only did they have to fight against the enemies created by the formation, but they also had to fight against 7 other martial artists. It was a very dangerous formation. The leader of the Black Dragon religion used the mysterious crystal as a reward and integrated it into the formation. Then, he let the disciples of the religion kill each other. Only the winner would be able to obtain the mysterious crystal. It could be said that this was a very cruel elimination mechanism. However, it gave everyone hope. As long as they were strong enough to win the Octatic Treasure Chess game, they would be able to obtain the mysterious crystal and increase their cultivation. Now, all the martial artists in the entire southern desolate ancient town were rushing in the direction of the early Octet Treasure Chess game. On the other side, in the Drunken Immortal Inn, Lin Xian opened his eyes. After killing those assassins yesterday, he returned to his room and began to absorb the power of the Blood Soul Stone. It had to be said that these Blood Soul Stones were truly miraculous, worthy of those Black Dragon cult's experts fighting over them. In just one night, Lin Xian could feel his blood essence and soul power growing. One had to know that this was an extremely rare thing. This was because his Furious Dragon Incantation and Sky Spill Visualization Diagram had both reached a bottleneck and were temporarily unable to break through. In other words, his blood chi and soul power had reached the peak. Unless he made another breakthrough and entered the 9th heavenly layer, it would be impossible for his soul power to increase again. Now, with just one Blood Soul Stone, his blood chi and soul power had improved in one night. One had to admit that it was simply too miraculous. With a flip of his palm, Lin Xian put the Blood Soul Stone into his storage ring. In just one night, I've absorbed about 1/5 of the Blood Soul Stone's energy. The effect is very obvious. The corner of Lin Xian's mouth curled up slightly. However, He couldn't absorb any more now because he wanted to see what this so-called octatic chess game was. Southern Desolation Ancient Town, octatic chess game. The ground in front rose high, forming a unique plateau. On top of it, there were crisscrossing straight lines that intersected with each other. From the sky, it looked like a huge chessboard. On this chessboard, a cold light flickered, releasing a primitive power that made one's heart palpitate. Around this chessboard, a sea of people had gathered. Countless people stretched their necks and looked forward. At the front, a few figures stood proudly. They were the geniuses of the various halls. Nangong Hao wore a robe and had an arrogant expression. When he saw Yu Luosha walking over from behind, he immediately snorted. It was obvious that he was still brooding over yesterday's incident. On the side, Bloodhand's eyes also flickered. He said in a deep voice, later on in the octatic chess game, "Do you dare to take out the Blood Soul Stone as a wager?" "Hee, if you dare to take it out, I can guarantee that the Blood Soul Stone will be mine." On the other side, Ghostly also sneered. Yu Luosha snorted coldly. There was a layer of ice on her exquisite face. It was obvious that she wasn't happy. The next moment, she said coldly, "I won't use the Blood Soul Stone as a wager because it's not in my hands now." "Not in your hands?" Nangong Hao was stunned. Bloodhand sneered. "It's fine if you don't dare to take it out. While I like this, do you think I'm afraid of you?" Yu Luosha frowned and stared at Bloodhand. "What's going on? Tell me quickly." Ghostly's expression was cold because Yu Luosha didn't seem to be lying. Could it be that an accident had happened? "The Blood Soul Stone is indeed not in my hands because the two fire spirits didn't return yesterday." "What? They didn't return? How is that possible?" In the distance, Shadowless also frowned. "Do you know the reason? Could it be that those two fellows also wanted the Blood Soul Stone, so they didn't give it to you?" "Impossible. They are fire spirits. They don't need the Blood Soul Stone. What they need is Huayan. So it's impossible for them to take the Blood Soul Stone. I think there must be another reason why they didn't come," Yu Luosha said solemnly. "Then what's the reason?" "The two fire spirits are incomparably powerful. No one can subdue them, right?" Bloodhand was puzzled. "Not necessarily. In this Southern Desolation ancient village, there's still one person who can subdue the two of them." "Who?" "City Lord." Yu Luosha gritted her teeth and said, "If it's the City Lord, I'm afraid the two fire spirits won't be able to resist." "You're saying that the City Lord also wants the Blood Soul Stone?" Ghostly's expression became extremely ugly. Why wouldn't he want it? The Blood Soul Stone is useful to everyone. He's also a supremacy. Naturally, he also needs the Blood Soul Stone. Yu Luosha's voice was cold. She sneered, "Just you wait. Anyway, the elders from the various factions will be here today. At that time, I don't believe that the City Lord can resist the anger of my pink family. When the time comes, I'll make him spit it out the same way he ate it." Everyone discussed. From the beginning to the end, they never thought that it was Lin Xian who made the move. Because in their opinion, Lin Xian was already dead. It was impossible for him to defeat the fire spirits. The few geniuses were gloomy, and their expressions were somewhat gloomy. At this moment, the octatic treasure chest in front of them suddenly bloomed with a dazzling light, forming 8 flickering patterns in all directions. Soon, a low voice sounded in everyone's ears. "You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.